Hello friends, we are Soul Fiction. Welcome to our channel. In today's video, we'll explore an exciting video on what if Naruto was Primarch Blood Angel. If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's dive into the story. Hello friends. This is the Ani fanfics. How are you all? So we are back with an amazing movie on What if Naruto's was Primarch Blood Angel. Here's a summary. A sector of the galaxy has been rediscovered by the Imperium of Man, its secret, a new energy source. From these planets a Primarch of a forgotten legion will be rediscovered, a new sector will join the Imperium during the Great Crusade, and the Imperium will change from it, for better or for worse, none can say. But before we begin, be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video. Now let's begin. The will of fire screamed through to real space as the targeted planet was in sight. Following through is the might of an entire legion fleet, 2,000 ships strong. They had been tasked with the mission of joining the Luna Wolves in assaulting the heart of the enemy, while the Ultramarines and the White Scars were tasked on taking the outlying planets. This, however, was not a simple mission of wiping out the enemy fleet. No, this was instead a blow to the very heart of the enemy, for the fleet itself carried their legion into battle. Captain Inari. I detect many Orc vessels, mostly destroyer class and above. Scans also indicate at least 20 space hulks within our perimeter. Inari no Nami looked upon the fleet with a grim resolve. Unlike the other battle barges within the fleet, the Will of Fire was important to the Legion. For this was the very first battleship-class battle barge that was gifted by the Emperor to his son's Legion. Its armature was both advanced and deadly to all but the biggest vessels in the void, and even then its specialized chakra cannon was a one-of-a-kind creation that could even annihilate whole planets with a single shot. Have the fleet continue course. Provide supporting fire to all ships, and inform the shinobi in honor-bound to coordinate the smaller strike cruisers into drop zone locations. Understood, Captain. Their mission was simple: drop the Legion upon the planet's surface, provide bombardment support for the ground troops while also destroying as many ships the enemy fleet will throw at them. Captain, the Orcs are moving to engage us. Enemy interceptors and Orc light cruisers inbound. Then prepare defensive countermeasures. Focus fire on the light cruisers and send Thunderhawk squadrons and fighter escorts. Have the fleet coordinate their fire. I want those vessels destroyed before we reach planet side. I, Captain. Interception squads and Thunderhawks to launch bays. Enemy inbound. This is not a drill. I repeat, this is not a drill. This was the warning that was blaring through the hangar as Thunderhawk gunships were starting their engines, each one filled with an arsenal of bombs designed to cripple the systems of the enemy ship. Their armor was a black painted color, with an orange trim upon the more delicate parts, and on the side was the symbol of a nine-tailed fox, glaring out into the open. This was the legion known as the Shadow Foxes, formerly known as the Legion of Shadow, one of the last legions who had found their Primarch. But much more was rediscovered when their Legion home worlds came back into the Imperium's fold, things of wonder. In the same hangar, the Interception Squad Vengeance were also preparing their vessels, however these were much different than standard Imperium forces. Like the noble households of the Imperial Knights, these interceptors were a different variety of walker-based titans. Most people would say that the Knight and these Jaegers, as they were being called, were of the same type of walker. However, the similarities couldn't be more different. Instead of hulking-looking machines of war, these were instead elegant and stylized. Their weaponry different to the standard weapons outfitted to knights, or even Titan war machines. Instead, these Jaegers had weaponry that was powered by chakra, the concentrated energy being contained and executed through revolutionary engines designed to utilize this relatively new energy source. But the main difference between these elegant titans and their knight counterparts was the fact that these machines could operate as ground troops and as air or space troops, essentially giving the Imperium one thing that other races did not have: space-to-ground forces. These forces and many others were why the Shadow Foxes were being utilized in this mission, for what better way to test these weapons of war than through one of the biggest war efforts the Imperium is involved in. Jaeger Strike Omega requesting launch sequence, code 765 Alpha Detron. Response to code Red Strike. Over. Strike Omega, Launch Bay 2 is cleared for shunt. Proceed with the Imperium's blessing. As the hulking machine of war is fitted into its specialized launch bay, The launcher itself locks the feet of the Jaeger onto the platform as gears behind the launch bay start to wind up. Strike Omega. Launching. Like a coiled spring, the launch platform thrust forward, hurling the colossal walker into the depths of space. At the apex of the ramp, the locks disengage from the Jaeger and the machine is sent hurling towards the enemy armada. Strike Unity. Launching. Strike Freedom. Launching. Endurance. Launching. Gilding Light. Launching. Imperial Dawn. Launching. Angel of Death. Launching. Age of Unity. Launching. Like the Jaeger before them, an entire unit of Jaegers are shunted out of the Will of Fire, on course with the enemy fleet. Behind them, Thunderhawk gunships are firing their engines as they too wish to join in on the fight. Then, all is one. The engines of the Jaegers all glow with a pulsating light, as spectral wings made of plasma are revealed behind their extensively designed backs. Each Jaeger looks like a winged angel among the darkness of space, as behind them Thunderhawks unleash their engines as both groups fly into a winged formation. Thunderhawk Lance of the Righteous with Bombing Squad Alpha moving into position. Strike Squad Vengeance. Do we have supporting flanks to proceed with bombardment vectors? Confirmed Lance. Strike Squad Vengeance have your backs, moving into Fortitude attack pattern. Initiate attack velocity. This will be a Danger Black mission. Confirmed. Danger Black threat. In a great flood of plasma fire, the squad of Jaegers and Thunderhawks blazed towards the nearest Orc vessel. This one was a cruiser-class Orc ship in the middle of a pack of light vessels. Danger Black meant prioritizing the largest threat and crippling the ship in a single, decisive blow. Orc interceptors inbound. Stirk Unity, moving to intercept. Like a vengeful angel in space, Strike Unity fired its secondary thrusters as it drawled one of its main armaments. The weapon was a halberd in design, much like the weaponry of the custodians of the Emperor. Its large blade humming with a blue energy as a set of what look like volcano cannons are placed parallel to the blade itself, looking much like the bolter assembly of their smaller counterpart. With a mighty swing, the first of the 10 swarm strong of Orc interceptors are cut to ribbons. Swinging its mighty blade in a wide arc, another 2 interceptors are sliced into chunks as the Orc fighters start to do dogfight maneuvers around the giant war machine. Wog. The guns on the interceptors start firing as explosive lights fly all around the void of space, the weapon's projectiles pinging off the Jaeger suit as though they were but flies. A sudden whine is heard as the twin volcano cannons on the Jaeger's halberd comes to life, their barrels blazing with a barely restrained beam of power. Again, the Jaeger swings its mighty halberd, however unlike last time the weapon fires 2 intense beams of laser light. In a fire cuts through the last interceptors as the Orc fighters explode into blazing lights of melted slag and twisted metal. Targets eliminated, returning back into formation. Captain, we've reached our drop location. Inari looked upon the planet. From up here the planet looked deceptively peaceful. Unfortunately the same cannot be true planetside, as explosions are seen from space where orbital bombardments are being made by the fleet. Commence drop of precious cargo. Aye, Captain. All as one. Many Dreadclaw pods detach themselves from the hull of the vessel, their thrusters firing them towards the planet's surface in a flood of steel. Thunderhawk transporters carrying Rhino transports and land raiders rush out from the main bowels of the ship as they ferry their precious cargo. Captain. Starboard side. Orc Space Hulk incoming. Like a menacing asteroid that did not belong near a planet, the Space Hulk was a massive piece of rock and melded steel. A multitude of guns and all kinds of explosive weaponry was littered on its sides, while the front of the ship was shaped in a crude Orc-like appearance. In between its mouth were rows of massive cannons, each one the size of a small escort ship, and behind this massive beast lay a plethora of rockets, boosters and other forms of propulsion. Truly a crude yet effective war machine. The Orcs had rigged speaker systems on the outside of their ships and created mass-scale radio transmitters to both confuse and antagonize their enemies. This Space Hulk was no different. 15 Orcs on a Diod man's ULK Lukin do in de barrel UFA gun. Grunton AEAC Uther. Thu Big Sherp Teef. Suyin, Diz Ungives Ooze Foon 14 Urks on Umi's ship. Killen Unethan de IZNT Green. Grunton AEAC Uther. Thu Big Zerp Teef Suyin times are gettin' lean. All LOOTZ be mine. You ear me, shiny loot be mine, full speed. With a sudden blaring horn, All the thruster on the orc ship blazed to light, making the massive ship start to pick up frightening amounts of speed. Captain. The orcs have engaged their thrusters. Impact in 30 seconds. Inari looked on, thinking of how he could turn this situation around without compromising the drop vectors for the precious cargo, since he is responsible for the main battle force to strike at the orcs. Then, Inari notices something happening to the enemy Space Hulk. With a firm resolve he orders. Ready the high-energy turn. Full 90-degree turn. On my mark. Have the crew brace for impact and ready the broadside guns. Priority target their weaponry. I Captain. Is gonna thump you good UMIES. WAAGH. Unloon orc left to stay dilute wishin' it hadn't turned out so. Gruntin' to himself thu big zerp tief suyin I shoulda let the pilot go. And as the massive hulk is on a collision course with the will of fire, the speaker blaze with the shouts of hundreds of orcs, each screaming out a massive wog as the space hulk picked up even more speed. Captain. Impact in 20 seconds, wait for it, impact in 15 seconds. Captain. We must start turning now, wait for it. Impact in 12 seconds, Captain. Wait for it, impact in 10 seconds. Captain. Now, all thrusters engage. Engaging. With a mighty jolt, the will of fire sprang to life, as the massive battle barge turns itself towards the parallel of the enemy Space Hulk. All crew. Brace for impact. Collision in 5 seconds. All ahead full. Aim for the side of the prow, I Captain. Its main engines suddenly burst to life as the ship speeds toward the Space Hulk. Caught by surprise, the orc captain barely had enough time to register the battleship plowing for them when a thunderous smash of metal on metal was heard throughout both ships. The will of fire had hit its mark. The mighty hull of the ship cutting through the prow of the enemy ship as the momentum of the Hulk sent it reeling backwards. The entire prow of the Space Hulk was ripped to pieces, as orcs and Gretchen gun crews are sent into the vacuum of space. The will itself having taken a beating on one of its main ordnance bays. The crew braced themselves as the ship was struck with multiple rumbles as the sound of metal on metal reverberates throughout the ship. Ready the micro jump, turn 30 degrees on the port side and open volley. I Captain. The will of fire activated its thrusters, already straining from the sudden turn that the captain had place upon it, but Inari had learned all its specifications and how much the ship could take. He has full confidence that the ship could do what was asked of it. The ship's orientation was once again parallel as the gun crew targeted the first volley of macro cannon fire onto the gun systems of the orc Hulk. A constant barrage of macro fire crippled many of the orc's guns on the port side of the Hulk. The orc captain himself started to turn his vessel around to get his last lot of guns lined up with the enemy, as dozens of pods started to rain down from the orc vessel. Enemy assault pods incoming. Have main crew protect the engines and shielding. Activate the blast doors and have a fire team set up on the bridge. We must not let them take this ship. Understood, Captain. As the crew of the Will of Fire scrambled around the massive vessel to repel the enemy, the Space Hulk had almost finished its turn and was starting to pepper it with its massive array of weapons. Gonna die now's UUMIE. Ya WRECKEDEDMEEB ship. WAAGH. Captain. Micro jump is ready to fire. Orient us to the other side of the Hulk. Prow facing their engines. I Captain. With a sudden whine, the massive ship vanished from the starboard side of the Space Hulk as a flickering in space opened to the massive vessel appearing on the other side. This time, the mighty battle barge unleashed a full salvo into the already destroyed part of the ship as its engines flickered to combat speed. With a full application of their high-energy thrusters, the Will was now facing directly at the Space Hulk's engines. Fire the chakra cannon. Full strength, no spread. Cut them in half. I Captain. As the massive cannon on the prow of the Will of Fire whined and hissed as barely restrained chakra was flooded into the massive cannon. It produced a distinct sound as the chakra generators provided the monolithic power to be used by this weapon of total destruction. Ah, sawed it. Way did they GU? With a massive roar that blazed through the void. A massive beam of pure chakra was unleashed from the Will of Fire. Its beam easily slicing through the Space Hulk as it was sliced clean in half. Along with the Space Hulk, a full 50 ships, from light orc cruisers to another Space Hulk, were directly in the line of fire when the beam also cut through them. A marvel of their world's craft, The chakra cannon ran on the principle of wind chakra, and since the beam gets progressively sharper as it travels down its path, it can eventually cut through even whole planets as more energy is being fed into the weapon. Nothing in the galaxy can compare to the true destructive power of the chakra cannon. A one-of-a-kind weapon on a very special ship. A chain of explosions rippled through the void as multiple orc ships, including 2 space hulks, detonated in a spectacular fashion. The explosions were so devastating to the orcs that many smaller cruiser vessels started to retreat as they had just seen what amounted to a massacre in space. On the will of fire, however, because of that display of might, the ship's main systems were temporarily offline as a response to the firing of the chakra cannon. Unfortunately, this couldn't have been done at a worse time. Captain, I have reports that an orc boarding party is heading straight for the bridge. The bulkheads were disabled from the firing of the cannon and they are on their way. Helmsman, what is the status of the drop? 65% complete, Captain. Eta on reinforcements? They should be here any moment? And as that was being said, a squad of 10 Marines appeared. These warriors painted in the black color of their legion. A snarling 9-tailed fox on their shoulder with the number 8 in Roman numerals, Crafalder. Inari's eyes widened as he saw a familiar face leading the group, his pale skin and black hair making him recognizable. Strapped to the side of his power armor was a moderately sized scroll. Sigh. Good to see you again. Same here, Inari. Where do you want us to set up the defense? Behind the railings to the main deck. This way you have a straight line of the enemy, while we use the elevation of the deck to remain out of sight. Understood. Ruby. Sai had called the youngest member of the group. However, unlike the other Astartes, this warrior was distinctly more petite looking and much smaller than the others. On closer look, the warrior was wrapped in a red hood as a moderately sized mechanism was drawn from the warrior's utility belt. Taking off their helmet, the warrior was in fact a female. She had pale skin much like Sai's. However, her hair was black with red highlights, while the most distinct look she had was her silver eyes. Set up nesting position. We want you as the rearguard in case the orcs make it through. You are after all our most experienced weapons fighter and sniper. Okay, Sarge. Oh, I mean yes, sir. Easy, Ruby. No need to get all formal with me. Okay. Deploying themselves behind some makeshift cover. A pair from the squad yanked the blast door from the sides as the squad readied their bolt guns and other weaponry. Another aspect of the Shadow Fox Legion is the incorporation of specialized weaponry within the different squads in the Legion. Since one of the worlds that the Shadow Foxes hailed from promoted the craft of the user's weapons, this same principle was given to the Legion as a whole. This results in a wide array of interesting and wonderful weapons per squad, a trait their Primarch once called a result of their uniqueness to the other legions the Imperium has. Such is the way that their Primarch regards the Legion as a whole. The inner elements of the Legion should show their uniqueness to the galaxy. This in turn shows the galaxy that the Shadow Foxes are ones who will bring change to all who they save. Remember, these orcs wish only for the death of all of us. Remember our code, our promise to a galaxy that is wounded, our creed that we will all uphold. Strength to stand, courage to fight, and we shall know no fear. Planetside in 2 minutes. That was the call upon the Remnant's glory, as the rumble of the Thunderhawk reverberates throughout the cargo area. Standing within the middle of the squad of Astartes was a giant of a man. His posture showed his battle-hardened status, while the power armor this individual was wearing showed many intricate designs of gilded gold. It was a set of power armor masterfully crafted. The man himself did not wear a helmet, as his black-colored eyes wandered over to his left arm. Flexing the limb, he idly wondered back to a time before this great crusade. Before the Imperium found their sub-sector and his world had just found peace and unity. He remembered the times where he traveled the world to find out questions about himself, all the while trying his best to keep this fragile piece together. Captain, a nearby member of the squad was calling upon the man, so deep he was in thought that the call was ignored. Captain Sasuke. Looking at the man through his black hair, Sasuke Uchiha, last Uchiha and lone hermit of Konoha, looked upon the squad member as he was being addressed, his left fist clenching as a phantom ache settled in the limb. We are to reach planetside soon, my captain. The combat zone we are being sent to is designated Code Black. Command has ordered us to be the vanguard for the main drop force and to provide first response to any and all orc countermeasures. Sasuke looked on in contemplation. He knew of the plan and how his squadron and the Astartes under his company would be the first line the orcs would see. This wasn't a time for the usual stealth action that the Legion is known for, but this was a show of brute force to the orcs. A hammer blow, so to speak, that would send the orcs reeling in shock from its ferocity. The plan was a three-stage plan. His company would act as the first assault on the planet and deal the first hit to the main orc forces and their reserves of orcs. The second stage would be done by the 6th and 5th companies, as they will disrupt the main armaments and productions of the orcs, sending a second hammer blow to the orcs. The final stage was the killing blow itself. Using the rest of the Legion and the reinforcements sent by the Luna Wolves, they were to cut a path into the very heart of the enemy, as all the Astartes forces will pin the orc horde into submission. By then victory will be well assured and the greatest threat to the Imperium will be silenced. Eta to drop zone. 40 seconds. Seems the orcs won't put up much of a fig. All of a sudden the Thunderhawk shocked violently as a hail of metal on metal collisions was heard around the vessel. Brace for evasive maneuvers. Another Astartes. This one, a much younger looking man whose hairstyle was a more spiky look, stared at the screen. Pilot. Report. Starboard engine is hit, Sergeant. We're losing altitude. Get the ship to safety. Sasuke said as he walked towards the front hatch. We'll go on foot from here. Aye, Captain. Thunderhawk remnants glory returning to launch bay. As Sasuke pulled the lever next to the door, the rushing winds flooded into the cargo area as a few Astartes in the back prepared their jump packs. The rest just looked towards their captain in anticipation. So what is the plan, Sasuke? Asked the sergeant. Simple, Konohamaru. We're gonna say a nice imperial welcome to some orcs. Try to keep up. And with that, Sasuke jumped out of the Thunderhawk, all the while speeding towards the ground without any landing support. The Astartes that did not have jump packs proceeded behind him without any fear or hesitation. This was because this was normal for their captain to do, and most considered the use of jump packs unnecessary because of the Legion's special circumstances. The rest followed suit with their jump packs stabilizing them, yet they still followed their captain, and speaking of which. You air something. What you on a butt? You tryin' to be all smart like M. Grotz. New you sodden git. Is thu I eared some thin. Diz duty is sodden burrin. We should be killin' umis. Shut trap you gid before da boss ears you. I dunt give a sodden. That was the last thing the orc said as 2 tons of Astartes had stomped into his head, his partner faring no different. Standing up from their landing, Sasuke, Konohamaru and their squad opened fire upon the orcs guarding the perimeter as they advanced into the ramshackle camps that were outlined in the area. All the while orcs started to fly out from their tents and huts to the sound of bolter fire. "Waagh" was the collective cry as thousands upon thousands of orcs flooded from all parts of the massive camp. All the while the second company of the Shadow Foxes continued to give disciplined volleys of fire. Orcs by the hundreds were being systematically mowed down as the orcs proceeded to sprint towards the Astartes, chupas in the ready position to strike the armored marines. Sasuke looked upon the enemy as he heard the volleys of bolter fire. This is war, he thought. These aliens show no signs of peace, even among their own kin. What a disgustingly barbaric race. As they were dashing to within 10 meters, Sasuke pulled out his Chikudo. The first orc didn't even see the blade move as his head was separated from his body. All around, his company had engaged the enemy into close combat. Even in close assault they showed the very same discipline and effectiveness that they applied in their volleys. By this point, thousands of orcs had fallen to their blades and guns, and even more orcs had flooded the area, as a mob of green was slowly showing its ugly face to the world. Yet now the rest of his company were falling from the sky, either from Thunderhawks who also provided strafing runs of the enemy to drop pods and Dread Claws who smashed into the heart of enemy formations with the Thundat it truly feels to be Astartes. To go into the thickest and strongest points the enemy have and to beat them into submission. To deal a blow that the enemy cannot recover from. Strength to stand. Sasuke yelled through his Vox-amplified voice. Courage to fight. Was the collective battle cry as hundreds of Astartes pummeled the enemy into submission. Location. Ulanor Sector. Date. 00M30. Operation Parameters, Crusade. Current Imperial Forces. 2,460,000 Est troops. Current enemy forces. 420 million Est troops. Casualties. Imperial forces, 40,000 est troops. Enemy forces, 30 million est troops. Reinforcements. Imperial forces, 18 million est troops. ETA to arrival, 3 to 7 days. Enemy forces, unknown. Captain Inari. We lost 15 ships, including the Honor of Dust. Damn. What is the status of the drop? 89%. Captain. The Honor of Dust was one of the first strike cruisers in the fleet. To hear of its demise and the passing of one of his fellow captains had placed a heavy burden on Inari. Knowing all the men who captained these mighty vessels places an emphasis on how unforgiving this galaxy is. Inari was about to give the order for the Will of Fire to support the smaller vessels when a loud bang reverberated through the deck. The crew on the bridge looked in anticipation as the door started to crumple from the other end as a reverberating sound of metal colliding with metal was heard. Captain? Keep an eye on those drop sites and continue to bombard main enemy placements? Aye, Captain. Inari had started to pull out his standard issue bolt pistol. It was a gift from the Legion's Primarch as his commemoration to Captain. Also taking out a katana, he prepared himself for the upcoming confrontation. As the door was now being pummeled more frequently, Inari looked at both the outside of the ship and towards the door. With a mighty thud, the door was ripped from its hinges, the strain too much for the metal to take. A single loud yell was heard. Wog! At once volleys of bolter fire and dust weaponry were heard as a flood of orcs rushed through the door. They were at least 150 orcs. The volley of bolter fire made a small mound of orc bodies as the green mobs spurred themselves on to a frenzy. The sound of bolter fire along with the yell of orcs made for one hectic scenario. However, the 10-man squad of Astartes did not falter one bit as orcs fell by the dozens to disciplined rank fire. When the orcs reached the Astartes themselves, many intricate and unique weapons were brought forth against the horde. Blade, gun and staff were being used to great effect against the enemy, all the while the mob themselves looked towards flooding the bridge with sheer bodies and overwhelmed the defenders. 2 orcs were shot in the head as Inari leveled his bolt pistol to the orc Xenos. Another orc looked posed to strike him but was denied the chance as he deflected the orc's chopper and sliced his torso in one clean sweep. Holding his katana now in 2 hands, he did not see the last orc about to cut into his back until a loud boom alerted Inari to the threat behind him. Looking around, he saw the young Ruby with her modified weapon Crescent Rose, the barrel smoking from the shot she had placed between the orc's eyes. Giving Ruby a slight nod, he joined the fray as the orc's momentum was slowed to a grinding halt. Unlike other humans in the wider Imperium, the citizens of the Elementia sector were comparable to the strength and durability of the Astartes themselves. This made them a very valuable and highly prized resource for Imperial commanders who do not have relatively easy access to Astartes support. Already they were calling the citizens of the sector Neo-Astartes. This proved to be a great boon as regular alien races that the Imperium encountered do not suspect such strong humans that feel closer to their Astartes counterparts than normal human citizens. Cutting through another orc, Inari walked back towards the main area of the bridge as he cut through 2 more orcs. The other orcs around them were shocked as how strong the captain was, even though the Astartes they were fighting proved to be an even greater challenge than even normal space marines. Status of the drop. Drop is complete, Captain, awaiting your orders. Orient us towards the enemy fleet. It is time to show these orcs the true might of the Shadow Foxes. Inari said as he dodged a wild swing from an orc. In one turn he both drew his sword and systematically cut through the orc's neck, separating its head from its neck. They shall know this day as the one they faced true fear, and we shall show them that. Fire the chakra cannon. And so the Will of Fire stood as a fine line of steel as the rest of the fleet opened fire upon the rest of the enemy orc armada. The blazing of missiles and cannons signing through the void as a mighty roar of the chakra cannon pummeled the enemy armada into oblivion. Target. 200 meters, in position, proceed with mission, operation is a go. Code Orange, call sign is, Wrath and Fury. Understood. Wrath and Fury engaging. This was the call sign for the few squads tasked with sabotaging and destroying the orcs' supply convoys and factories. They were designated Code Orange as it is the second step in the plan to rid the orcs on Ulanor. With practiced precision and a skill that is bordering mystical, the 10-strong team of Astartes silently approached the supply factory. These Astartes carried the Roman numeral for 5 on their right shoulder. This was the 5th company of the Shadow Foxes, also known as the Silent Ghosts. They are masters of silent warfare and could infiltrate into the most hostile environments the Legion Astartes were tasked upon, sometimes even surprising the other legions such as the Raven Guard, Alpha Legion or the Night Hawks. With silent precision, 2 Astartes sneaked towards the Orc sentries and silenced them quietly. Their screams were muffled as chakra and aura was pumped into their throats to silence their screaming. With the sentries dead, they proceeded into the base where the sound of machinery and gretchings were heard all throughout the facility. With a silent signal, the 10-strong squad proceeded into their designated area to plant their charges. Melta charges and explosives were planted all through the base as the Orc mechs and Gretchen slaves toiled to produce war engines for the Orcs, all the while none of them had even seen the giants stealthily infiltrate the base. Half an hour passed and the squad pulled out from the Orc plant. Meeting back at their designated gathering, the sergeant of the squad called into their vox. Squad Hunter Alpha, objective completed, awaiting signal. Overlord to Squad Hunter Alpha, stand by for signal to unleash payload. The squad waited until the signal was given, all the while the squad kept a watchful eye upon their environment for any surprise Orc patrols coming through their area. Overlord to Squad Hunter Alpha. Unleash payload in 3, 2, 1. Now. With a simple click of a remote detonator, the sergeant and their squad watched as the factory that they had been sent to sabotage exploded in a huge blast that flattened the entire structure. They also watched as a chain of explosions going for miles showed the efficiency and coordination of their company. Orcs from all over the place were panicking and outright confused as their main factories and armories were being destroyed in perfect synchronization. Sergeant. Our next orders, replied one of the Astartes. The sergeant pulled off their helmet to show the face of a fairly young lady. Her black hair flowing out of her helmet as a pair of what appeared to look like cat ears were on her head along with normal human ears. Her eyes were golden as a bit of purple skin coloring was around the corner of her eyes. Rendezvous to Point Delta. There we will provide cover for Operation Maelstrom. Aye, Sergeant. Fixing her helmet back to her head, Blake Belladonna, Sergeant of Squad Alpha, set her squad of Marines towards the point designated Delta. This, of course, proving to be an outflanking maneuver towards the enemies of the Tion Maelstrom, was the last phase of the plan, and involved all active squads within the battle zone to provide a pincer and submission maneuver to deal a decisive blow to the Orcs. Let's move out, team. WAAAGH. This was the sound Sasuke and his company have been hearing for the past 2 hours. Throughout that time he has lost 20 of his men and many of his Marines have been injured in one way or another. Even he was not immune to this as a stray bullet cut across his left side forehead, while the blood has stopped bleeding, the blood still flowed towards his left eye, leaving him exposed on his left side as he has closed the eye to prevent it being irritated by the blood. Lining up his bolt gun with a charging Orc, a 3-shot volley stopped the Orc boy dead in its tracks. Again, shot after shot, Sasuke showed his marksmanship with a bolter. All across the battlefield the sound of bolter fire along with chain sword and Orc yelling was heard all around. All of a sudden, a large knob started to charge towards Sasuke. He pulled up his bolter and took aim, however grunted in annoyance as his bolter produced a frustrating click as the clip had been emptied. Seeing that this knob will require something more to the point, he drew a chainsword from his grav belt. The blade itself would be too big for a normal human to wield, let alone carry into battle, but in the hands of Sasuke the weapon was light. Holding his Chikuto in his other hand, Sasuke braced himself for the charge as the knob rolled into him like a living battering ram. Gracefully strafing to the right, Sasuke stabbed his Chikuto into the armpit of the Orc, making his left arm useless. Then hacked at the back of the Orc with his chainsword as the roar and sound of metal on flesh was heard as he hacked away at the lower spine of the Orc. The knob, now in extreme pain, spun around and tried to deliver a brutal slash towards Sasuke's right arm where the chainsword was at, but was intercepted by Sasuke's left hand as his Chikuto acted as a parry blade. Metal against metal clashed as the Orc tried to overpower Sasuke, but every time Sasuke would deny him that opportunity. Finally they met, chain sword on choppa. A pure bout of strength as they both tried to overpower the other. For a few seconds it looked as thought they would draw until Sasuke pushed his blade to the side, stumbling the knob. Sasuke then drove the chain sword into the neck of the knob, making him scream out in a cry of pain. With a final stab into his head with his Chikuto and a mighty kick, the Orc was killed. In that split second, the Orcs that had been fighting changed. No longer were they filled with confidence, instead the cowardly nature of orcs reared its head, to the utter elation and satisfaction of the shadow foxes. "Run them down!" Sasuke yelled as his company charged into the routing horde, blade and gun blazing through their ranks as orcs by the thousands were killed in but a few seconds. However, after 15 seconds of the orcs running away, another Nob cried out a Wog battle cry and the cycle repeated itself anew. Sasuke knew that the orcs will eventually overrun them with sheer numbers and no amount of commanders killed will change that. But it was part of the plan, for the final parts of the operation should be coming into effect soon. They just need to hold out till then. It was something his company were good at doing. Location: Ulanor Sector. Date: 001M30. Operation Parameters: Crusade Current Imperial Forces, 2,460,000 Est troops. Current enemy forces: 400 million Est troops. Casualties: Imperial forces: 40,150 Est troops. Enemy forces: 60 million Est troops. Reinforcements: Imperial forces: 18 million Est troops. ETA to arrival: 3 to 7 days. Enemy forces: unknown. Strike teams Alpha and Dominus in position. Enemy sighted 100 meters. Overlord to all strike teams: plant target coordinates. You are cleared to engage hostiles. Placing down their beacon arrays, a blinding flash of light appeared before the massive mob of Nobs and warbosses that were on the plateau overlooking the planet below, and from the blinding light came 1,000 space marines fitted with tactical dreadnought armor in the color of the shadow foxes. Leading this mighty coalition of men and women was a giant of a man, his armor blackened yet trimmed with a distinct orange paint. It was an intricate piece showing a snarling fox on the left shoulder plate coated in gold while the Imperial Aquila plated in gold was on the right side. A cloak of blackness was covering the power source as he stared at the orc horde with piercing blue eyes, while his long blonde hair wavered behind him. This was Naruto Uzumaki, Primarch and leader of the Shadow Foxes and the last Primarch of the Imperium to be found. This was the final step of the plan to retake Ulanor from the orc warlord Erlak Urg and deal a blow to the warlord's orc empire. Along with the 1,000 men and women from the Shadow Foxes came 2 other giants, one of them being a man who was encrusted in a mighty armor of silver with great eyes encrusted upon the plates, all the while the pelt of a great wolf rested upon the top of this formidable warrior. The other man was someone who commanded awe, his very presence screamed greatness. He was a man adorned with an armor of gold and with such craftsmanship that has never been seen before. The eyes of the man showed a fierce but wise gaze as his brown hair wavered gently upon the breeze, and behind him shined a golden halo of light. Behind these men were even more soldiers, ones painted in white and blue and others in golden armor, much like the men they followed into battle. These were Naruto's brother and father, Horus Lupercal and the Emperor of Man. Behind them stood a great army of men and women of the Imperium, each from the Luna Wolves, the Shadow Foxes and the Emperor's own Legio Custodians. In the name of the Imperium and to those who would lay waste to humanity, you are all sentenced to die, for the Imperium of Man. This was the war cry that Naruto shouted as the mighty coalition of warriors from among the stars rushed towards the great green beast that threatened the safety of their empire. It was a thunderous sound, thousands of Astartes rushing the enemy in tactical dreadnought armor, all the while twin-linked bolt guns blazed across the line as orcs by their thousands fell to the hail of thunder that was bolter fire, 3,000 strong, these warriors elite from their legions, each one a hero in their own right charging towards a sea of green. In the middle of the swarm, on a throne of bastardized objects and stacked with loot sat a massive beast. This one nearly double the size of all the orcs around him and even twice the height of either the Emperor, Naruto or Horus, his massive claw twitching as he looks upon this massive force of humanity's finest warriors. This was Erlak Urg, warlord of the Wog forces on Ulanor and ultimately master of the orc horde that had been plaguing the Imperium's forces for over a century. Looking upon the pushing forces of the Umi Emperor that crippled his forces on the planet, he was filled with a sense of smugness, knowing that he forced the Umis to bring forth their true might upon his great Wog in order to stem the tide. But it was too late for them to stop this tide, for Erlak Urg had anticipated a response from the Imperium and is now going to respond in kind. Stating up from his throne, Erlak took one look at the massive army and started to shout. Ahaha! Ya umies tink ya con stop dawaagh. Meal show ya what da true POWAODAWAAGH really means. SIGNULDA boys. Which one's boss? A war boss next to Erlak said. All of Erlak said with a cold, calculated smile. Horus, the Emperor and Naruto watched in the middle of the fight as a massive chain of machines were pushed towards the throne of Erlak URG. Each one was filled with scores of weird boy orcs as they started to channel the power of nearby orcs. This was the power of the Wog, a deadly tool used by the orcs to slaughter billions of souls and fuel even the smallest of orcs into a bloody rampage. A slot behind the throne as the coalescing psychic energy was being gathered inside the chambers. Erlak sat once more on his throne as energy coursed through his being. With a toothy smile he readied his ultimate weapon, his final trump card against humanity. With one sentence the sector of Ulanor was bathed in an unholy green as scores upon scores of orcs phased into existence around the entire sector. In the void billions of ships flashed in an unholy green light as the Imperial fleet was caught by surprise by the sudden influx of orcs that threatened the system. This was the true threat that the orcs had hidden from the Imperium and one that would have taken any other Imperial army by surprise. But this was no ordinary army, these were the Astartes, finest warriors of the Imperium, along with the Master of Mankind with his personal guard. These men and women were trained to know no fear and to be a shining beacon for all of humanity, but most importantly, they were a weapon against the darkness of an unforgiving galaxy. They will endure and they will not falter, for they shall know no fear. Location: Ulanor Sector. Date: 001M30. Operation Parameters: Crusade. Current Imperial Forces: 2,420,000 Est troops. Current enemy forces: 256,380,000,000 Est troops. Casualties: Imperial forces: 80,000 Est troops. Enemy forces: 120 million Est troops. Reinforcements: Imperial forces: 18 million Est troops. ETA to arrival: 3 to 7 days. Enemy forces: 256 billion Est troops. I am Fury, I am Doom, I am the mercy of angels. This was the mantra within the mind of one of the Astartes. In the span of a few minutes the amount of orcs on the planet had increased by a factor of 10, yet as he saw his allies and fellow brothers around him fall he stood resolute as the enemy swarmed their location. In front of him he sees a ghost, a vision that haunts him still through his own regret. The warrior in front showing the same stance and fighting style that he so trained in. Shield up, his mighty shield was raised to protect most of his body as orc ludas and sluggas were peppering the shield itself. Yet he knows he will not falter so long as his hands have strength. Grip tight with a firm grip of his sword in his right hand, the energy field crackling around it as orc boys started to rush him, seeing as their weapons pinged harmlessly of his armor and shield. Left foot forward, shuffling his feet to provide a solid stance, he readied his attack for one purpose: to destroy. Now strike. With a mighty thrust, 2 orcs met his sword, lodged into their heads. Again. With a backhand swing he cut through another 3 orcs, their heads falling down onto the ground as their bodies dropped like marionettes, blood oozing from the stumps. And again. With a mighty swing, a blade of wind sliced through 20 orcs, their bodies cut in half from the impressive display of energy from the warrior. Again the warrior resets his stance, a small gasp of breath leaving him as he once more stares at the phantom shadow, its shape golden with a red core. The image drove the man further and further into the orcs, his technique cutting through hordes of the beast. All the while the same thoughts ran through his head, each time becoming more and more like the voice of a distant lover. His fury and determination being his guide, as other Astartes looked to him for courage and strength. Sasuke knew that their mission would cost them dearly, but this new development shows that the orcs planned for this to happen, almost as though they were drawn into a trap. A momentary chuckle escaped his lips as he scanned his battle company. Indeed, nearly half his company were either heavily wounded or dead thanks to the large number of orcs, yet his company did not falter. Bolter fire still rang strong around his ranks, but even then the shots came in an irregular pattern. The orcs were trying to run them dry. Sasuke knew that this might have been a possibility, but that would change when the orcs became overconfident that their enemy was defenseless. Over many skirmishes the second company remained strong, yet wave after wave of orcs were diminishing their already limited supplies. Many Astartes had run out of ammunition long before others and were fighting orcs with blade and fury. But many more Astartes were still holding high points in the battlefield, their bolters still thundering along, but that number was becoming ever more smaller by the hour. Sasuke knew that action was needed at this time, and that the trump card that this legion represented could not be contained any longer. With a firm, resolute look, his hand was coated in true lightning. It sounded the screeching of 1,000 birds, while its blue light was distinguishable on the darkened battlefield. Now, brothers and sisters, show them your fury, let these orcs feel your true wrath unleashed. With this signal the trump card was played. It started with one Astartes, hand signals that did not belong in a battle zone but proved to be something far more. From his breath a stream of fire flew from his position, obliterating dozens of orcs in a pillar of purging fire. Others willed the very ground itself to open upon the enemy, orcs falling by the hundreds as the ground closed itself once again. Others spawned dragons made purely of water from the ground itself, their roars sending fear into the orcs as the dragons cut whole paths through the green tide. All around the battlefield these extraordinary feats were being executed again and again, each time pushing the tide of orcs back and sending the survivors or witnesses reeling from the carnage of these supernatural abilities. What started with a handful of people turned into dozens, then many, as the line the second company held had many Astartes who were using these acts of nature. The orc lines were then assaulted on all sides as reinforcements from the 5th and 6th companies hammered the orcs on all flanks. What had been hundreds of orcs dead soon went into the millions as mobs of orcs were systematically slaughtered. Entire green tides were held back by the collective power of a handful of Astartes. War machines that were supporting the orc horde were being targeted and destroyed by select assault and vanguard squads that used their powers to single out and destroy priority threats among the orc lines. Even now drop pods from the Luna wolves assaulted into the thick of the orc horde as white Astartes with black trims plowed into the horde with a fury possessed. Sasuke smiled as he watched the orc horde become nothing more than a scared child among the tactics and techniques of this massive coalition. He was also relieved that the drop pods from the lunar wolves were not Abaddon's company. He would gladly take any help but Abaddon, for he views Sasuke a traitor to all that is to be Astartes. Because of this, Sasuke will rarely ally with the lunar wolves unless Naruto were to tell him to do so. He could not work alongside a person who would sooner see him wrapped in chains than as a valued comrade. Death, that is what called him today, the sound of death. Chasing the phantom lead him into the thickest of the action, an act that would be suicidal had the man not willingly chased after the specter, but at this point he did not care about his death, all that mattered was that he chased his closure. He was surrounded by bodies, both of orcs and his fellow comrades. The battle had taken its toll on his company, but they all knew the cause and risk of this operation. They knew the dangers that they would face when they had taken the genetic initiation to become Astartes. Many recruits from his world had taken the task of reclaiming this galaxy under a united humanity. This was but a small price to pay. And yet, he still chased the one mistake in his life, the one moment that he wished he could repeat as guilt ran through his body. This was his act of penance to that one event. This was his closure, to die in the line of battle as the hero he is, to die the same way she died. A sudden sound of swirling blades told him otherwise, as a massive figure cut through the mob of orcs that I am. Don't you go dying on me yet, kid, else I'll just drag you out from death and give you an ass whipping for even thinking of dying. The fight is still young. This was his captain. The man was a darkened skinned individual, his white hair and striking goatee making him very noticeable within his own company. Attached on his back are 8 different sheaths, 6 of which contain the handle of a sword, as he is currently holding 2 at the moment. Both were soaked in the blood of orcs. Even now I still see her. I only wish that I could have done something back then. Well now, that doesn't sound like the kid I know whom I trained to push forward, to never falter so long as he draws breath, who surprised everyone time and again at how he could get himself out of even the most deadly scenarios. Isn't that right, John? No. Captain. That Captain B to you, kid. And you better get your squad back into shape. We push towards the main line in 10. Aye, Captain B, John said as he looked among the bodies of the fallen. Even now the apothecaries of the Legion performed their duties, wherever that is administering aid to the injured or performing their duties for the fallen. John looked towards his squad. A couple of his team members are familiar faces, while others he had bonded through training and the indoctrination into the Astartes Legion. They knew that their sergeant was a man who seeks glory in death, but knew that he would push himself to the limits of his abilities to ensure the success of the mission. John had shown them that and much more, but he still has that lingering guilt. Location: Ulanor Sector. Date: 004M30. Operation Parameters: Crusade. Current Imperial Forces: 2,360,000 Est troops. Current enemy forces: 250,380,000,000 Est troops. Casualties: Imperial forces: 140,000 Est troops. Enemy forces: 6,120,000,000 Est troops. Reinforcements: Imperial forces: 18 million Est troops. ETA to arrival: 3 to 7 days. The fleet endures. This was the manta that the Imperium's fleet held to as the void was flooded with the massed armada of orc vessels. Even now, as the Will of Fire pummeled the armada with its chakra cannon and other fleet ships with their massed firepower, it was as though they were fighting a sea of green. Orc ships beyond counting flooded the void, their ramshackle machines creaking among each other as the sea of green literally was squeezed into the boundaries of the battlefield. Already they had lost good men and women to the horde, as more and more ships either were destroyed by overwhelming firepower or from orc contraptions that slammed fleet ships into each other. Inari looked on in grim realization that the fleet might not survive this massive amount of sustained enemy resistance. Already the Will of Fire's chakra core was being strained as tech priest and engineers tried to contain the literal output of heat that the core was producing from sustained firing of the chakra cannon. Already the Will of Fire has shown Inari its new limits over and over again as its cannon roars to the void. Captain, emergency broadcast from engineering, patch them through. A part of the main deck glass shined as a holographic of a tech magus was shown on the bridge overhead, his face surrounded by glowing lights and sparks as tech priest and engineers were scrambling in the background. Captain, the chakra core cannot sustain this amount of firing. The engines are going to rip themselves apart. Mortalum, can the core hold on a bit more? You have about 2 minutes of firing, Captain. After that the systems will start to overload. When that happens we cannot stop the chain reaction. The ship will rip itself apart. Understood, Mortalum. Do what you must to ensure the ship can fire until then. Aye, Captain. Keep an eye out on the time, and continue to fire at maximum spread. We must hold this planet. Aye, Captain. The Will of Fire still stood as a bulwark against the enemy, its systems and weapons roaring into the void, but its crew and the ship will endure this storm. As it was said, the fleet endures. Date: 398M23. Operation Parameters: Unknown. Current Location: Unknown. Vital signs are negative, my lord. There is nothing here. The Emperor of Man looked upon the outlying planet, a stern look upon his face, but was still showing signs of suspicion. His fleet had made it into this system by pure chance and a feeling that something vital would be here. Even now, as he looks upon a planet that is a lush green and blue, he still feels that something is amiss. It started with the entire fleet appearing before a sudden warp storm. All the instruments and even the navigators and astropaths in the fleet could not see beyond the illusion. He could, however. He ordered his fleet to proceed, and when they were about to enter the storm itself, the illusion faded. Time and again his fleet would encounter problem after problem. Sometimes an enemy armada would appear that would cripple their engines, but when given the order they would, miraculously, engage. Other times it was just a blank expanse of space that would blank out even the stars themselves, as it would be complete pitch blackness. Again the fleet pushed forward of these obstacles, and then a new set of obstacles would take their place. Now he can see the nearest planet, and yet an illusion was stopping his fleet from seeing what he can see. Now he was both suspicious and also curious. Was this a Xeno race that wished themselves to not be found, or was it ancient human technology that some long-lost colony utilized to keep this sector of the galaxy from being discovered? Either way, he was about to get to the bottom of this. Malkador, have a landing party ready. We are going to go planetside. There is something strange going on. Stop, please. Father of the Star Child, at once. The deck was silent as the message was received by all, the crew looking around in hesitation before the Emperor spoke. Identify yourself, and how do you know of that? Forgive us, Father of the Star Child. However, the planets are not yet ready for outside influence. If you go planetside right now, you will cause more harm than good. Millennia of work would be lost, and the very life of the planet will be in jeopardy. Your psychic presence will disrupt the delicate balance of the planet if you set foot right now. We the Eku urge you to please not go planetside just yet, but ask that you do not harm us at this moment. If we reveal ourselves, and we shall explain the situation at hand. The Emperor was in contemplation as Malkador looked at his old friend with a curious look. This was held on for few minutes before the Emperor had a firm resolve. I give you my word that no harm shall befall you. Then we now reveal ourselves, and with that the sector drastically changed. No longer were the planets dead and barren, instead they were vibrant and full of life. The crew stared on in amazement as an entire space city appeared before the fleet. Orbiting the star, much like their planetary counterparts, the city was a mighty piece of engineering. A massive bubble of blue surrounded the city's surface as lush forest and sprawling highways and roads were visible even from the Armada. Their fleet ships found a port from where the main fleet ships docked. And from the airlocks a small envoy, consisting of the Emperor, Malkador the Sigillite, the Primarchs Horus, Leman Russ, Magnus the Red, Sanguinius and Rogel Dorn, who had been accompanying the Emperor's fleet at the time, as well as Archmagios Cain of Adeptus Mechanicus and a handful of Astartes from the Luna Wolves, Thousand Suns, Blood Angels, Imperial Fists and Space Wolves to serve as bodyguards, walked through the massive space chamber. They were approached by hooded figures who bowed before the Master of Mankind. Giving a small nod, they pulled back their hoods to reveal Xenos. Russ roared. What trickery is this? Indeed, the beings before them were humanoid in nature. However, their heads were distinctly not human. With more pointed heads, the beings before them had eyes that were more avian. Their hair, instead of silky strands, were instead extended feathers, aosely human, with the small addition of a beak-like chin that looked as though was facial hair, as shown by the lack of the beak on the more feminine-looking of the bunch. Their hands were more avian-looking than human, as they had extended talons for fingernails and a distinct lack of a fifth finger. Russ drew his sword, preparing to strike down this Xeno. Hold. The Emperor said. I gave them my word that no harm shall befall them. I am a man of my word. I thank you, Lord Emperor of the Imperium of Man. The head person said, this one being distinctly female-looking. I am Arhisa of the Eku, overseer of the Chakra Initiative. Chakra. A project to herald our salvation from this dark galaxy. But this will be explained in time, she said. You wish to see the Star Child, correct? The Emperor nodded. Yes. Show me this, Star Child. Arhisa bowed her head. Very well, follow me. She led the envoy into the main city, where they witnessed the sight of a typical day. All around them they saw people doing all manner of activities. Some were even flying through the forest, and such with an uncanny precision. She led them into an impressive-looking building, filled with architectural designs from different styles. This led into a massive laboratory-type room. In it was a series of chambers that had strange energies flowing through them, each one a different color than the last. You see, our race is mentally powerful and highly intelligent. However, we are physically weak in a manner of speaking. We rely on hiding and illusions to keep us safe. But we knew that it wasn't enough to stop the Dark Ones that dwell in the realm between realms. Then we found these worlds and the Star Child. We knew that these worlds could be cultivated to serve as protectors. Dark Ones? Dorn asked. What are these Dark Ones? Arhisa stared at the giant. They are the living terrors that seek to extinguish the light of the universe and engulf it in eternal darkness. But what are they? Xenos? Arhisa shook her head. Like children, she said. You cannot comprehend the universe as it truly is. I will not have an alien talk down to me. Enough. The Emperor said. You said they could be cultivated. What did you do? As you experienced, we hid this planet and the others from the rest of the galaxy. She said. We then used our vast scientific knowledge and the Star Child as a template to create an entire world. Genetic manipulation on a planetary scale. Yes. We made them stronger. Strengthened their mental defenses against the Dark One's whispers. And in the process, gave them abilities unlike any beings before them. See for yourselves. On the screens showed different clips of people accomplishing extraordinary things. Some people had singular abilities that either enhanced their strength, made them unleash the power of the elements, or augmented one aspect of their world or the surroundings, such as speed or the power of illusions. On another screen were another set of people, these ones fielding giant machines that fought against massive aliens, their firepower and sheer awe reminding the envoy of the war machines of Mars. Archmagios Cain was looking at these screens in intense scrutiny, but also a hint of excitement as he witnessed a class of Titan that was not yet seen in the Imperium's borders. The last screen showed people once more, but these wielded powers that were beyond the first people. Where the first only had singular powers, these people wielded nature's wrath in all of its fury. They saw people harness the powers of the elements themselves, summon massive creatures that dwarfed even Titan-class war machines, and fought using powers beyond their understanding. With Blade and these powers they fought massive wars that shaped the planet, created natural wonders and disasters on a massive scale and fought with a fury and precision that was both uncanny and unsettling. Extraordinary. Magnus said. Some form of psychers? No, they have no. Arhisa paused, saying the next word with difficulty. Psychers, as you call them. They use the power in the bodies of all beings. The very energy that causes all living things to function. They manipulate it and shape it into the abilities you see here. That is chakra. The group appeared before a tube of energy, its flow changing as various colors settled across the energy. The walls around the tube had various blood samples and other machines that showed the genome of the blood samples, and within the middle is a stasis pod. Inside the pod was the body of an infant. A dead infant. One of his sons, one who was dead before even reaching adulthood. What is the meaning of this? The Emperor said, his fury barely contained. Why is my son dead? We tried all we could, Emperor, to save your child. But the planet he landed upon was absent of an atmosphere and there was no life upon the planet. His pod was severely damaged, and try as we might we could not save him. We brought him here to preserve his body by interring it into this stasis chamber, but that is only delaying the inevitable. However, it seems your son is a lot more resilient than even we thought. Where his body was destroyed, your son still lives, in a way. My son lives. The Emperor said. How? Arhisa looked upon the chamber where the energy was flowing, as it changed from a dull blue to a vibrant yellow. She gave a small smile at the chamber as she pointed towards it. This is your son, my Emperor. The Emperor and the envoy looked upon the glowing chamber as the energy rapidly changed color from a vibrant yellow to an excited orange. I do not understand. Your son's body was dead, but his soul was still trying hard to remain in this plane of existence. This is when we stored the energy into this chamber and found that his soul still remains. In fact, it was because of the planet that your son inherited this form. Through some sort of freak accident or because of the planet's special properties, your son's soul changed into pure energy. My son, the Emperor said as he touched the glass, the energy becoming brighter as the light poured out from the chamber. It seems he remembers you very well, Lord Emperor. He is very glad to see you. The envoy looked on as the Emperor smiled at the chamber. The other Primarchs were looking at the glass with either expressions of sympathy or just outright confusion. My lord, Malkador said, pulling the Emperor from his activity. This is a very interesting development, but we must ask how this is at all possible. We have not seen this kind of energy in the entire galaxy. Yes, Malkador. The Emperor turned around, purpose and curiosity in his look. How is this even possible? It is possible through chakra. You said that before. What is it? Chakra was a project that we started when we discovered the condition your son was left in when we rescued him from the planet. Apparently the planet itself has an energy source that is independent of any other factors. This energy leaked into your son and infused him, putting him into this state. We studied the planet further and found that this system was full of these chakra worlds, as we called them, so we set out to make the best of this new source of energy. What we found was astonishing. This energy allowed for remarkable abilities in the host, from either intense augmentation of the body to acts of nature that defy scientific laws, all powered by an energy source that relies only upon the body itself. Arhisa walked towards a large console of screens, her fingers typing into the system as she showed up the research that they had been working on for the last millennium. We decided to terraform the nearest 3 planets, these named Remnant, Terraria and Elementia. We used the genetic template of your son to create the first species of humanity on these worlds and decided to do the chakra project in incremental steps. As she was saying this, the screens showed the progress that they used to create the now habitable worlds that Hay had seen before. However, there was one thing that fascinated us more than anything else. Turning around in her seat, tell me, Lord Emperor, do you believe in reincarnation? So you are telling me that my son has been reincarnated 3 times on these worlds? This was the scenario that the Emperor was told. His son had actually both genetically and spiritually been reincarnated into the planet's populations no more than 3 times. The envoy was told that chakra worked much differently than any other source of energy in existence. For one, chakra proliferates onto a new host, each time bringing the previous iterations and in effect making the person more stronger as the cycle of reincarnation begins anew. His son had been reincarnated no more than 3 times, but each time he had been pivotal in both the development of the world that he inhabited but also in maintaining the peace among the humans on the planet. Yes, my lord, each time he has become a pivotal person on the planet. His latest incarnation is a child of remarkable resilience and honor. But it came with much hardship and he was hated by his own people at first. Arhisa showed them a video. Bear witness to his life and understand, she said. A giant nine-tailed fox tore through a vast forest, leaving nothing but death and destruction. It was heading for a village in the center of the forest. Warriors fought and died, trying to stop the monster. But nothing could stop it. Suddenly, the giant toad they had seen before appeared. Atop its head was a blonde-haired man, holding a blonde-haired infant. The man said something, in a language none of them bar the emperor knew. A bright light filled the screen for a few minutes. When the light faded, the fox was gone and the man on the toad was dead, still holding the infant in his arms. Whisker-like marks adorned his face. A group of warriors and an elderly man appeared. The old man picked up the child and spoke in that same unknown language. They watched the boy grow up, seemingly hated by virtually all in the village. But the child persevered, striking back at those that made his life miserable. Not with violence like some would, but humiliating them with childish pranks. Lively little bugger, isn't he? Russ said, chuckling at the boy's pranks. But why was he so hated? The emperor asked. The day he was born, the nine-tailed fox, a result of a project known as the God Fruit, was sealed into him. The village leader decreed that none could tell him or those too young to have known what happened, that it was sealed into him. It was hoped that the people would see him as a hero, for being damned to forever keeping the Kyuubi imprisoned within his being. Sadly, while the decree was not broken for many years, the people viewed the boy as the reincarnation of the Kyuubi and blamed him for the death and destruction it caused. They watched the boy train in an academy alongside other children. He persevered, striving to become Hokage, the greatest warrior in his village, its leader and protector. Then, the night he became a true ninja, he learned the truth of why he was hated. In the end, nothing changed. He still sought to become Hokage. They watched him join a team of other children, a pale, black-haired boy, a pink-haired girl and brown-haired boy with a sword, commanded by silver-haired man. The blonde-haired boy and the black-haired boy argued and fought constantly, like rivals, like brothers. They watched the team's missions and battles, ultimately, leading up the black-haired boy's betrayal and the splitting up of their team as each trained under one of four powerful warriors that had once been teammates for 3 years. Many battles played out, all manipulated by a lone masked man seeking power and domination over all others. Black Hair Boy betrayed and slew his master. Then he battled another man. The grueling battle ended with the man dying. Then the masked man approached the boy, telling him something and winning over his loyalty. In the end, a great war showing legions of these shinobi fighting against the wills of a madman, only to bear witness to a giant tree that placed others in some sort of illusion. The emperor watched as the boy was given the power of an ancient deity the shinobi worshipped and fought against the equivalent of a god to save his friends and comrades. He had seen the dark-haired boy fight alongside his son only for him to show his true intentions after victory had been claimed by their combined might. Their battle was brief, but in that time they both took a great understanding from each other, and in the end their arms were both destroyed from the wrist as their most powerful techniques were used in the final confrontation. Finally they saw him fighting a being on the very moon, saving his planet and showing that the boy had a love interest in one of the native people of this world. A female with dark blue hair and a pair of striking violet eyes. That was 6 years ago, my lord. Since then he has been chosen as Hokage, where the people once hated him now show undying loyalty and respect for him. His very presence, a result of your son's ability to connect with even his most hated enemies, instead formed bonds of friendship and brotherhood among all who follow in his steps. These worlds were created to allow humans a chance to grow with this remarkable energy. Each iteration of the Chakra project came with both its upsides and downsides. Yet we feel in the end that these worlds hold the key to not only the survival of our race, but the survival of all sentient life in this galaxy. Arahisa's gaze turned to him. We have explained everything to you, Emperor of Man, she said. Our fate, as is the fate of all of those on these Chakra worlds, are in your hands. Destroy us. Use us. Leave us alone. Whatever you do, we cannot stop you and we accept our fates. All in the room stared at the emperor. waiting to hear his verdict on things. No doubt, his sons had reached their own decisions on the matter. Before I make my decision, I will have your counsel, my sons. Magnus was the first to speak. These humans, despite their augmentations, could be a great boon to the Imperium. If what we've seen is true, then we should bring them into the Imperium. And if that boy is truly our brother reincarnated, then let us welcome him back into the fold. These people have been the playthings of aliens for years. Rogaldorn said, his voice filled with disgust. Neither they nor these creatures can be trusted. They and their alien masters would slit our throats at the first chance. And that child is not my brother. My brother is lying dead in a pod, and this chakra that is his soul must be an illusion. I advise caution. Horus said. The abilities of these people could indeed be of great benefit to the Imperium. But we cannot overlook their origins. We should welcome them back into the Imperium, but we should also carefully watch them just to be on the safe side. Just as we should with the boy, if he truly is our brother. I must agree with Horus. Sanguinius said. We should welcome them, but with caution. Bah! This whole thing is nothing but one big joke. Leman Russ said. How do we know that this isn't just one big alien trick? You raise a good point, Russ. Malkador said. If I may, my liege. The Emperor nodded. Speak, my friend. There is indeed the possibility that this whole thing has been one big ruse. I suggest that we see these abilities and this boy in person before you decide. If Russ doubts them, then he should challenge the boy. If he truly is a reincarnated Primarch, then he should be able to hold his own for a while against Russ. You want me to fight a little whelp? Why not? It would answer any doubts. I agree. We shall go see this child with our own eyes, the Emperor said, turning to Arhisa. You will take us to his village. Arhisa nodded. As you wish. As I said before, we cannot stop you. Nor do we choose to. The planets have adapted to your psychic presence, so no backlash should occur. What is the boy's name? Naruto. Naruto, walking along with Hinata through the village park, were approached by one of the Anbu guard. It seems that the Anbu was in a rush. What's wrong? Convoy of people approaching from the south gate. They're led by a man who is calling out for you, Lord Naruto. Naruto-kun? Hinata looks at him with concern. He holds her hand and smiles. Don't worry, Hinata. I'll sort this out, but I'm gonna have to hold out on this date for a while. Is that okay? Hinata nods her head towards Naruto, a smile on her face. I know that Hokage is going to be a tough job, Naruto, but I wouldn't have anyone else to do this. Go. With that, Naruto smiles towards Hinata as he dashes with the Anbu guard towards the south gate. Hinata gave him a wave and looked on as a smile showed on her face. She knew that Naruto could tackle any problem that would show itself. He was the most selfless and strongest person she knows. And being his girlfriend wasn't being biased one bit. Come face me, Naruto Uzumaki, for I am Leman of the Russ, Wolf King of Fenris, Lord of Winter and Primarch of the Space Wolves. Honor demands you face me. The gates were surrounded by senior Junin and Anbu guard as people were nervous. This giant of a man was someone they couldn't understand, but the only phrase they could translate was the name of their Hokage. Hold position until Lord Hokage arrives. Leman Russ looked upon the fighters with a sneer. He could see that they were all itching for a fight. Well, Russ was itching for a warm-up, and thought why not see what the locals could do. Drawing his sword, he rushed towards the first of the Anbu guard holding the gate. This stated the fight as squads engaged the giant in hit-and-run tactics. Their blades, even thought they were made from some of the finest metals in the nation, were but pinpricks against Russ's armor. Tactics were changed and some resorted to ninjutsu to subdue the man. Russ laughed at their attempts as he ripped the bindings from his hands and legs. With a mighty swing of his fist, he delivered a telling blow to the first Anbu guard that was too slow to dodge, headbutting another while swinging his sword at a third. Russ took amusement at how the warriors of this village were becoming more agitated with him as he manhandled more of the defenders. But Russ was not expecting someone to shock him from behind, the nerves in his body being electrocuted as a flash of pain went to his brain. He swung his sword at the intruder but was held back by a silvered blade. The man behind him had silver hair as two blood-red eyes looked into his own. Russ felt a hint of excitement flow through him as he felt he found a challenge in this man. The two clashed blades through the field in front of the village, Russ striking with blows that could fall a normal man, but the silvered-haired man held his ground, not even faltering when Russ poured his strength into the blows. The man pulled back, making Russ feel confusion as to why his opponent was retreating. That was then answered as a fist sent him flying into a line of trees. If Russ were noticing, he would have seen a female with the most interesting pink hair come into view as steam poured from the fist that struck the Primarch in the face. The convoy were watching the fight with a hint of amazement, under a stern, unflinching gaze. Some had seen the act of merely standing toe-to-toe in terms of strength with a Primarch to be quite an achievement, while others viewed the locals' acts of teamwork to be nothing short of amazing. Russ stood from the attack, a little concussed but otherwise surprised at the strength of the population. He had thought these local people would be child's play. But it seems that there are a few exceptional people among these warriors. He always liked having a challenge, Sensei, the pink-haired girl, Sakura said. This guy is tough. We're told to hold here until Naruto comes. You should be honored. Not many can say they stood their ground against a Primarch. But this is where I show you how outmatched you truly are. Kakashi and Sakura was not expecting this. The giant had moved at a speed that pushed their senses to the limit. They only had moments to react as Russ shoulder-charged Kakashi. Barely dodging the blow, Russ then executed a backhand into Kakashi's skull, sending the man flying. He embraced unconsciousness. Sakura yelled a battle cry as she unleashed a flurry of punches, each one making Russ stumble at the power and precision of each blow. Parrying a set of blows that made his arms feel like they were on fire, he delivered a brutal headbutt to Sakura, the blow sending her into unconsciousness. A few others from the guard sprung into action, each attack doing some form of damage to Russ, but each time he would either dodge an attack that looked dangerous, or shrugged of the attack altogether. Some attacks caught the Primarch off guard as a blow was made with a few devastating attacks, but his amour held out for most of them. Feeling a bit winded, Russ looked on towards the gate as a man walked towards them. Thinking back at the video, he showed a fanged smile. The little boy looked every bit like the man who was walking towards him. Why are you here, threatening my village and hurting my people? Naruto said as he looked upon Russ. I come to challenge you, Naruto Uzumaki. I will see if you are worthy of being called brother. Don't hold anything back. Russ dashed towards Naruto, his fist flying at lightning speeds. He was surprised then, when Naruto held his fist with his hand, not a single bit of strain or exertion used. Russ tried to pry his hand back but found Naruto had a tight and unflinching grip. A fist then met his stomach as he was sent flying. Naruto walked forward as Russ rolled on the ground. Upon standing up, he noticed the taste of blood in his mouth. Spitting the blood out, he gave a fanged grin as he charged towards Naruto. Delivering a set of blows at amazing speeds, he was surprised when Naruto either parried the blows or dodged them, each time having that same neutral face. Russ was getting agitated. He, the Wolf King of Fenris, was being held back by a child. In his mind, he realized that this was the reincarnation of one of his brothers, so he would not need to hold back. With a loud battle cry, he continued his assault of Naruto. For a while Russ was getting progressively faster, all the while Naruto still had that neutral expression on his face. Each blow was becoming more and more powerful, but even still Naruto didn't falter one bit. Show me what you are made of, Naruto. Show me if you are worthy of being called brother. Naruto, even thought he couldn't understand what the man was saying, understood on a fundamental level that this man was challenging him, to what end he still didn't know. If that is what you wish, then I'll happily kick your ass. Russ didn't know what happened. One moment he was looking at Naruto and the next he felt pain all over his chest. He looked down to see a golden aura surrounding a fist. Looking up, he looked into the eyes of Naruto. His appearance was much different. Instead of his normal clothes, he was surrounded by a golden aura, with spiral markings surrounding him. His slit-shaped pupils were looking at Russ with a sense of conviction. Russ swings his fist to clobber Naruto with a vicious haymaker, but was parried and delivered another blow to his body. This made Russ stumble as Naruto delivered 10 vicious blows to his chest. Unlike his body, Russ's armor couldn't handle the strain and promptly broke into pieces as parts of wire and metal crumpled under the strength of what was amounted to a land raider hitting his body at full speed. Pulling apart his armor and showing his scarred and modified chest, Russ tapped into his power as a blue aura surrounded him, this being the result of his hardship on Fenris and his mighty strength amplified through his aged and hardened body. They clashed like titans, each blow becoming more pronounced and vicious with each second they fought. Russ was enjoying himself. It had been ages since he had a fight this fun, while Naruto was slowly feeling Russ through each blow that was delivered. On a fundamental level, these two fighters were hearing each other out through the voice of their fist, yet both were themselves. But each blow was telling a different story. While Naruto had initially shrugged off the attacks from Russ, the blows were taking their toll and it was showing with his strength waning after each vicious blow. Russ on the other hand felt an uncomfortable ache settle in his arms as Naruto's blows were draining him of his strength. They both knew that the fight could go either way and that it was a test of will now to see who will cave in first. Dodging a right haymaker, Naruto delivered a vicious blow to Russ's right arm, the sound of bones breaking telling everyone that Naruto had delivered a telling blow. Russ responded by headbutting Naruto, giving him a mild concussion. Russ then grappled Naruto and broke his left arm, yet he did not scream and instead delivered a headbutt in kind to Russ, momentarily stunning him with a mild concussion as well. Adrenaline was coursing through both warriors as Naruto low-kicked one of Russ's legs from under him. The telltale snap, making Russ go to one knee. In response, Russ tackled him while he fell, forcing Naruto to go along with him. Even on the ground they both clawed and punched each other as they wrestled on the ground. Russ got the first advantage as he pinned Naruto's upper body and proceeded to smash his face in with his left fist. Taking a few punches as blood flowed from his face, Naruto staggered Russ with a headbutt before using his strength to pin Russ instead. Now Russ was facing Naruto's wrath as Naruto first snapped Russ's left arm, but then proceeded to punch Russ repeatedly in the face. Russ was seeing white as his face was being pummeled into the ground, each time Naruto delivered a punch that made his head bounce on the ground. Before he faded into unconsciousness, he roared his last battle cry as he shoulder charged Naruto. Both fighters were now away from each other, lying on their backs as the pain from their fight now caught up to them. Both the convoy and the Anbu were starting to walk towards the two, hoping to help their fellow companions when they both yelled, "No! Stay back, this fight is not over yet." They both took their time standing up on their good legs, both shaking with fatigue as their conviction met. They both agreed that this was their final attack. Staring upon each other they leapt forward as they both delivered a vicious haymaker to each other's skulls. And with that the both of them embraced unconsciousness. Date: 005M30 Operation Parameters: Crusade Current Imperial Forces, 1,900,000 Est Troops. Current Enemy Forces, 175,380,000,000 Est Troops. Casualties: Imperial Forces, 400,000 Est Troops. Enemy Forces, 81,120,000,000 Est Troops. Reinforcements: Imperial Forces, 18 million Est Troops. ETA to arrival: 3 to 7 days. Shouting a battle cry, Naruto, Horus and the Emperor had engaged Erlak Urg and his bodyguards. Already they had to grudgingly accept that the orc is deceptively powerful. Flowing in and out of each other's strike zones, the three would have made even the most battle-hardened enemy think twice before engaging in their zone of death. Erlak Urg, however, relished in their coordinated fighting, each time laughing with glee as he parried all of their weapons and attacks while using his brute strength to deal staggering blows to the three. Horus flanked his left side while Naruto pulled to the right, the orc showing his strength by holding both Primarch's attacks with his mighty claws. The Emperor dashed towards him, his blade coming in for overhead slice. Erlak Urg headbutted the Emperor in his face, all the while he threw his sons as though they were pieces of wood. Ya Thoght Ya Khan kills Meeb Loika Daovvaz did Ya Umi big boss. Naruto recovered first, a ball of compressed energy within his palm. Dashing to his blind spot, he thrust his attack into Erlak Urg, but the orc swung his arm as the attack destabilized from the swing, cutting the energy. Horus, holding Worldbreaker in his claw, rushed the other side of Erlak Urg, intending of cutting his arms into tiny pieces. Erlak Urg, however, stopped him dead cold as his claw encircled Horus's head. Horus, using Worldbreaker to smash the brute's arm, tried to make the brute release his hold. Erlak Urg threw the Primarch into the ground. A satisfying crack was heard as Horus's body laid motionless for the moment. The Emperor, his flaming blade in hand, delivered a string of quick, vicious blows to the brute, each time the two of them either parrying each other's blows or dodging out of the way. They both then rushed each other as sword and claw tried to overpower the other. Erlak Urg, however, received a brutal attack from behind as Naruto struck him with a powered orb of energy. This made Erlak Urg stagger, which allowed the Emperor to deliver a vicious cut to Erlak Urg's chest. The beast was laughing all the while, even when blood flowed from his chest and the mechanics of his arms were straining under the constant intense fighting. By this time Horus, who had momentarily lost consciousness, was slowly standing back up, his face set into a snarl as he was seeing red. Even all around them the sounds of fighting and dying screams were heard. They didn't lose sight of their opponent for 1 second. Again and again they fought tooth and nail against Urlak-Urg. Each time either doing minor damage to the orc brute or being injured themselves. Horus had taken a vicious blow to his right arm as Urlak-Urg's power claw dug into his soft flesh. Naruto had taken a few vicious blows to the head. His vision was fading in and out as he struggled to hold on to consciousness, and even the Emperor had not come out of this fight unscathed, as when he tried to deliver a devastating mind attack to Urlak-Urg, he was flooded with the raw energy of the Wog as his mind was hemorrhaging from the explosive backlash of billions of creatures attacking his mind all at once. All the while, the beast laughed at them as thought they were but children being laughed at from an adult. "You dare, beast, to stand against the Imperium?" Horus yelled as he held his arm, blood flowing upon his claw. Naruto was looking at the brute, his left eye closed as he tried to hold his balance. "Ya tink ya can bully me around, well tink again. Dis is all mine. All these wilds belong ter meeb and no, umi is goin ter stop meeb from jarin mi stuff. Waagh. Urlak-Urg's shoulder charged Horus as Naruto smashed his fist into Urlak-Urg's side, machinery and flesh being pummeled by the blow. Urg backhanded Naruto, striking him to the ground as Horus was staggered from the shoulder charge. Urg was about to strike Naruto with his claw when the Emperor delivered a blow to Urg's midsection. The blow was deep enough that blood was shooting from his chest among all the oil and fluids that powered his armor. Urg, however, was still laughing as his Wog energy was mending his armor. Parts of blood and oil were merging again towards his body as he parried the Emperor's second strike and struck the Emperor with a vicious backhand. Stumbling from the blow, the Emperor focused his psychic power into his blade, golden flames draping his weapon as he looked upon Urlak-Urg with a look of utter disgust. He dashes towards the orc brute, a mighty battle cry on his lips. Date: 400M23 Operation Parameters. Unknown current location. Emperor-class battleship Talon of Humanity. It had been 2 days. During that time both Naruto and Russ were treated for their wounds by both medics from Elementia and the Apothecary Corps that had been escorts towards the village of Konoha. At the moment a select escort of close contacts with Naruto had been escorted to a dropship. The escort included Hinata, Tsunade, Sakura, Kakashi and Gaara, who had been staying at Konoha at the time. The original convoy that had gone to the village had introduced themselves as envoys of the Imperium of Man, with the Emperor introducing himself as the stalwart protector and leader of all the Imperium and its worlds. Tsunade had introduced herself as the 5th Hokage of Konoha, while Kakashi, who was just temporarily knocked out from Lehman Russ, introduced himself as Naruto's previous teacher and the one who picked him for the position of Hokage. The Emperor found familiarity with the language that they were speaking and became the translator for the entire convoy. One by one the convoy introduced themselves as the Emperor explained the situation that they had arrived into. Lehman Russ, who had recovered from the fight and was receiving treatment from Tsunade, gave a nod of respect to Kakashi, and even said that he must have deserved the title of leader if he could do damage to him. Kakashi took that as a compliment as he looked with a laid-back style as the Emperor was discussing things. It was agreed upon that they would be able to see the Akiko stronghold and be given a brief history lesson about the Imperium and its ongoing battles and the current Great Crusade. Now, still unconscious but recovering on the battleship Talon of Humanity, Naruto was being watched over by the Emperor as he started to return to consciousness. "It seems you're awake, child." Naruto was not familiar with the voice as his vision regained focus. He looked to his left and saw a man looking at him. He looked in his prime and had brown hair and piercing eyes. Laying up from the bed he was on, he rubbed his head to rid himself of the pounding headache that had settled in momentarily. Have we met before?" "No, we have not met before." "Are you sure? Because I have the weirdest feeling we have met before, but I don't remember when." "I think you are still recovering from your duel." Naruto suddenly remembered what happened 2 days ago. "That's right. That man was talking weird and I think he was trying to fight me. We punched each other and then I don't remember what happened next." "You were both knocked unconscious. The duel ended in a draw." "I see." Naruto looked around the room, finding it weird how everything was all metallic and golden. In his eyes this was screaming overkill in the looks department. Even his house didn't look this exorbitant and he was Hokage. I'm sorry. I almost forgot. My name is Naruto. Naruto Uzumaki. Hello Naruto. I am known as the Emperor of the Imperium. Imperium? Never heard of that before. Are you from one of the distant continents? Not exactly. I think I need to show you something to help you understand. The Emperor stood up and walked to the door. It slid open automatically, which intrigued Naruto as how it was doing that. Perhaps some seal allows the door to open and close. If you would follow me Naruto, all can be explained. Naruto stood up as the both of them walked through a lit corridor. Already Naruto could see that wherever there it was fancy than most houses he had visited, the immaculate corridors and dim lights reminding him of a time when he explored secret underground rooms and such. They appeared before a door that was a grandiose size as the Emperor looked at him. What you are about to see might be a shock to you, but I promise everything will be explained in due time. It sounds like you're expecting me to be shocked or something, old man. Not much can shock me since my fight on the moon and all. If that is what you think, don't say I warned you. The Emperor opened the door as Naruto stepped through. He looked on as his breath had literally been taken away. Before them was an observatory, its gilded steps a straight contrast with the metallic structure of the place. Panels of glass were all over the room as machinery hummed in the background. But that wasn't what caught Naruto's attention. What caught his attention was the fact he was looking at a ball of inferno while surrounded by pitch blackness. He can see a familiar globe in the distance as he sees massive things floating in front of him. Elementia was in the distance. Already Naruto could see that they were a distance away from it and even from Luminon, the moon of Elementia, with its clearly written, "Mission complete," sign that Kurama had scratched on the surface. Already Naruto's mind was going a mile a minute. Just who was this person, and how the heck are they going through the void? I thought you said you weren't going to be shocked. I guess I can add confused to that statement as well. How is this possible? Who are you? Like I said Naruto, I am the Emperor of the Imperium. And you are on my ship, a ship that can travel through the void. The Imperium I protect is not just a country. It's an empire in a galaxy of planets. But, why us? How did we not know about this? I had literally seen the void and there is nothing but stars. That is a long story Naruto, but like I said before, all will be explained in time. Date: 400M23 Operation Parameters. Unknown current location. Eku Home Station, Elementia Sector. This is a lot to take in, Naruto said as the escort group looked upon the massive station that dozens of Imperial ships had taken to patrolling. The group were looking in awe as massive ships were cruising around the space station in patrolling routes as the envoy ship was approaching a newly expanding docking port. Crews of Mechanicus and Eku were around the new area as supply convoys were being shipped in from local sectors to add to the growing dock. So this, Imperium, is more than one planet? And that your mission is to reunite humanity into one unified empire? That is putting it simply, but yes, that is the plan. When Naruto had reunited with the group that came with him, they all took in turn to ask the Emperor and some of the escorts that were with him questions about the great beyond. Some of these were questions about the different worlds that they came from Baal to Fenris to Prospero to even Terra itself. Other questions were about what happened to humanity in the incredible span of time before the Imperium and even how such a massive empire can handle the distances between planets in terms of communications and travel. The Emperor and envoys answered these questions as best they could, but Naruto could see that some of them were a bit careful in what they said. The emotions that he could sense from everyone were as varied as the answers they gave to the party. He didn't think too much upon them cause he knew that they could be trusted. Even now he could see that each of them held a sense of hope that the Imperium's goals could be accomplished, even with the massive challenges that will impact them. Coming towards the docks, the Emperor told them of how these systems were created by the Eku, and that their cooperation with Imperial efforts lead them to the current situation that Naruto and the others were now seeing. Walking through the massive gates leading into the spaceport, they were greeted by Arhisa and a few Eku scientists. At first Naruto and the others looked at them for an extended period, but eventually they proceeded with the party without a second thought. You all looked hesitant for a moment but are now completely fine with how the Eku look, the Emperor said, curiosity in his voice. Why the sudden change of stance? The others looked at each other and then Naruto answered. Something like this is pretty normal where we come from, with the fact we have partners and companions that aren't exactly human. They proceeded to the medical and research laboratories that were being used by certain Magos biologists and where the Emperor had set up a small genetic research facility to further study the effects of chakra upon a human body. Lord Emperor, I come with the genetic readings you requested to see, Arisa said as they walked through the complex with everyone. If you wish, it is uploaded into your station for your viewing leisure. Thank you, Arisa. The Emperor said, are my forces giving you or your people any trouble? At the moment, interaction between Imperial personnel and my people are a bit shaky, but many different scientific personnel are communicating swimmingly among themselves. As she said this, they walked past a party of 3 people, an Eku scientist, an Imperial Magos and a Tech Magos from the Mechanicum in a heated discussion about a scientific fact. I am telling you, the electromagnetic output upon the 2 right-angle electromagnetic field that could be maintained with a sufficient power supply. This in effect would create a rail line that could be used with any material to create a projectile-based shooter that doesn't require any moving parts. The Eku scientist said. What of its spiritual nature? If this mechanical theory is true, wouldn't the machine perform better in its application if the acknowledgement of its purpose is given to its machine spirit? The Techmagios said. That is saying that your spirit theory would imply that the machine itself has some form of sentience and that the technology would not be fully operational if the machine itself doesn't know its full functionality. That would be insane because then a machine wouldn't function unless the design itself is implied in its function. Can we proceed then with this theory? The Imperial Magos said, his attitude clearly showing he had enough of this discussion. If we apply both theories, then it should be fine then, correct? I would greatly imply that their theory is pushing into the bounds of silly, the Eku scientist said. Our scientific knowledge has ensured our survival for generations. Surely something should be warranted from this theory if that is the case. As they passed the room, they could still hear the 3 debating on the topic. The sound of bird squawks and buzzing could be heard as they cleared the stations. As they walked towards the main genetics and genealogy facility, they looked upon the different places as Imperium personnel and Eku staff can be seen congregating and testing scientific theory. The Emperor had given the order that these actions are sanctioned by his order and that Imperium personnel should try and understand what is happening. They appeared in the main facility and took a ride towards the genetics and chakra initiative facilities as the Emperor walked along with them. They even saw the different Primarchs being asked for blood samples as their individual genomes were being studied along with any genetic mutagens that are encountered in their genomes that could lead to problems with the compatibility of the progenoid glands that are in current stock on board the Imperial warships. The Emperor is interested in something since we haven't been able to take any blood samples from the natives of these worlds. If one of you would like to give a blood sample, that would be appreciated, Arisa said as they walked into a research lab. If it isn't going to harm us, then sure, Tsunade said as scientists walked into the room. One at a time, a scientist would perform a simple drawing of their blood. This would then be placed into a tube which was placed in a machine. After an hour, as some people, Naruto mostly, were scared of needles, the procedures were finishing up as the Emperor looked upon the holographic projections that showed the individual dual helix of each individual, their names showing of the top right of the projection as he studied the data with a critical eye. Incredible. The Emperor said, I'm surprised that you noticed it as well, my Lord Emperor, Arisa. But it is indeed incredible as you described it. What's so amazing about our blood? Hinata said as the others were thinking along the same lines as her. The genetic mutagens are changing in a constant, stable state. But the resulting effect is producing a genetic stability unlike any other organism we have seen. Naruto asked. In normal speak. What she is saying, the Emperor said as he looked at the group, is your bodies are constantly adapting to your environment. In theory, this means that your bodies can adapt to any scenario or planet that you would be able to walk upon. That's good to know, Gaara said as his sand covers the spot on his arm that they took blood, the plaster being covered in sand. This changes a lot of things we know about genetics. Imagine an organism that could not only adapt to any scenario, but imagine if it applied to specific energies. The capacity to not only negate harmful energies that are considered toxic, if not deadly to organisms, would no longer apply. Imagine the possibilities about this, Arisa said as she looked on in excitement at the results showed upon the display. The Emperor agreed with this. his mind racing at the thought about his Legion Astartes being able to adapt to even energy-based attacks and walk away without being killed from the resulting organ failures. This is something that needs further study. If this so-called gene adaptation coincides with chakra, then the possibility of colonizing worlds become an even better prospect. This is cool and all, old man. But this just leaves one question: why are we here in the first place? Naruto said as he refitted his Hokage robes after the doctor had taken his blood sample. Because there is something you should know, you see. You might not believe this, but you are a reincarnation of one of my sons. And that there might be a chance we can merge you once again to the chakra of my son to make you a complete version of my son. The room looked at the Emperor with a look of shock, but none more than Naruto, who looked at the Emperor as though he just said that everything about him was in fact a lie. What? A field of fallen who fell to protect those who won't even know of their sacrifice. This was the thought of one of the apothecaries who were walking through the dead fields, the litters of dead Astartes whom are covered in their orc enemies. Each Astartes has their helmet taken off with a precision and carefulness that the apothecaries were well known for, each face showing either a face of unflinching courage or set in a frown-like form where their eyes still burned a hatred against their orc adversaries. This current Astartes, a male, has his face in a stern look of defiance. The apothecary looked upon him with a sense of somber as they performed their final, sacred duty. In death, peace compels you to go to your final resting. In life, your duty and honor compelled you to protect those who gave you purpose. Pulling back their narthesium and inserting a blue vial from their gravity belt, the apothecary carefully placed the needle towards the Astarte's neck. Thrusting it towards a specific spot, an organ made its way into the vial, changing the color from a blue tint to a violet tint, and encased in the vial was a small, unnoticeable organ. This was the genetic legacy of the Astartes, the progenoid gland. Its purpose was to continue the legacy of the Astartes. Without this organ, the Legion would never be able to replenish their numbers. This duty was considered a huge burden and a sacred duty to the Shadow Foxes. For unlike the gene seed of other legions, their genetic legacy was much harder to replicate due to the special nature of these Astartes. Rejoice, for even in death you will be honored among the living. Rejoice, for your legacy will still burn bright in an age where you are needed the most. Requiesce in pace, and know that you will not be forgotten. This was the final rites spoken by all who serve in the Apothecarian. This is their sacred duty to the Legion. To ensure the fight continues, and that those who fight it never be forgotten. Inscribed by the Narthesium is a name, rank and company of the fallen soldier. This name will eventually find its way back to Elementia, where it will be inscribed upon the great monument of the fallen heroes. A constant reminder of the sacrifice that these men and women had taken to serve their home. A sudden war cry was heard as one of the hills of corpses was expulsed, and an orc knob had emerged from the pile. His right arm had been cut clean off and blood still gushed from the wound. He spotted the apothecary and charged them, his war cry and the fury of his eyes being the only thing keeping the orc from collapsing. The apothecary pulled back the needle of the Narthesium and stood standing towards the rampaging brute. Their legs went into an unusual stance as the apothecary's hands took the same stance as their feet. The brute was coming fast, blood and spit rolling from his mouth as he apothecary. His footsteps were wild, lumbering and without any sense of finesse or discipline, unlike his adversary. Just as he was within 3 meters of the warrior, the apothecary acted, their dash being graceful for someone in such large armor. Seeing the fast enemy, the orc knob started to swing down their chopper, but by then the apothecary was already within his personal space. A single hand, in open palm style, touched the orc directly on his chest. The result was instant as the orc's torso exploded outwards, an open palm-shaped hole blowing its way through its body. The orc lost all momentum as he collapsed in a bloody heap, his body crumpling as the hole in his body where his heart was oozed out blood. Pulling off their helmet to inspect it for damages, long blue hair flowed from the figure. From its face it was clearly shown that the apothecary was indeed a female. Her pale skin contrasted perfectly with her violet, pale eyes as they inspected their piece of war gear. A sudden twitch went through her body as she went into a light round of heavy breathing, reaching for her gravity belt. She pulled out a small scring. To anyone else it looked pretty insignificant. Putting it towards her neck, she injected the concoction into herself as the slight twitching ceased. Breathing a sigh of relief, she refitted her helmet, as other apothecaries arrived onto the scene. Lady Hinata, We heard a battle cry. Is there an enemy ambush? Hinata, after refitting her helmet and waiting for the systems to restart, looked at the apothecaries that arrived. It is nothing. This, as she kicked towards the knob before her, creature hid among our fallen's bodies. He will not be harassing us anymore. Proceed to your duties, young ones. I will be fine if any orcs decide to show up. Of course, my lady. Hinata walked back towards the fallen Astartes that she last worked upon. Inspecting that her job was complete, she walked towards the next fallen. Pulling off their helmet, she saw that this was a female Astartes instead. Pulling back her Nethetium, she inserted a yellow vial instead of a blue, as she had done the ritual that she had previously done to the other fallen Astartes. In a field of countless dead, her apothecarian corp ensured that no man or woman was to be forgotten. This was but a small price to pay for her duty as the one who ensures the legacy of her legion. The blood of martyrs shall never be forgotten, for the seeds of the Imperium shall look to them for strength. The fleet is failing. Great wrecks of former battleships, cruisers and strike cruisers litter the orbit of Ulanor. A great price to pay as thousands of souls are lost to the void. Already the weapon systems and ordnance of the fleet is straining under the massive orc armada. The Will of Fire's primary systems have suffered greatly from their extended firing and suppressing of the enemy armada. Its great cannon draws silent as its macro cannons and bombardment cannons pick up the slack. Inari is looking at his systems, many of them flashing warning signs as multiple auxiliary and primary systems systematically have shut down under the colossal strain caused by the chakra cannon's extended firing. He knew that what they had signed up for was potentially a suicide mission, and now it seems the Legion might fall because of their utter destruction. It was times like this that a desperate action had to be made. Helmsman, aye Captain. Prepare the engineer crew to overload the reactor. But Captain, without the Will of Fire, the fleet. I know, Helmsman. This mission has cost us the lives of good men and women, and I will not stand idle while their sacrifice is in vain. I will finish this fight, even if I have to ride this ship into oblivion myself. The crew on the bridge looked at the captain. Their resolve had faltered when the situation looked hopeless, but in their captain's words they had recovered their courage, their second wind. With all due respect, Captain, I will never abandon this post, nor will I falter in my duty to the Imperium. I will ride right alongside you, my captain. All around the bridge, the crew all cheered for that declaration. Inari looked upon them all with a sense of pride. Just like Naruto, Inari had made his crew from people who valued the bonds of friendship and unity. Then let us walk upon the path of oblivion together, shall we? The entire ship had the alerts blazing. Already the message was being sent across all levels of the ship. Those that wished to live had taken the emergency pods and cargo ships to the surface. The Legion ships were also used to transport the last battle companies that were still on the Will of Fire to establish a stronghold on the planet until reinforcement arrived to assist and destroy the orcs. The 10-man squad who had been guarding the bridge gave the crew a salute as they too took a pod towards the surface. The evacuation of the survivors of the ship was proceeding quickly as the technicians and magoses that were responsible for the engines prepared to give the rites of destruction. Inari had promised Naruto that he would defend the Legion to his dying breath, and that if he were given the opportunity to end the battle he would take it in a heartbeat. His legacy would live on in the form of the Legion of his first true brother. Captain. Incoming torpedoes. From the left side, the Will of Fire shuddered as a hail of torpedoes struck the hull, multiple explosions and hull breaches appearing on the scanners. Entire segments of the ship were lost as the screaming of crew was silenced by the cold void. Another volley appeared from the right side as the defensive weapons sprung into action, their repeated volleys of firepower showering the missiles that tried to penetrate the hull. A few dozen Jaeger interception crews sacrificed themselves in the way of the torpedoes as their bodies ignited in a ball of fire, their crew paying with their lives to ensure the ship can fulfill its duty. But a final volley of torpedoes, this one double the amount that had been fired, was heading its way to the left side of the ship. With the majority of the guns destroyed and the warp engines overloaded, it was impossible for the Will of Fire to avoid its inevitable fate. Already the ship was barely holding on, with multiple ruptures spreading through the hull, and desperate crew either trying to contain the damage or evacuate to the more solid levels. Is this to be it? Are we to be silenced among a sea of savages? Are we to fade to the void with our cries of justice unheard? Inari said this as the torpedoes were closing in. Already the crew had resigned to their fate, that they would fail their Legion and the Imperium. A massive eruption of fire appeared above the skies of Ulanor. But Sasuke looked at the sight with a somber look. It seems that the fleet had been overwhelmed and that they were stranded here. Hails of drop pods rained among the orc enemies as the rest of the reserve companies had crashed into the enemy, but he can see his company had taken serious wounds that will be nearly impossible to recover from. 60% of his company was dead, and the rest sustained heavy or critical injuries. Even the Luna wolves that assisted them were no better off as brothers stood shoulder to shoulder, yet the orc tide had not ceased. He was tired. For 5 days he had done nothing but engage in brutal, savage close-quarters combat with the orcs. His chakra had been drained, destroying orcs by the thousands. Even now his kill count was in the millions, but it just wasn't enough. Seeing one of his own being overrun by orcs, his arms ripped from his body and used to bash his head in reminded him of the cruel nature of these foul aliens. A massive knob had seen his tired look and proceeded to rush him, but unlike the last times where he destroyed these brutes, he just didn't have the strength anymore to hold even his weapon up. Everything hurt. Even now his armor forced him to fall to one knee as the orc came closer, his bloodthirsty eyes looking upon him with a wild frenzy. But even when he is exhausted, Sasuke look a true look of hatred. With a show of pure resolve he taunted the knob, his hatred blaring at his enemy with a fire of passion that would make even his fellow brothers of Fenris smile in pride. The orc had nearly reached Sasuke when a pod smashed before him, sending orcs flying. This pod, decorated in the colors of his legion, hissed as a massive machine appeared out of the pod. An armored sarcophagus with arms and legs, the machine walked out as the orc recovered from its temporary setback. The armored machine looked upon the knob as one of its fists was coated in a massive amount of lining. With an unspoken signal the machine started running, its speed unheard of from a machine so large. The orc knob was shocked as a massive fist embedded itself into its chest, electricity shocking the poor victim as the orc was ripped apart from the lightning-covered fist. Gouts of pure inferno had spread from the arms of the machine as orcs fell by the dozens. This time the horde had backed off as the machine raised one of its arms. A sudden eruption happened as dozens of fractures appeared before the enemy as orcs by the hundred were swallowed in their departments. "I have awakened," the great machine said as it sprayed promethium among the orc stragglers that did not fall back towards the orc lines. Sasuke winced as a shot of healing fluids was injected into his arm. Bypassing his armor was a needle from an apothecary that appeared from a pod behind him. Some orc tried to charge the apothecary but was then promptly destroyed as the apothecary delivered a punch that sent the orc flying into a mob, killing dozens of the orcs from the impact of their flying orc counterpart. "You're late, Kakashi," Sasuke said as the healing fluid gave him back a bit of his strength. "I am sorry. I got lost on the path of life. That's funny coming from a guy that's already dead." The apothecary applied their hand towards Sasuke as a healing green glow appeared. Already he could feel his body mending as his Laraman's organ accelerated the recovering. "Don't move so much, you have been fighting non-stop on a broken arm for a while." Indeed, Sasuke had sustained a broken arm as an orc knob got a lucky hit in with his chopper. The blade had digged into his flesh and shattered the bone. "Sakura, I'm fine. All I need is a shot of chakra stimulant and I can fight. I go now to the front line. Farewell, my students." As Kakashi walked upon the orc mob, Sakura and her apothecarian tended to the injured from both the Shadow Foxes and the Luna Wolves. Already the line had progressed as the reserve company pushed up the line and soldiers could now get the medical attention they needed. Various injuries were being checked upon by the apothecarian as glowing green lights appeared among the injured. Those apothecaries who were not tending to the wounded were instead tending to the fallen as they gave the last rites to the soldiers and recovered the precious progenoid glands. The Luna wolves that had been fighting side by side with some of the fallen were surprised when the apothecaries had removed the helmets of some of the Astartes to reveal females. Some even bowed in respect as the last passing was said among those whom saved them from death. Sakura had removed her helmet and revealed her long pink flowing hair and green eyes as she looked closer upon Sasuke's injuries. Already she could see that Sasuke would be out of action for at least a few hours. "Hey Sakura, yay. What happened to the will of fire?" Sakura looked away for a second as Sasuke sighed. "I see. An Astartes in the color of the Luna wolves. However, this man was draped in the color of green to show his stature in the legion appeared before Sasuke. This man did not wear a helmet as he looked upon the pair. "I am Garviel Loken, captain of the 10th Company of the Luna Wolves, and I give thanks for the assistance." Sasuke Uchiha, captain of the second company of the Shadow Foxes. Sakura Haruno, Magos Primaris of the Apothecarian, Shadow Foxes. This is the first time I have seen a fabled sister of the Legion. I apologize if I come upon you as too chivalristic. Sakura stood up, her size slightly smaller than Garviel as she placed her hand upon a wound that was on his chest. Already he could feel the wound fading as an unknown feeling settled upon the wound, yet he felt only a soothing feeling coming from his injury. It is fine, Garviel, we are all soldiers of the Imperium, our duty to its people brings us together as a brotherhood, so we should not be as formal. I only say what is proper, but if you insist, then I will not be as formal. They all looked upon the sky as a flood of pods rained down upon the planet, each one showing a different legion that was part of the reinforcement fleet. It seems help has arrived, so if you will excuse me, my fellow brothers, I must return to tending to the living. Resting for but a moment, Garviel decided to question Sasuke. I see you are familiar with our sister captain. Might pray I ask how? Sasuke looked towards Sakura as she applied aid to the wounded Astartes, her presence bringing peace to those whom fought for the past 5 days. Well, you see, Captain, our sister over there happens to also be my wife. Date: 006M30. Operation Parameters: Crusade Current Imperial Forces, 1,599,000 Est troops. Current enemy forces, 120,380,000,000 Est troops. Casualties. Imperial forces, 701,000 Est troops. Enemy forces, 134,120,000,000 Est troops. Reinforcements. Imperial forces, 18 million Est troops. Reinforcements confirmed. Updating current Imperial forces. Standby. A great swath of blue, that is what appeared upon the left side of the Will of Fire as the torpedoes are intercepted by the ship before them. Appearing upon its side, the symbol of AU is shown with the ship's name appearing before the viewing deck. Macrage's honor. A great cheer of excitement floods through the ship as multiple small ships dock upon the Will of Fire. These ships bear the symbol of the Adeptus Mechanicus as repair servos and repair crew board upon the ship to ensure the craft's survival. The Orc Armada had been flanked on all sides by the reinforcement fleet as tactical maneuvers by all Imperial ships ensured that overlapping fields of fire pounded the enemy armada to oblivion. The ships included elements from the other legions and the main force of the Luna Wolves, led by the great ship Vengeful Spirit. The space battle for Ulanor was fierce. Volleys of torpedoes and macro cannons filled the void as Imperial and Orc vessels were pummeled and destroyed, thousands of lives lost in a single battle. The battle for Ulanor has already reaped a massive toll, but now the fleet can provide the support the ground forces need to achieve victory. The Will of Fire was one of a few dozen ships that had not been destroyed when the reinforcement fleet arrived, yet the cost was great. Many of those ships had been destroyed beyond repair, and those who could be salvaged lost lives in the thousands. Already elements of the fleet had been destroyed and many strike cruisers and battle barges that the Legion had employed were destroyed in the defense of this system. Inari looked somber as the final tallies were made. Many of the captains and crew of those ships who were destroyed knew each other as their trust had to be developed to be unbreakable, for only those who you would place your life in would be so eager to follow you into such hopeless scenarios. Many captains he knew personally and had even enjoyed their fellow company. This fleet was indeed like its legion, a tightly knit brotherhood that served unto the stars. Captain Inari was broken from his thoughts as a tech adept handed him the damage report of the Will of Fire. Already he could see that the systems would have to be refitted with many different parts, and that the auxiliary systems and such would have to suffice for now until they returned to familiar ports. The required repairing equipment for the systems were only in one sector. Even Mars itself did not have the means to service this unique vessel. The service crews from the Mechanicum Corps repairs at the most because of the intricate systems that require the specialized knowledge that Elementia provided, but it seems that the vessel itself will still be travel-worthy to return to the sector. Have the engineers repair as much as they can. We will be returning to Elementia after this campaign. It would seem that a great cost has been made from our fellow man. As repair servos repaired the Will of Fire, the fleet had finished destroying the enemy Orc Armada. Their victory was the turning point against the Orc Empire as Legion ships commenced reinforcement operations to the planets in the sector. Date: 412M23. Operation Parameters: Unknown current location. Ekuhum Station, Elementia Sector. Lord Emperor, the genetic compounds you requested are here. Thank you, Thanatos. Please place them there on the research desk. The Emperor was in his personal wing of the genetic research facility. Already multiple devices and genetic templates were around the room as the Emperor looked upon the latest results of his work. The genetic composition of his son and Naruto were almost identical, except that the augmentations that he created were not included in the genetics that Naruto had in his system. For this reason, he started to develop a serum injection that would rewrite Naruto's genetic code to accept the genetic template of his son. Already his progress was sped up as he had readied blood samples from his son's deceased body. The genetic material was still preserved in perfect condition as the stasis field that surrounded his son's body preserved even his tissue. Already the serum showed a 70% compatibility rate if it was used with Naruto. The only problem he encountered would be that the gene seed that he used for his legion would be useless as his son's genetic template would be incompatible with the method he used to create the normalized gene seed. This was the dilemma that he encountered with this particular scenario. Already he has found more about chakra by studying Naruto and his fellow escorts in the past few days than most genetic research that took him lifetimes to perfect. Already he could see only two possible solutions. The first is that he modifies the serum to accept the normalized gene seed, but this would result in only a 22% chance of Naruto actually surviving the infusion process as the energy used in the normalization process is incompatible with chakra. The second option would be the more sensible and safer option but would need time invested into it. This would be the complete genetic rewrite of the gene seed itself, and a new batch of Astarte's genealogy would have to be created to account for the new genetic template of his son. Seeing no other option, it would seem he would need to take the second and much safer option. It seems that himself, Malkador and the Eku will be busy for the foreseeable future. "My Lord Emperor," Malkador said as he walked into the room, "Master Naruto wishes to speak with you. He has returned from his speaking with the great nations of Elementia." "Excellent, he is just in time. Also Malkador, remember our conversation upon Terra? About that project which we just didn't have time." "You mean the sister initiative, my lord? I think it is time we made progress towards that objective, don't you agree?" "I would think this would be that moment we both agreed upon, my lord. I would say the time is indeed right. This chakra and the adaptation genealogy of these worlds. I believe that it might just be possible." Malkador walked out into the waiting room, where Naruto is looking at the man with a small smile. "He is ready for you, Master Naruto, thanks old man Malkador." Malkador at first was confused when Naruto kept referring to him and the Emperor as old men, but then they found out that only the most respected people Naruto knows would be called in such an informal way. It seems that himself and the Emperor had been given his respect for the work they accomplished towards the Imperium. Naruto walked into the room as the Emperor is creating another genetic serum. Already multiple calculations and genealogies are presented on the screens that he was using, all of them completely overshooting Naruto as he walked up to the Emperor. "I can tell that something interesting happened in the meeting." This is what the Emperor said as he was looking through an electron scope as he changed various chemical compositions in this latest batch. "Well, they didn't outright demand it but instead wished to formally meet you, old man. It seems some are a little skeptical of you being this all-powerful lord that came from the stars and stuff." Even with myself and Gaara explaining the situation, they were still a bit skeptic. The Emperor gave a small chuckle as he dialed in another part of the equation he was working on, the results giving him a positive response as the compatibility had bumped up to 82%. "I wouldn't expect any less considering that they had just come out from a great war. I would be surprised if they didn't have any doubts or questions." "Is that the thing that you said was for me?" The Emperor could feel the hesitation in Naruto's voice as he referred to the serum as that thing. It had been explained that the process could change Naruto completely. It could be that his son's chakra could completely change Naruto and that he would stop existing as himself. The other scenario was that it was a fusion of the two, a sort of unification of both souls into one whole person. Naruto, when he was first told this, gave it a massive amount of thought, imagining that his entire existence could be erased because of a certain scenario or that he could be a new completely different self. It made his mind hurt and made him contemplate things that he did in his life in such a somber way. Would it be painful? Will he know when he stopped being himself? Will he just fade away to be forever forgotten as the Emperor's son took the vacancy that was his body? He has been contemplating this decision for the past week, and every time he thinks he has made peace with himself, he has his doubt come creeping back again. He had even visited the chamber in which his past self's chakra was humming away in a vat container, touching on the glass and feeling the energy. His sense of self-sacrifice starts kicking in. Would he really condemn someone to an existence where you feel nothing except the feeling of existence itself? Could he really be that heartless? He had even talked with Hinata about it as she gave him his support, and when he asked her what she would do she giggled and touched his chest. I would do what Naruto would do, because in the end you are still you, and nothing will change that. Even if your thoughts weren't you, Naruto will still be Naruto, no matter how much you would change. Naruto had taken this to heart and felt his resolve come stronger the more he thought about it. Even now, behind the shadow of doubt his confidence was brimming to the boiling point. The Emperor could see the sea of thoughts run through his energy, he could feel Naruto's conviction flow through. I have decided. I see, I'll do it. I'll take the procedure. The Emperor looked at Naruto with a sense of respect. To place your existence in the hands of others and making a decision that could erase you from everything would be tough even for himself. To see someone take it so selflessly upon himself filled him with a sense of both respect and pride. If there was one thing the Emperor would say is that Naruto would have made a perfect son, a selfless person who would concern themselves about the well-being of others before his own. Such selflessness was a rarity in such a dark and unforgiving galaxy. Then I will make the necessary arrangements, Naruto. And just know that, whatever happens, I would have been proud if you were my son. Thanks, old man. Naruto relaxed as he looked upon the Emperor. Already it felt as though a huge burden had been taken off him. You know, I wonder what everyone back home is going to react to my change. Bet they would be surprised as heck. The room was filled with the Choff two people, both from different walks of life in a galaxy that is both vast and foreboding. Chamber energy output stabilized. Serum injectors primed and ready to commence infusion. Is this really necessary? This is what Naruto said through a breathing mask as he was suspended in a vat container while machinery was calibrating all around him. His paranoia of needles was now coming to its extreme as the assortment of needles were swinging around him as the systems were being tested and calibrated. The infusion process will change your genetic structure, Naruto. All of this is necessary to ensure your body doesn't die from the process, said the Emperor as he talked through a microphone. The others all looked upon the chamber. This included Malkador and the other Primarchs that were looking at Naruto, who was only in his underwear. It's just that. All these needles. Hey, is the young pup scared? Oh, shut his Lehman. How about you bring your ass in here and tell me how it feels? Oh, you little midget kid. Dog breath. Shorty. Don't make me come out of here and kick your ass. Enough, you two, the Emperor said. Now apologize to each other. I'm sorry for calling you dog breath, Naruto said. Russ looked at Naruto. I'm sorry for calling you Shorty, I guess, brother. Naruto was smiling as Russ called him brother. Not many things can change Russ's opinion of others, apart from actually knocking the sense into him. Well, are you ready, Naruto? The others looked at Naruto, suspended in the vat as vital liquids flowed through the container. I just got one question. What do I do if I need to pee? The room exploded with laughter and chuckling as the Emperor was rubbing his forehead. I'm ready. Then commence stage 1. A lone servo arm extends itself as Naruto is given an injection to his neck. A slight wince as a sigh of relief settles upon him. That wasn't so bad. That was penicillin. Naruto was looking at them with an unamused face as they proceeded with stage 1. 14 servo arms came down, each containing multiple vials of the serum. Finding their place upon Naruto's body, they all drained into his bloodstream, muscles and organs as Naruto held back a wince of pain. Commencing stage 2. At the bottom of the container, chakra filled up the chamber, this being the chakra of the Primarch that was covering Naruto's body. Already Naruto could feel the foreign energy flood his body as he started twitching from the pain and as his chakra coils started to feel like they were on fire. The chamber was now 3/4 full as a final servo arm injected a potent sleeping agent. The last thing Naruto felt as he fell asleep was pain. The chamber was now covered in the chakra as everyone looked on as the energy glowed in a slow frequency. The Eku scientists were monitoring all the different aspects of Naruto's body such as his heart rate, brain activity and vital signs. Stage 2 complete. Time of stage 3, 12 hours. There is nothing more we can do now. The rest now lies with Naruto and my son. We can only watch and hope, the Emperor said as the others looked upon the glowing chamber. He was floating in nothingness. All senses had evaded his, though. Only existing mattered. Floating through the infinite space, he could see different colors flood his vision. Already he has seen things from his life, Or was it past life? That somehow resonated with a part of his memory. He remembers fire and ash, a metal casing as chaotic energies emanated from his body. His body felt pain and yet he did not cry. Suddenly a great rattling. The door to the casing was being ripped off, and a sea of blue was filling his vision. The energy that had emanated from his body fought the sea of blue as it became harder to breathe. The chaotic energy was now being consumed by the blue. Each time the blue energy was becoming stronger. Yet this did not matter to him as the burning of his lungs made his vision fade into a hazy darkness. Before the embrace of cold came through, the blue flooded his vision. He could taste the energy as it coursed through his body. He felt both stronger and weaker at the same time. Darkness embraced him as the sounds of a screaming engines faded into nothing. He did not know what happened, but now he could feel life all around him. He was confused. Why did he feel these new beings? Where was he? He could not see, only darkness appeared before his vision, but he could feel the different colors around him. It was fascinating and at the same time filled him with sadness. He could only see the colors, could not even feel a body to call his own, yet he felt tethered to something, like an anchor to a ship that is being carried by the tide. Oh, how he wished he could feel the sights of his home, to hear the voice of his father as he tended to himself and his fellow brothers. He could hear his father talking with another. Malkador, his father, kept referring to him. He would come and care for us, show his affection for all of us individually as he walked around the room where our cradles were stored. But that was something he would never forget, even as these colors encircled him, and even though he could only see darkness, he would never forget those memories. He had felt the pull. At first it was a small pull, but now it was pulling him away from this place. Would he survive this? Would he lose a part of himself? Already he could feel his mind slip a bit, his being fading to another existence. As soon as it happened, it was done and he was once again feeling the colors, but now he felt himself at another place. Like a copy of himself, but yet he was still here. Feeling this energy, he could feel others as well. The range of colors had changed once more. It was a swirling tide of chaotic energy. He did not know how long time had passed, for something such as time did not matter to him anymore, but now he felt that energy return. Memories that weren't his flooded his existence. He was a king, his people surrounded on all sides by war. Already his enemies had intended to destroy all he held dear, but with courage he said he will finish the fight himself. Leaving his armies to defend his homeland, he walked alone among armies of men and women, even some who looked like animals, yet he knew that those people only wished to have peace and equality with all humans. There was a war cry and he remembered picking up his sword, and with a mighty clash tore the continent apart with his bright aura. Already the enemy armies were fearful of him, some even bowing towards him and proclaiming him king of all, but he did not fall to the temptation. Instead he declared all nations be united together upon this world, and that this land that they stand upon be the symbol of this unity. That all nations not fight, but become one people. This place was then named Vital, the final act of the Great War and the beginning of peace. A second time he felt the pull, and again he felt the energy return. This time he was a great pilot, and humanity was both under attack by those who would see chaos, and these beings that appeared from the great ocean. He remembered his Jaeger, known only as Bastion, an advanced version of the current production line. He has seen his team all fight these monsters. Their movements were graceful, each one a mass-produced perfection, and the men and women who served beside him were graceful in their fighting. Hundreds of hours of training, all to fight horrors and incursions to the peace that their civilization had become. After fighting the enemy beyond, he set his sights towards the enemy within. With his skills and practice he united the separate governments, brought together people from all walks of life and promoted unity and peace among all that would fight for the survival of our world. Nations that had once been at war with each other were brought together to settle their differences. Armies that fought against each other were united under his leadership. Old rivalries that sparked centuries-long blood feuds were settled as he made the other side see the reality from their supposed enemies' perspective. Through an age of reason and trust, and already all were united under one government, under one people. He died knowing that peace had come to this world, and that he had no regrets. Now here he was. A light had shined among two figures. Both were the same person, yet their chakra was a contrast between a vibrant blue and yellow. So, I guess this is it, the yellow one said as the blue one looked at him. This is not the ending, but merely the beginning of this leg of the journey, the blue one replied. Will we still be us? That depends. Do we want to change? No. I guess not, then we don't need to change. I have seen many things, many events that were not me, but that never changed who I was. Instead I looked forward, always staying positive, even in the most grim of times. Hey. Spoken just like me. Just like us. Both figures walked towards each other. They embraced as their energies merged. A green chakra appeared before the new figure. He tested his limbs as a smile appeared upon his face. This doesn't feel so bad. I guess in the end I'm still me all along. The room suddenly filled with light, its presence signaling peace among all of them, that this existence was a result of all their experience. I guess I still feel like Naruto. And I still like that name. Naruto Uzumaki. Time to change history. Stage 2 complete. Initializing Stage 3. It had been 12 hours since Naruto had been placed in the container. The group watched as the chamber had been covered with panels, each one covering the container as energy from the generators flooded the chamber. This final stage was to accelerate the organs and production of the genetic modifications provided by the serum. Already they could see the glowing light appear from the small slit from the chamber. The Emperor looked as the energy output was steadily rising as the chamber glowed brighter and brighter. I have reading of elevated heart activity, brain activities are spiking. Blood pressure and vital signs are elevating. My lord, should we abort? The Emperor was looking at the chamber. If they stopped the procedure now, Naruto's chance of survival would drop dramatically as his body could potentially reject the serum, but if they continue he could die as a result of the energy overload. He contemplated both answers and was to push the abort button sequence but hesitated. He knew that Naruto would want to proceed. Even if there was a chance of him dying, he would not care so long as he had no regrets upon taking this procedure. No, continue stable output. I believe in Naruto. Of course, my Lord Emperor. Output at 75%. For a few tense minutes the output steadily climbed in the chamber, one of the Eku scientists giving readouts as the chamber's light shined almost blindingly now. That is at 100% capacity, my lord. Hold for 20 seconds. For 20 seconds, everyone held their breath. None more than Hinata, who was looking at the chamber, ever worried for Naruto. Stage 3 procedure complete. Cut all power from the electrical output. Standby. The mighty power generators slowed down as the light faded from the chamber. The massive panels cleared the chamber as the floodlight flowed across the now clear container. Naruto's body had changed. No longer was he a fairly large 6 feet 5, but instead was a giant at 9 feet 2. His body had changed dramatically, now sporting a body worthy of a god as his hair had grown to his mid-shoulders. His whisker marks had faded and now were only thin lines among his face. His body was occasionally twitching as his breathing showed that he was still in a deep sleep. It worked, my lord. It worked, Arisa said as the fluid was being drained from the chamber. Already the Emperor was smiling as his son had been reborn. My son. The Emperor was the first into the chamber as Naruto's body fell forward. He held onto his son and could feel the beat of his two hearts. Get a stretcher here, and ready the medic room, at once, my lord. As Naruto was placed on the stretcher his eyes opened. His sight was blurry but through it he could see the sight of the Emperor. Father, Naruto whispered as he embraced unconsciousness. Genetic test confirmed the infusion was successful, my lord. And the blood sample for the gene seed? What was the result of that? Compatibility results came back as negative, my lord. The gene seed rejected his DNA and started to fail. I knew that this was going to happen. No matter, I will return to my lab to initiate the Legionnaire project, as soon as I see my son. Of course, my lord. This was the scene in which Naruto had started to open his eyes. His hearing was slightly ringing as his vision came into focus. When his body came to he noticed he was lying in a bed. To his left the Emperor was talking to an Eku scientist. To his right, sleeping on one of the chairs was Hinata. The poor girl looked tired and had the signs of barely catching sleep. Giving out a small grunt, the Emperor looked as he saw his son sitting upright in the bed. With a fluid grace he appeared at his son's side. Son? Naruto looked at the Emperor. Slowly he started to smile as he hugged his father. Father. It is so good to see you once again, my son. It has been too long, the Emperor said as feelings of joy flowed through his body. Pulling back the Emperor patted Naruto on his shoulder as he looked upon his son with a sense of happiness. You have grown strong, my son. I never lost hope, and I had never forgotten where I came from, father. And Naruto? At this Naruto looked at his hand. Giving it a small flex, he gave a smile. Myself and Naruto are one. I am more Naruto Uzumaki than I am your son, father. Those memories I will not forget, nor will I abandon the bonds we formed. I see. Naruto. That is indeed my name, father. Naruto Uzumaki, your son, and indeed the son of those who brought me to existence in this body. I feel whole and happy. Hinata started to stir from her sleep as she started mumbling Naruto's name. When she came to, she saw Naruto's new body talking to the Emperor as tears came from her face. Naruto-kun. Is that you? Naruto placed his hand under her hair as he pulled it away. A smile struck his face as he looked at Hinata's lavender eyes. It is me, Hinata. I'm still here and you still look like the beautiful girl I fell in love with all those years ago. At this, Hinata leapt into Naruto's arms, her arms barely going around his waist as she cried tears into his chest. Naruto reciprocated the hug as he too shed tears as he felt the emotion of love flood from her system and merge with his. In his thought, the feeling was pleasant. She pulled back as she placed her head with Naruto's. Their lips combined as an electrical feeling flowed through the star-crossed lovers. The Emperor looked at this with a smile, safe in the knowledge that Naruto Uzumaki still lived in his son and that the actions that shaped him in this lifetime will provide his son with values that he will cherish with those he forms bonds with. Father, are you nervous? I do not show fear so easily, my son. I'm kinda nervous. Like I wonder what they'll be thinking when they see me like this. I once remembered someone saying to me, it is not what is outside of the person, but it is their character that one should truly try to understand. Those are some pretty philosophical words, father. I thought so too, my son. Naruto and the Emperor were waiting outside of the Leaf Village's meeting hall. When he walked out from the medical center, he was greeted by those that had come with him from Elementia. They looked at his body as he towered over the lot of them. Even Kakashi was small compared to Naruto's height as the others expressed their joy at seeing Naruto still himself. Tsunade had said that he looked much more like his biological father now than before, minus the massive height difference. She said that his parents would be proud of him if they were still alive to see this. She also walked towards the Emperor and had given a formal bow as she said that Konoha would stand behind the Imperium, in honor of not only sparing them from a fate, also because they felt that Naruto embodied all the traits of a great leader. She said that no other person would lead this world better than the one who saved it from destruction. A select envoy from the Imperium had taken a dropship back to Elementia. This included the Emperor, Malkador, Lehman Russ, Horus, Sanguinius and Magnus the Red. Archmagios Kane was seeing to the fortification of the Eku home station and its modifications to become a starport for the sector, which for the moment he left to his most senior engineers and Magoses in his absence to this meeting. While Rogel Dorn had returned to his legion to continue the Great Crusade. Naruto's return to Konoha left some people stunned at his new look. Even now people looked at him with awe as they felt an incredible aura from their honored Hokage. The various envoys from the other elemental nations looked at Naruto with surprise. From those he has helped to liberate their countries from tyrannic monsters to those he had formed lasting bonds with. Walking into the meeting room, the room was surprised at the young man now turned into a giant as he is being followed by the Emperor of Mankind. The Kages all looked at Naruto with a sense of surprise and awe, none more so than B, who was now fairly small compared to Naruto, when before he dwarfed him by a solid feat. As they took their seats with the others who joined them, Mifune was the first to speak. Naruto-sama, it is a pleasure to see you once again. You have changed a lot since our last meeting. Naruto looked with a smile as he settled into his normal seat, a small smile gracing his face. Indeed, it has been, Lord Mifune. I trust Iron Country is still prospering. Indeed, it is, Naruto-sama. However, we are here for more than just small chat between our countries, are we not? Indeed we are. May I formally introduce to all of you the Emperor of the Imperium of Mankind. Naruto waved his hand to the Emperor as he gave a small bow towards all the leaders of Elementia. Already a few lords and nobles looked upon the giant of a man with a sense of respect as he had an aura that demanded it. Leaders, lords and ladies of Elementia, on behalf of the Imperium I give my humble greetings to your great nations. We do not know of the Imperium, but from what Kazekage-sama and Naruto-sama have said, your empire extends beyond the void, does it not? Mifune said. Indeed, you are correct. The Imperium is a galaxy-spanning empire, built upon the philosophy that mankind should be reunited in such turbulent times. That may be good and all, the Raikage said as he looked at the man, but we must discuss things that might be a conflict of interest between our nations and the Imperium. With all due respect, Asama. But we must first hear of these turbulent events that plague others beyond our planet, Mifune said as held back a sigh. I would agree with Mifune. Terumi Mei, Mizukage of the Mist said as she looked at the Emperor. Let the man speak of these dangers first before we discuss such things as politics. And so the Emperor explained the situation beyond their system, that humanity has been scattered towards the farthest reaches of the void, and that the Emperor has made it his task to reunite these lost worlds and bring them all to an age of science and understanding. He has said of the many worlds that have come into the Imperium's domain and even of the parts where outright rebellion and chaos reared itself, and the choices he as Emperor had to make to ensure unity on such a scale. He also explained of the aliens that occupy this galaxy, some whose agendas are shrouded even from his powers, and even of aliens who would no sooner go to war for the pleasure or killing any in their path. So it seems that the realms beyond our world are unforgiving to those who wish to isolate themselves. The Tsuchikage, an old man named Onoki, said as his granddaughter is beside him listening to all that is happening. However, how can we be sure that any agreements that we make with the Imperium would not come and destroy us in the future? I understand you are hesitant to trust those who come from a different place, whom do not know of your customs and such. But I assure you as Emperor of these realms, an agreement forged under my authority will not be so easily broken. We can see you are a man of your word, Emperor, Mei said as she leaned back into her chair, but such an arrangement cannot be rushed without careful consideration. We wish to speak to those that have followed you to this meeting. Let us hear of their stories of how the Imperium brought them into its fold. And we will have clarity on that which we ask of you, Lord Emperor. And so the envoys that followed the Emperor told of their planet's tales of how they joined the Imperium. Archmagios Kane was the first to go as he explained the past of Mars and the Treaty of Olympus, which gave his organization, the Adeptus Mechanicus, exclusive rights to any ancient human technology that the Imperium held. In exchange, Mars would provide the means and weaponry for the Imperium to travel among the stars and fight the battles it needs to fight. When asked if the Adeptus Mechanicus would allow technology that would be familiar to them, he responded that such things would have to be approved and sanctified by the Council of Mars. And that short of a mutual treaty with the Adeptus Mechanicus, this wouldn't be so easy to bypass. The Primarchs went next, as they explained the worlds they came from, how the Imperium welcomed them, and the boons and the reliefs that the Imperium provided to their planets. When asked what they had to pay for this prosperity, they answered that they only serve the Imperium in protecting the realm. The governance and lordship of the planet is left to those on the planet only to govern themselves. The leaders of the nations talked among themselves after these testimonies, and came to some logical conclusions. They asked Archmagios Kane if a treaty can be written that would allow these worlds to keep their technology and govern it themselves, but in exchange they would provide the Adeptus Mechanicus exclusive rights to any technology researched that could benefit the Imperium as a whole. The details would have to be finalized by the Council, Archmagios Kane said, but I believe that this can receive approval due to the special nature of these worlds. And Lord Emperor, if we as the nations of Elementia were to write a constitutional law that is approved by yourself, will this be guaranteed to be extended to all those from Elementia and her sister planets? If that is what it takes to welcome you into the Imperium's domain, then I will see no such problem. This has given us much to think about, Lord Emperor. But the first thing we must establish is that if the other worlds in our system would approve of such things. Until such a time as we can get the approval of all in the realm of Elementia for this, we kindly request that an extension of hospitality be given from the Imperium and its allies. If that is not too much to ask. The Emperor nodded in approval with this arrangement. He had seen the wisdom and collective though from all the leaders. To approve of such a freedom would ensure that Elementia's way of life would be relatively untouched by Imperial and Mechanicus bureaucracy. That would in turn allow them to react to events that would harm not only themselves, but also their allies of interest in the Imperium. In a way, the Emperor was proud that the leadership of Elementia, though of not only the present, but also the future of their people as a whole. Date: 514 M23. Operation parameters: unknown current location. Emperor-class battleship Talon of Humanity, Elementia sector. Naruto was exited. It had taken them years, but they had finally united the sector, and the Treaty of Elementia, or known as the Constitution of Chakra, was finalized and approved by all nations of the sector. The Adeptus Mechanicus had sent a representative to write up a treaty agreement to add towards the treaty. which outlined the freedoms and reparations that the Adeptus Mechanicus D be stated that any technological advancements that are achieved in Elementia and any of its worlds that are under their domain would be the property and ownership of Elementia and her planets respectively. However, should the Mechanicus request for such technology, then with approval from the Great Council of Elementia, the technology will be given as a gift to the Adeptus Mechanicus, where it will be stored and archived to be used by the wider Imperium. This does not mean that the rights of said technology would be the Mechanicum's, but instead is borrowed from Elementia to be used for the betterment of the Mechanicum and the Imperium. Elementia will still have complete control of said technology and can choose to distribute it to whom they please. As compensation for this boon, the Adeptus Mechanicus requests that all STC templates recovered from any force of Elementia be given exclusively to the Mechanicum, and that said technology can be requested by Elementia with approval of the Council of Mars. This technology can only be researched if the technology in question will help improve the technological advancement of Elementia and her planets and/or the Imperium as a whole. The last phase of the treaty deals with the request for confiscated technology not of human origin. This part of the treaty states that, in the event such technology can be studied to advance the technological knowledge of Elementia and/or her planets, the technology can be requested at the time of confiscation by Elementia or one of her representatives. If it is agreed, then the technology shall be studied and shall be either dismantled or destroyed when the study period of the technology is complete. For the constitution of Chakra, the sector of Elementia and her sister planets will be given the exclusive rights of imperial citizenry. Imperial law shall not extend fully to these planets, unless through imperial decree or through the authority of the Emperor of Mankind. In the terms of the Constitution, the sector will freely give aid to the Imperium in its current campaigns and/or battle zones, and will accept request from any authority that has given imperial approval. All races that consider Elementia and her sister planets home will be given full citizenship, and cannot be denied this right due to their species. Under this treaty all shall be treated as equals among imperial law. So shall it be decreed. Under this was the signature and seal of the Emperor, the First Council of Elementia, and the signature and seal of the representative of the Adeptus Mechanicus. It was a momentous occasion. All of the sector had celebrated this constitution and the possibilities of its people to prosper even in such dark times. The Eku were celebrating as they were granted imperial citizenship thanks to this treaty and were considered a welcomed species to the Imperium's borders. An imperial escort had returned a copy to Terra, where the leadership found that the treaty was indeed ratified by the Emperor himself and that this is now indeed imperial law. But that is not what is exciting to Naruto. He had just heard from his father that they had just finished the first-generation prototype of the new progenoid glands, the first gene seed of the Legion that will call Elementia its home. Arriving at the genetic center with Hinata in tow, who said she wished to follow Naruto so that she could stay by his side, they were greeted by his father as they were led into the incubation room, where they saw the first two prototypes of progenoid glands for his Legion. "It is almost ready, my son, but unlike your other brothers, this gene seed is unique." "How so, father?" "Unlike your brother's gene seeds, this one has been given the compatibility trait from your genome, in effect allowing us more freedom in how the genetic structure can adapt. With this in mind, we were able to make it so the genome can accept a pure X chromosome layout for the final chromosome." "Wait a minute. A pure X chromo, you don't mean?" "Yes, my son. The gene seed has been modified to accept both male and female recipients. The female aspect has not been fully stabilized yet, so there is still a chance of initial rejection from a female host. But it should be possible once the gene seed has cycled through a few iterations." "And the organs?" "All but one of the organs have been integrated into the gene seed, my son. The only one left out is the black carapace." "Wait. Why is that so, father? Isn't the black carapace needed to allow our power armor to function with our bodies?" "Perhaps I should explain this part, Lord Emperor," Arisa said as she pulled up a diagram of a normal elemention. "Do you both know what this is? It's a normal body from us. Why do you ask?" "Well, when we initially created the template for the first humans of this world, we came across the black carapace of your previous body. We were stumped at how we could incorporate that into a normal genome, but found in the end it was redundant." "Redundant? How so?" "Your chakra in effect works just like a black carapace. Its points across your body align with the points in power armor perfectly. This is not by coincidence. In fact, we believe that the chakra adapted your bodies to include this feature because of the genetic template being used. The power armor just needs to be calibrated to accept energy lines and the interface should mold perfectly with your bodies. That is impressive. Chakra had been designed to do that function? Yes. Indeed, we were also surprised when we discovered this little tidbit of information. However, the first thing we need to address is the first female recipient for the gene seed. As we said before, the likelihood of genetic instability is indeed high for this first iteration. We would need to implant the organs into the recipient and collect the first initial gene seed that develops from the procedure. From there, another iteration of the gene seed can be perfected, and so on and so forth. What of the male ones? Fortunately, the Emperor said, the male compatibility has already been perfected and is implemented into this design. There is no need for any other iterations for male recipients. Naruto looked in contemplation. Already he was wondering about potential ladies that could be a volunteer for this. But each time he would be hesitant as he wouldn't want to harm his own friends. I will do it. Naruto was surprised when he heard Hinata say those words. Looking at her with a look of shock, Naruto grabbed hold of Hinata's hand. Hinata, you can't be serious? This could kill you? Hinata looked at Naruto, confidence brimming in her eyes as she showed nothing but courage and love to Naruto. I know it is selfish of me to ask of this, to risk my life for the success of this project. Hinata, but this is my choice, Naruto-kun. If this can make me walk alongside you till the end of time. Any risk is worth that, because without you my world would be that much smaller. Hinata held Naruto's hand with a tender care as she looked towards the pod that contained the prototype progenoid glands. This is my choice, Naruto-kun. I will bear this on my shoulders, and I will come from this stronger because of it. I will be able to stand by your side, stronger in not only everyone's eyes, but most importantly, my own eyes. Naruto could feel the emotions rolling off Hinata. Already he was feeling both panic and happiness at how this is more of a test of courage for Hinata than anything else she has encountered. She had stood against a man proclaiming to be a god to protect him, fought in a war even when all hope seemed lost. Now she is coming against a challenge, another time in her life that will define who she will be in days coming ahead. With a reluctant smile, Naruto knew that he had to let her see to this path. No matter what happens, Hinata, just know that I'll never abandon you. Even if you were to die from this, I will never forget you. And I will never forget you, Naruto, because that is our promise, isn't it? Right. And we never break our promise. Organ maturity complete. Initializing pay call as eco-scientist and senior apothecaries from the Blood Angels Legion proceeded to integrate the new recently developed organs into Hinata. Already she had been given anesthesia and was currently in a deep sleep. A team of apothecaries from the Legion were monitoring the procedure with a deep scrutiny. Looking through an observatory deck, Naruto was watching the operation, the Emperor and Sanguinius by his side. Even though he looked every bit as calm, on the inside he was a mess. Already he could envision the worst-case scenario that the one he loved would be lost to him. The Emperor placed his hand on his shoulder. Do not worry, my son. She is in good hands. I would place my life with those in that room. Golarin is my finest apothecary and has been responsible for many genetic operations of my legion. You have my word, brother, that she is in the best care. Thank you, Sanguinius. It was on such a short notice. Hey. It is not every day that you hear that there could be a sister within the ranks of our brotherhood. It was my honor to ensure that this most momentous occasion is possible. Still, I feel that something might go wrong. I don't know what I would do if I lost her. Have faith in her, brother, like she has faith in you. Faith, huh? Sanguinius and the Emperor looked at Naruto as he uttered that phrase. Do you not believe in faith, brother? Sanguinius said. For most of this life, I have been an outcast. A pariah and called a monster, yet I never was one to look for faith. Even when all seemed lost, I did not believe in faith. When a man fought me proclaiming himself a god, and even when I have fought a literal god of this world, I never believed in faith. Then what do you believe in, Naruto? The Emperor said as now he too was interested in his response. I believe in the strength of one's self. That one's courage and strength be the foundation in which anything is possible. I do not believe in the whimsical beliefs of gods, but in the strength of men. The Emperor smiled as Sanguinius gave Naruto a pat on his back, a smile on his face as he heard his son utter that phrase. Already he could see Naruto being one who would be a fine leader in reaching out to people to abandon the petty followings of gods. For he could see that through Naruto's actions he would show others that there are no gods that will help you, only the strength of men would matter in this time and age. Initializing Phase 19, readying the progenoid gland. Preparing the incision, current readings, blood pressure stable? Organs are showing stability, brain functions are stable. Then let us begin. It had been 20 hours since Hinata had started to receive the organs that would make her Astartes. Already the procedure has been steady and slow since she received the first organ, a secondary heart. Each phase of the operation went without much of a hitch as organ after organ was placed into her body. This was to be the last phase as the black carapace was not needed with this particular strain of gene seed. Already her organs were being monitored as the two progenoid glands were being placed, one into her chest and the last in her neck. I'm getting something, one of the apothecaries that were monitoring the organs said. Is it a breakdown? I cannot tell. The error has passed, proceed. Inserting the progenoid glands, after a few minutes of careful incisions and connecting of the organs, the head apothecary inspected his work. Final phase complete. Proceeding to close the cavity. All of a sudden the monitors all started giving out warning signs. Already both hearts had flat-lined instantly. Initiate emergency resuscitation. I have failure readings appearing on 6 organs, now 7. Administer 200 milligrams of adrenaline, administering. An apothecary had injected a shot of adrenaline into Hinata's bloodstream, but the monitors still read a flat line. It is a breakdown, administer the genetic stabilizer. An apothecary had injected a small vial of a green concoction into Hinata's bloodstream. The result was instant as her body started to randomly spasm while the different apothecaries were trying to hold her body down. Heart rate has spiked from flatline. We are losing her. Administer a second dose of stabilizer. Again a vial of green concoction was injected into Hinata, this time through her neck as the apothecaries prioritized her brain functions to stabilize so as to not lead to any permanent damage. Already they were fighting an uphill battle as they applied all their medical knowledge into ensuring Hinata did not die. As they had monitors show that organs were stabilizing, they still had to deal with her hearts as they had started to suffer from ventricular fibrillation. Prepare the defibrillator. The apothecaries cleared Hinata's body as an ECU medic brought in a customized heart defibrillator, placing the current lines near her heart. The apothecaries set an initial charge. Clear. With a jolt, her body shot up as the monitors still showed an erratic heartbeat. Again. Set charge to 2 amps. Clear. The second jolt had slowed down her hearts but now her breathing pattern was disrupted. Some apothecaries still called out that some organs were still failing. Administer a third dose of stabilizer. The third vial gave a different response as her organs started to adapt to the genome of her body as the stabilizer slowed down the reaction of the organs in her body. The apothecaries still were trying to get her to breathe normally and now had a breathing tube pumping air into her lungs. All the while Naruto was kneeling on the second floor, looking through tear-covered eyes as Sanguinius and the Emperor pulled him away from the room. He looked as though he had a near-dead-looking sight as he saw the apothecaries scramble to ensure Hinata pulled through. Sanguinius and the Emperor had taken him out of the room, where Naruto had started to cry. After a tense hour in which the operation light was still on, Naruto, the Emperor and Sanguinius were waiting outside. Naruto was a wreck as he felt both his hearts cry out in pain at the state he saw Hinata in before he was pulled out of the room. His father and brother had been there as he broke down. That was an hour ago and now Naruto is shaking, a nervous look in his eyes as he tried so desperately to forget what he had seen. Already he could see memories of Hinata fade as he saw them being replaced with her body that was in that operating theater. After a few seconds, the light to the surgery room turned off as Golorin walked out from the operating room. How is she? Naruto asked. Golorin gave a smile. She is pulling through. She is currently being monitored as we speak, but it seems that the organs in her body will need a steady lot of stabilizer for her organs to not be rejected. That is great, Naruto said as his look changed to one of relief. Can we see her? Of course, my lord. She is resting in the recovery wing. Follow me. Golorin led them to a bed, where a sleeping Hinata was resting. Her breathing was steady as monitoring systems were checking her vital functions. Naruto walked up to her side where he placed his hand on hers. This made Hinata start to stir as her eyes opened as she was looking towards Naruto. Naruto-kun. Hinata. I'm here, how do you feel? It hurts. But it isn't that bad. Naruto smiled as he held her hand. The Emperor had been watching his son as an Eku scientist walked into the room. My lord. The genetic testing results, thank you. The Emperor looked at the report. Already he could see the adaptation gene was doing its work in accepting the organs that now work in Hinata's body. He could see now that as the adapting properties of her genome interacted with the organs, they would become more stable as time progressed. Sanguinius had walked towards Hinata as Naruto introduced the two. Hinata giving a brief hello as Sanguinius said how his apothecaries were responsible for the operation. Hinata had thanked him as she smiled. Naruto's brother is such a noble person. I am merely doing what is right, my lady. Well, I thank you, Sanguinius. Thanks, O.S. Cybele. You honor me, my lady. If you too will excuse me, I have some things to attend to. Brother, Sanguinius stopped as Naruto stood up, a look of gratitude on his face as he held Hinata's hand. I owe you a great debt, brother, and I promise you, I will repay this kindness you have shown me. This I swear. The orc horde was relentless, yet the first company of the Shadow Foxes would not let such a force stop them from their duty. Such a force of heroes was rarely seen together as one entire unit. To be one of the first company, one must be willing to not let a single enemy pass their gaze, no threat to be left unchallenged, and no one to be abandoned. This mantra was of such importance to their company that all who are tested to be in this company must first not only be a veteran of countless campaigns, but must also test themselves before the captain in mortal combat. To stand against this man will show you worthy of walking along your brothers and sisters in arms, and none were more stringent nor as commanding as the captain of the first company. Standing before a horde of orc knobs in full Cataphractii Terminator armor, the captain did not carry any ranged weapons. In fact, he only carried a single hammer. This being a gift given to him from a captain from a fellow legion. As the orc mob of knobs closed in on him, he extended his arm. The effect was instant as sand swept the orcs into a vortex. His hand closed into a fist as blood rained upon the unfortunate orcs that had seen this horror unfold before them. Their morale shattered as they bore witness as a sea of sand and blood flooded into their line as the orcs were swept away in a river of death. An orc warboss had called out a great battle cry as he charged the captain, his massive power claw coming in to strike him. He was surprised and shocked as a literal shield of sand stopped his swing cold. Trying to yank his arm out, the warboss was panicking as his arm is being crushed by the force of the sand. All the while the captain gripped both his hands upon his hammer. With a mighty rush of speed he delivered a titanic swing into the body of the warboss. His body exploding back into the mob of orcs as his entire frontal body was crushed from the impact of the hammer. The orc's arm was ripped from his body as the sand faded harmlessly back to the earth. His gaze brought dread upon those orcs who had seen such brutal devastation. Even the leaders of the horde were panicking as this man walked towards them with an unflinching gaze. Boss. Weeb can't scrap dis umi. Is a monster. Ain't right. Y'all wanna tell dat tear da big boss? No? Well den get stuck in, wog? Hesitantly, the orcs rushed the captain and his company. Yet none in the first company took one step back. Instead they readied their weapons of war and charged once more into the fray. Strength to stand, the captain yelled through his vox. Courage to fight, was the rallying call of the first company. They had faced enemies that would rout even the bravest of men, faced horrors with an unflinching gaze and fought against the most hopeless of battles. They were the first company, the unyielding bulwark, as they were called. Date: 518 M23. Operation parameters: unknown current location. Eku Stronghold, Port Antemiral, Elementia Sector. It had been years since that day Hinata ascended to an Astartes, the first of her kind. The journey for her had been difficult and painful, yet she had help every step of the way. Her organs had started to do their work as she had started to grow into a mighty Astartes. She was still short compared to her male counterparts but was just as willing and able as any others from the legions. Where male Astartes turned into hulking men, Hinata's transformation was much more subtle. Instead of bulging muscles, her organs instead focused on compacted muscles. Where the men were giants among humans, Hinata had grown to be much more proportional and more striking than her male counterparts, yet she still showed the traits of an Astartes that was being made for battle. Already she had shown that her speed, strength and reflexes were sharpened to beyond superhuman. Her chakra had dramatically grown to accommodate her new body, Even the organs that provided her with benefits showed their fruits as she was able to stay awake for days on end, to best even normal elementals and standard humans in bouts of strength, intelligence and dexterity. In terms of the stabilization of her organs, the process was requiring less stabilizer to maintain, a byproduct of the adaptation gene from the elementals. Her genetic test showed promise each and every day. Even the Emperor was surprised and exited that the years of genetic research and hard work from not only him but also everyone who worked on this project had living proof of its success. Hinata, along with Naruto, were trained by the Emperor and the other Primarchs, each instilling them with their knowledge and philosophies upon the two. Hinata took to the lessons with gusto while Naruto took their lessons to heart about what it is to be a commander of the Imperium. Yet the two of them embraced this as lovers can. Their romances were not something foreign to Naruto's fellow brothers. Already they had been interrupted in their own personal sessions by nearly all of the Primarchs that had stayed at Elementia. Even the Emperor had seen one of these moments as he had taken a blood sample from Hinata to compare to a weekly genetic testing. To the both of them, they drew strength from each other and in return empowered themselves in the process. Now after many years it was finally time to harvest the first female progenoid gland from Hinata. The process was fairly simple, and the results gave the Emperor, Malkador and the Eku promising results. Already the second iteration of the female progenoid gland showed a much higher stability rate than the first iteration, going from a 55% chance of rejection to only a 32% chance of rejection. A progress they said was a great success. They calculated that if the genetic stability continued this trend, then by the fourth iteration the gene seed would be ready for mass production. This of course would mean that the Legion will take quite a while before it can be at full operational strength. So with this in mind, the Emperor decided that this Legion will be a support Legion, being a supplementary force to existing legions and expedition groups until full Legion strength can be achieved, whenever that is. I think it is a wise idea, Father, Naruto said as the Emperor explained his plan to Naruto, Sanguinius, Horus and Magnus. This would also mean that this legion can be trained to handle multiple scenarios that other legions have specialized in. A legion that would be able to cover all battlefield roles will indeed prove to be quite fruitful, Father, in campaigns where adaptability would be needed, Horus said as he agreed with Naruto. To allow such training will also make the legion able to spread their operation parameters and would be able to respond to more battle zones. Indeed, Magnus said. Already I could see many legions thanking the additional resources where conventional troops would be stretched thin as they are. Then we have an agreement, Sanguinius said, until such a time as Naruto's legion can be mustered at full strength, his legion will shadow others in other key combat roles. Shadow, Naruto said, pulling everyone's attention. That is a pretty accurate description of what we will be. Oh, the Emperor said as this pulled his interest. A legion which will learn and adapt to others, like the shadow of a person. I think I have a name for this legion. Then what will your legion be called, my son? How about the Shadow Foxes with the name finalized for Naruto's legion? He walked among the planets of Elementia to find able-bodied recruits to be the first initiates for the Astartes Legion. Already he had many volunteers, many of those of people Naruto had helped in his life. Where Naruto had given them strength or resolve to save those of them who had abandoned hope, they in return ans. For the female recruits, the first recruits were close friends of Naruto, each one showing Naruto that what he had done for them they could never ever truly thank him for, wherever that was saving their home, saving their world, or even giving them a chance to be treated as a normal human after years of abuse and fighting for equality. For the men, he found people who had drawn courage from him, from his liberation of their homes from evil to those that had drawn a friendship with Naruto even after all the bloodshed and violence. He was a beacon for all the worlds. Already his actions had returned full circle as entire communities and people flocked to his call. One of those was one of his oldest and most dearest friends. Gaara no Sabaku, the Cage of Wind, had been the first to volunteer to become the first male Astartes of the Legion. Naruto welcomed him as a brother as Gaara repaid Naruto's kindness tenfold. The first initial recruits were trained by the other legions as thought they were neophytes, each one taught in the arts of war that made their legion feared in their realm of combat. This led to many going across the galaxy, fighting alongside those whom they learned their craft. From the Blood Angels, with their shock tactics and legendary status as vanguard forces, to the Imperial Fist, with their applications of siege warfare and defensive tactics, to even those who learned under the Ultramarines. paragons of both open style and guerrilla warfare. Each legion gave their own unique style of war to the Shadow Foxes, styles that would prove vital for the battles to come. It had taken many years, but eventually they would stand on their own. A legion who walk among the many paths of war. Their tales of courage and understanding would make them many relationships with the other legions, and many of those friendships would extend far beyond those whom served with their fellow legion brothers. They would be a legion whom all parts would have their relevance in war. With unity they will show all enemies of the Imperium that they will defend the dream of the Imperium among the stars. Along with Naruto, their Primarch. They would defend this way of life so that all of those who live in the Imperium will live in safety, and they will never forget anyone who took this oath to defend what is precious to them. Date: 815 M27. Operation parameters: unknown current location. Eku Stronghold, Port Antemiral, Elementia Sector. Standing before his legion, Naruto couldn't help but see the faces of those who had taken his offer so long ago. Where each person who had taken that oath before were young and inexperienced, he now could see that the many years of combat and training had refined them. Where he had seen senior fighters from his home, he now could see veterans of countless battles. There had been many lost through the years, but even so he can still tell that their memories are firmly planted into those that are beginning their journey into this legion. He can see many of his friends from the worlds of Elementia and even her sister planets from sectors that he had helped create, those whom he saved and helped taking up the oath to defend the Imperium, like his friends before him. The captains of his legion stood in front of their companies, each one of them friends of Naruto. Each one of them those of the first recruitment whom shadowed his brother's legions so long ago, whom learned their arts of war from his brothers and had made friendships with the companies that they followed. The captain of the first was a man whom had striking red hair, a tattoo with the writing for love etched on his forehead. A long scar ran down from the side of his face to his chin, a wound from one of his first battles with the Imperial Fist. He would have died in that battle had his senior captain hadn't saved him by smashing the foe with his mighty hammer. This was Gaara no Sabaku, pillar of the shifting sands. In his hands was that same hammer that saved his life, its previous owner giving it to Gaara as a gift, from one captain to another. The captain of the second company had black hair, his attire reminiscent of samurai warriors from his home world. To his right was a distinct shakudo that was carried behind his back. His face showed the results of many battles as it was chiseled with various battle scars. His left black eyes looked towards Naruto as his right eye was vastly different. Instead of a black eye he instead had a ripple pattern. This was Sasuke Uchiha, the Wandering Hermit, as he was called. His company had followed the Blood Angels. Their tactics of a vanguard and shock attack company were firmly etched into their battle style and they took to it enthusiastically. His time with the Sons of Sanguinius left Sasuke with a profound sense of admiration for the Blood Angels. This in turn empowered him with such mindsets as he would regularly smash feet first into the enemy battle lines, like an angel descending from the heavens to invoke justice among the wicked. He had made many jumps with his legion brothers, some even into hostile enemy batteries and anti-air encampments, yet each time he would not take a jump pack. Indeed, it was a known thing among his own battle company and those he fought with in the Blood Angels that he would regularly jump from a Thunderhawk without any safety gear. Instead, his enemies would serve as his landing as his full body would crush the enemy quite literally. The captain of the third company stood at attention with a staunch discipline. From their face the Astartes was a female, her black hair and eyes striking against her red-trimmed armor. This was Kurasuchi, Tsuchikage of Iwagakure and captain of the Unflinching Guard. Her company had learned from the masters of defense and siege warfare, the Imperial Fist and Iron Warriors. Kurasuchi had jumped at the chance to travel the stars, her calm personality being a stark contrast compared to her fellow captains. This made her one of many perfect candidates to study the intricacies of siege warfare, both offensive and defensive. With her upbringing among the Hidden Rock Village, a village that prided itself in having a stalwart defense against enemies, it was a perfect match. She learned her craft from Rogel Dorn and Petrarabo as they taught her the intricacies of siege warfare. This in turn honed her skill set and made her one of the most adaptable captains when dealing with heavily fortified encampments and such. She even created tactics that surprised the legions in both their unorthodox means of execution and the pure destructive force of these well-placed strikes. Tactics that were still being used by the legions to this day. When her company was at full strength, she took it upon herself to fortify Elementia and her sister planets in the ways she learned, earning her the title, the Lady of the Fortress. This was a title she was very proud to have and was elevated as the first captain of the third company, which she named the Unflinching Guard. The captain of the fourth company was a man who had short, tufty blue hair and dark eyes. He had on his head a pair of oddly placed ear protectors as he looked at his captain through a pair of rimless lenses. His posture was straight and true as he looked at his Primarch with a sense of honor. This was Chojuro, Mizukage of Kirigakure and captain of the Paragons of Honor. His company had followed the 13th Legion, the Ultramarines. Initially, Guilliman was opposed to the idea of his legion having others learn his ways of combat. In his mind, this incited chaos among order and would lead to cases of insubordination and conflict within his legion. Naruto had tried to convince Guilliman at the benefit that this would give to the Imperium, but Guilliman blatantly said to Naruto that allowing his legion to be out of his command shows that he is a coward when it comes to leading his own troops. This in turn led to Naruto having a hot topic debate against Guilliman, which nearly culminated into a fistfight between the two Primarchs. To both Naruto and Guilliman, their conflict stemmed from a Naruto emphasized a legion that could stand with all its parts separated. Guilliman had the ideology that a well-disciplined and well-coordinated legion would ensure victory, rather than splitting his forces into self-sustaining groups which are much weaker than the whole group together. This clash of opposing ideologies was going to boil over until the Emperor decreed that this is how Naruto's legion shall be for the time being. Guilliman, not wanting to deny his father's request, begrudgingly agreed to this as the first recruits to the Ultramarines were trained in his style of warfare. The training for these first recruits was harder than most, for the Ultramarines looked at them as a necessary thing. This made them try to excel in everything that was thrown at the new recruits, eventually. Within the Legion at least. They earned the respect of their seniors and those they worked under, all except Guilliman. To Guilliman, to admit to these recruits and the cooperation to train them personally was to admit that his ideology was wrong, something he stubbornly refused to show to his brother. Eventually, when the company returned, they had been changed dramatically. Unlike their other battle companies, they were tempered in disciplined warfare that heavily emphasized on each element of combat as a part of a bigger picture on the battlefield. This style of warfare earned them the title of Paragons of Honor, for both their discipline in combat and their unspoken honor against their enemy. The 5th Company captain looked at Naruto with a sense of familiarity. To him, Naruto was a man who changed not only the world but also made friends with his former master and in turn made himself a friend to this man. His dark-toned skin contrasted with his white hair as he looked at Naruto with his dark eyes. This was Darui, Raikage of Kumogakure and captain of the 5th Company. Originally signing up with Naruto as a repayment to a friend, Darui would initially find the concept of traveling the galaxy as a pretty dull thing, with his personality and such being the case. Fortunately or unfortunately, in his perspective, he was assigned to the 2 companies that specializes stealth warfare and infiltration, the Alpha Legion and the Raven Guard. Alpharius and Corvus Corax weren't going to settle on his lazy, if unmotivated personality and so trained the habit out of him. This didn't sit well with Darui at first, but over time he had to thank them for this approach as this allowed him to excel at what the legions were teaching him. Through the years of training, he honed his stealth to levels that are rarely seen except in the most senior officers of both legions. With regards to stealth and infiltration, he was seen as the most exceptional stealth expert apart from the 2 Primarchs themselves. Darui would then lead his company when they returned to the Shadow Foxes into shadow wars that would cripple or destroy the enemy before they even had a chance to muster up their forces. His company got so good at destroying the enemy that rumors spread of Ghost who would strike at those who defied the Imperium. These rumors usually followed a major crippling event to rebellions or alien offensives, but the results would be the same. Their supply caches gone, their food supply destroyed and their convoys sabotaged without a single person being seen. This earned them the title of the Silent Ghost, a company who are usually not seen, even for people as large as Astartes in fully decked power armor. It has brought them many people who fear and respect them for their craft. The captain of the 6th Company was a fairly giant man. His white hair and goatee was a distinct contrast with his black-toned skin. Attached to his power armor was 8 different swords, each in an individual sheath. He looked at Naruto with a look of familiarity and saluted him with a fist bump. This was Killer B, captain of the 6th Company. His company was assigned to both the Iron Hands and the Emperor's Children. Perfection and resilience. This is what would best describe what the 6th Company faced when training under these 2 legions. Considered the most interesting combination to learn from. This company had trained under the 2 legions that personified perfection and persistence. The idea was that a company that was taught under these two companies would be martial perfection, but also be resilient under any sort of pressure. As for B, he was considered vastly different than his Astartes counterparts. For one thing, he didn't receive any of the genetic modifications to become an Astartes because of his age and the incompatibility to accept such organs. Instead, he was one of the few unmodified humans to be in the Astartes Legion, taking rejuvenation infusions and relying on his strength as a Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails, Yuki. But that has not stopped B from showing why he was considered for the position of captain. Indeed, he has shown time and again why he was the most qualified out of all the recruits to become captain, being perfection and resilience on the battlefield with his perfected sonic blade style. At first, Ferrus Magnus and Fulgrim looked down on B for being only human. Indeed, they tried to break him at every chance they got to tell B that he had no business being in the Astartes when he only had the strength of a human. This backfired on the two as they realized later on that B was nothing if not resilient, and that he proved time and again the fact that a normal Elemention was as close to an Astartes you can get without being one. Through the many years of training, B showed them his resolve, and the two eventually tested him as warriors should be tested, in battle. B didn't back down and had actually fought the two Primarchs to a standstill for 3 days straight. To both Fulgrim and Fenris he was a man possessed. Using his powers he fought tooth and nail with the two Primarchs. The two Primarchs after this battle saw B in a different light after proving his place in the Legion Astartes. Where they saw a weak human, they instead see a man who may even prove to be stronger than themselves. The two Primarchs, as a show of respect, reforged 2 of the blades that B used during the fight, each of which were badly damaged from the long-fought battle. These blades were the 2 B usually fights with during his battles. A reminder of his status as one worthy of an Astartes. The 6th Company kept close ties with the 2 legions they trained from. It was not uncommon to see the company attach themselves to these 2 legions in forwards operations, insurgencies and rebellions they had to fight. B would be seen with either Fulgrim or Ferrus as he had built a friendship with the 2 Primarchs, the other 2 seeing him as a little brother in all but blood. The captain of the 7th Company looked a little off to most Astartes. Instead of a hardened battle stature, the captain instead was looking forward with a strong sense of enthusiasm. Indeed, his black-colored eyes and striking haircut and brows made him stand out from most other captains, if his infectious optimistic attitude didn't stand out enough. This was Rock Lee, captain of the 6th Company. He and his fighters learned from those who had never been broken by the enemy, the Death Guard. Mortarion was interested in how his brother's legion would fare to the toxic environment of his home world and saw fit to introduce them on this very planet. He was not disappointed when he had seen that these recruits were just as immune as his own warriors. In fact, he had seen firsthand the effects of the known adaptation gene that made Elementions interesting to the Imperium, as he had seen these warriors change in front of his very eyes. Where he had seen even his Astartes slightly struggle in the toxic conditions of his home, he saw none of that with these batch of recruits. And so he trained him in the arts of self-independence, to ensure each one of the recruits was able to hold their own with their most basic weaponry. In a show of respect to his brother's legion, he allowed them to use their cluted a wide variety of different and fascinating weapons. But much like his own legion, he made strict ruling of how they will conduct war. For one, they would not rely upon any specialized or unique modes of combat. Instead, it was to be only the power of their own feet that would deliver them to the enemy. This, combined with the self-reliance nature of his legion, ensured that this company was to be trained for any scenario with only their guts, skills and themselves to ensure victory. Rock Lee was one of the few recruits that took this philosophy one step further, where even normal Astartes would still have a combination of ranged and melee weaponry. Rock Lee took this to the extreme, as he would only have his fist to guide him and to fight against the enemy. Many in the Legion called him foolish to only rely on one form of combat, but this didn't hinder Lee one bit. Indeed, he showed exactly how devoted to this style of combat he was, as he would rush into the thickest parts of the battle and decimate his enemies only with his fist. To those who he would liberate, they would attribute him to an warrior of justice, who would destroy his enemies with his bare hands. The sight would demoralize even the most staunchest of enemies as they watched their forces literally be ripped apart from a one-man army. Mortarion had seen the potential in this recruit and had him trained by his captains as an eventual captain of this company. Lee was trained by many captains in the Legion. The most noticeable were Kala Typhon, Ignatus Grulgor and Nathaniel Garo. Lee in turn learned and honed his craft of close-quarters assault from these men as they trained him thoroughly in the art of war. His company reflected his fury on the battlefield and were named the Strong Fist of Rising Justice. This was a name they made for themselves as they would fight alongside their allies even when the enemy would outnumber and outgun them. Even then, with justice in their minds and with the power of their own fist, they would claim victory from such a hopeless situation. As an additional way for him to train at all times and to surprise his enemies at any point when needed, Lee had asked that his suit of power armor be specially modified, this being that he can toggle the servos working his armor at any point. This was shocking to most people as Lee usually had these servos turned off most of the time. Even now, while moving normally, the servos in his armor were actually disabled, a testament to how much strength Lee had even when his very armor was hindering him. He had only re-enabled the servos of his armor 3 times, and each one of those instances showed him destroying not only his enemies but also anything that was in his way. It was even shown that when the enemy deployed a super heavy, classified vehicle, Lee enabled his servos and destroyed the entire vehicle in a single punch, ripping through its adamantine structure in a destructive wave of pure energy. These were the original 7 companies. Each company was the size of a chapter within the original legions, which also included their own commanders, these being the captains within the chapters of the other legions. Naruto still roughly followed the outline with the other legions' composition except in a few areas. For one, the squad sizes for the legion started with 4-person strike squads, which would then either be assigned a senior sergeant or act independent within the battle perimeters. The higher iteration would allow a 10-man combat squad to be formed from these strike teams with additional specialized or heavy support, and each of these squads would be under the jurisdiction of a commander which oversees the operations. This commander would be appointed and approved by the senior advisors of the company, with the captain giving the final say in how the company will fight in the coming combat and also be the one who would lead the key elements in the campaign. Each part of the chain can act independent of any other part of the chain so long as they stick to the mission objectives or need to act immediately because of changing conditions that high command could not respond to. This resulted in the companies being constantly stretched all across many active battle zones, but also gave them the advantage of being able to respond to dire situations that had changed potential allies' destruction into decisive victories. Naruto couldn't help but think about different scenarios and situations if he had changed things within his legion. Every time he would doubt himself if he is truly able to lead these fighters into victory while living with the mistakes he had made along the way. But in the end, this just made Naruto's resolve all the more stronger, but the one thing that always was the most priority to his legion was that all who serve it be remembered. He still remembers the days of his youth, being ignored and hated for something he had no choice in, to be considered non-existent for most of his life placed a high emphasis on those who had gladly taken up the chance to fight for the dream of the Imperium. To him, to be forgotten was a fate worse than death, because it shows that to die when no one would know of what you did would leave a lingering doubt in one's mind, and this can grow and consume a person completely. So he ensured that no one in his legion will be forgotten. He had the memorial stone in Konoha be expanded and upgraded to include all of those who passed while fighting for the Imperium and serving in her forces. What was once a small memorial is now a colossal monument. The names of all of those who died were recorded on hallowed stone and would be seen by generations that would become Astartes or Auxilia. Their tales and fates would be told in story and praised for their duty, and the families of those whom passed would be shown all the feats their family member did to ensure the Imperium dream could be realized across the stars. All of these things he thought of as he saw his legion stand before him. He waved his hand as pure silence settled in the great hall. Looking at his legion, he can see countless people look at him. Brothers and sisters of Elementia, we were born in a time of unrest and war. Throughout our lives we have all felt its bitter sting. We have bled for our country, we have bled for our world, and we have bled for our survival, but this is different. This war not only concerns us, but also those who wish for hope in this day and age. In this galaxy there is but no peace for mankind. But we must not give up, for we have been given the means to fight against this war. We have the means to fight this encroaching darkness. We might have been found by chance, but this purpose we have been given is not. In this time of strife we shall be the ones to hold the banner of peace. In this age of war we shall be the ones who endure. So I ask of you all, not as your Primarch, but as a brother and a friend, will you stand and answer the call? We will stand. Will you endure the hardships and sacrifice to hold on to this peace? We will endure. Will you face the darkness with courage in your hearts? We will not fear. Then all I ask is that you never falter, that your courage leads you to fight for those who cannot. That your strength allows you to stand against even the most hopeless of battles. Strength to stand. Courage to fight. Yes, brothers and sisters, this shall be our call. Our answer to a galaxy of war. That we all never forget this purpose. And I will swear upon my code that all of those who hold this to their hearts will never be forgotten. This I swear. The hall was filled with the battle cry of a legion, its sound reaching to the furthest reaches of the room. Naruto looked at all who were in this room. In his mind he had found his resolve. He will fight so long as he had the strength to stand. Date: 007M30 Operation Parameters. Crusade Current Imperial Forces, 19 million est troops. Current enemy forces, 100,380,000,000 est troops. Casualties. Imperial forces, 1,301,000 est troops. Enemy forces, 154,120,000,000 est troops. The Orpher ridges were bombarded with repetitive orbital fire as massive drop ships broke into the atmosphere. Each ship was colossal in size as Orc anti-air fire was pummeling the intruders. A few drop ships' engines exploded in flames as the colossal ships plowed hull first into the planet's surface, parts of the ships going up in a massive fireball as the weight and explosive ammunition of the ship ripped it apart. The cries of the dead and dying filled the air as countless people were set alight within the closed compartments of the ship. Thousands of doomed souls cried out for help as they were trapped behind debris and huge clumped clusters of metal. Dozens of men and women trying desperately to free the trapped captives before the infernos within the ship swallowed them or killed them through the thick plumes of smoke and ash. For the other drop ships that landed on the planet, the front doors that lead into their main cargo compartments opened and outpoured millions of people. They were wearing military clothes of a pale white and blue as they marched towards the enemy. With disciplined movement and their standard-issue firearms in their hands, they walked towards the battle zone as the sound of cannons and explosions roared throughout the battlefield. Dozens of these drop ships had entire compartments of nothing but vehicles. These were of course mass-produced military vehicles with a distinct difference. Instead of tread-ed vehicles, these were instead on anti-gravity systems as their main cannons fired into the Orc lines. These vehicles were reminiscent of the Baneblade chassis, however were much smaller than their big vehicle counterpart. Nonetheless, they packed an impressive array of weaponry as their main 180mm smooth-bore, fast-strike, battle cannon packs quite a punch. This was supplemented by no less than 4 other weapon systems. These ranged from multi-Lascannon batteries to heavy bolter platforms that rained a devastating line of destruction to small and light targets. They were named Banegliders because of their similarity to the Baneblade, except that they used anti-gravity means of movement and propulsion, which allowed them to traverse even the most hostile terrain without needing to ever touch the ground. The Adeptus Mechanicus, after the constitution of Chakra, had overseen the development and deployment of these specialized dust vehicles. Initially there were some in the order that had seen these as techno-heresy by the highest degree. However, since the means of producing these specialized vehicles was incredibly new and that no STC template could be modified to handle this new energy source, they had to come to a compromise. This led to Elemention technicians developing technology from existing STC templates and implement the new engine and system designs to use dust as both fuel and means of ammunition. The results had surprised even the Mechanicus, and the means of producing them actually was created as the first custom STC template that the Mechanicus had ever seen. As more dust worlds had been created, the STC templates that were created using these new innovations spread throughout Forge worlds, each one following the designs and creating even their own variants upon the original schematics. These tanks proved to be brutally effective at engaging the enemy through any battle zone, able to traverse the battlefield effortlessly and provide a heavy punishment of firepower on such an armored platform. The Baneglider was a staple for most auxiliary armies as they were more numerous and much more reliable than their big brother Baneblade counterparts. The line of Banegliders pushed forward into the Orc lines, their guns blazing as they cut a trail into the battle zone. Behind them came other dust vehicles, these ones an adaptation of the Rhino chassis to use dust energy and also to be converted with anti-gravity technology as well. These carried specialized, suppressing squadrons that would provide a stable battle line until the main battle force reached the designated safe zone. As they disembarked from their transports and set up their firing nest, they readied their weaponry for the Orc countercharge. Already they could hear the roar of Orc mobs flooding back to the lines. The Baneglider companies had fallen back to provide long-range support and to mop up any survivors that had not fallen back with the Orc mobs. As the Orc lines drew closer, The roar of heavy weapons blazed across the battle line as orcs by the thousands were destroyed. The orc lines had been stalled as heavy artillery from mortar and basilisk crews were launching devastating bombardment to the enemy as the gun line held. Walking out from his command tank and looking across the battlefield was a man with a white and gray coat, his hair being black with parts of silver and gray to show his age. He also looked to be quite clean-shaven and also has a distinct silver piece of metal above his right eyebrow. His pure black eyes were looking at the battlefield, looking for any weakness or opening the orcs could give him. This was James Ironwood, Lord Commander of the 1st Elementia Expedition Force. He was to give much-needed easing of the orc lines from the Astartes legions by pushing the orc lines from a 3rd strike position. This one was to be designated the safe zone for any and all Imperial reinforcements and act as the supply line for current Imperial forces on Eleanor Prime. General, reports show that the orc lines are advancing due west, possibly due to heavy resistance from Astartes personnel fighting there. There are also reports of a massive encampment 3 clicks due east from the area. What are your orders, sir? Have the Baneglider companies provide fire support for the Astartes. Platoons Alpha, Delta and Foxtrot will advance upon the orc encampment with supporting artillery companies providing suppression fire. The rest of the platoons will dig in and hold for further reinforcements to arrive. Understood, General. Ironwood looked at the active battle zone. Already he could see that the Baneglider companies were blazing towards the main orc lines as their guns blew massive chunks into the enemy's flank. On the other side he saw the transports carrying the platoons towards the orc encampment, each squad armed to the teeth and ready to law low some orc scum. General, if I may have a moment of your time. Ironwood looked towards the person next to him. She was a small person compared to the general, yet the most interesting thing was that she had nothing but parchments and an ink pen. This was one of the remembrancers that was escorting the 1st Elementia Expedition Force and writing about the deeds and story of both the fighters but also of their Lord Commander. Indeed, you may, Muriel. You had told me about the various offensives this force has faced before Eleanor and parts about your home world. However, you haven't actually told me anything about how Elementia had first made contact with Remnant. Would you like to explain this story to me, please? Ironwood looked on in contemplation as shells rained down upon the enemy. He was gazing towards his troops as they marched on the enemy, their weapons blazing across the battlefield as they fought tooth and nail against the green skins. I suppose telling the story of how the Elementians came to our world wouldn't be a problem. What would you like to know? Date: 420 M23. Operation parameters: unknown. Current location: Mistral, Anima, Remnant, Elementia sector. It was a rainy day. The defenses of Mistral struggled as a tide of darkness flooded the main barricades leading towards the city market. Already the sounds of the dying and panicked citizenry were heard all across the city. They came from the eastern hills, through the mountain passes that dot Mistral's landscape. Already the huntsmen and huntresses that were responsible for guarding the gates were overrun. These creatures showed no mercy as hundreds were slaughtered by a tide of black and blood. Hundreds of these things called Grim flooded the streets as no one was safe. Civilians within the city were being Edemi, the massive palace-like structure in the heart of Mistral, but the tally was growing ever larger. Atlas, through limited communication waves, had received a distress call from Mistral about a grim invasion assaulting the city, and Ironwood could only watch on as his forces were stretched to the limit, fighting both the enemies on the ground and the enemies in the air. Since the events in Beacon, the use of automatons was suppressed so long as the enemy had a means of hacking into their network and controlling their systems again. Ironwood still remembers that event when Vale and Beacon were assaulted by both his own automatons and the Grim that were lured by the White Fang and others that sought the destruction of the kingdoms. Even now his air fleet were playing a defensive game as Nevermores and Griffins swarmed his airships. These beasts would attack vital gunpoints and aim for vital systems within the ships as a means of destroying them, their hatred of humanity a testament to their ferocity. All ships. Report. This is Vector Squadron. We've lost half our company and we are trying to hold off the flying swarm as much as we can. This is Gamma Squadron. We are being overrun. Most of our shielding is down and our gun batteries are running dry. Alpha Squadron, we have sustained heavy casualties and damage. We cannot hold our position, General. James looked on in frustration. Already he could see his fleet being teared to pieces at this rate. There are just too many air units to both deal with them and assist the units on the ground. Regroup to the western part of the city. We will scour the skies before assisting the ground units. Yes, General. His ships maneuvered over the skies of Mistral with a precise efficiency, overlapping fields of anti-air fire pummeling the bigger Nevermore as gun crews established on the deck of the ships opened fire upon the much smaller Griffins. James knew that if Mistral were to fall, then there would be no chance for the other kingdoms. Cut off from the rest of the world, they would be slaughtered. Ironwood knew that he had to make a stand at Mistral or all will be lost. They just keep coming. This was the call that a young girl said as a tide of Grim flooded the street. She was a fair-skinned girl with black hair with red tips that had a distinct pair of silver eyes, swinging around her weapon, a massive scythe in her hands as she sliced through a horde of Beowulfs, massive werewolf-like Grim that rushed towards the young girl's position. Just keep fighting, Ruby. We just have to hold out. This was said by another girl. She was also fair-skinned. Her long blonde hair flickered behind her as she grabbed a creep Grim that tried to surprise her. She ripped it apart, showing that her right arm was a cybernetic arm. She punched at another Grim, this time an Ursa, a massive bear-like Grim. A shotgun blast appeared from her wrist as she wore a pair of gauntlets that fired dust-filled rounds into whatever target she decided to punch at. There were two others that were with the pair, these two being a girl with white pale skin and silver hair, a distinct scar crossing over her left eye. Wielding a rapier with a revolving barrel, she stabbed the blade into the ground as a flood of ice smashed into a horde of pig-like Grim, these being Borbatusk. The last girl was a fair-skinned lady, her black hair contrasting with her yellow eyes. On her head were a pair of black cat ears as she unloaded a clip of rounds into a charging creep. She used a graceful ribbon as she pulled a stray Beowulf with the end of her gun like a sickle. The Beowulf stood no chance as it was hacked into dust by the other end of her weapon, which held a small wakizashi blade. Is there no end to this? Blake, we'll need to fall back? You heard Weiss. Fall back. The four girls started to retreat, falling back towards the inner barricades of the marketplace. They leapt over the barrier as the huntsman defenders formed a firing line to suppress the horde. Ruby. Weiss. Young. Blake. Over here. Yelled out a person. This was a teenage boy with tanned skin and blonde short hair. He was wearing a set of armor as he carried around a bastard sword. The sword itself was a silvered blade with a golden frame surrounding it. John. They're breaking through the eastern side. It's the same all across the city, Ruby. They're surrounding us. Is there any word from the Atlas fleet? The general had called back his air units to deal with the flying swarms. We're on our own for now. Ruby looked on as the civilians within the market were huddled together. You could see the hopelessness in their eyes and the fear that today might be their last day in this world. Across the street you can hear the roars of Grim as the defenders held the defense points with their limited ammo supplies. Due to the planning of their enemies, their supply of dust was limited and ammunition would run dry long before new stock could be found. In a way it ensured that the kingdoms themselves could not survive the horde as wave after wave of Grim flooded the capital. To the defenders, victory was a faraway dream, and only surviving the day would count as a victory in their minds. Naklavi. On the right side. Take it down. Take it down. Goliath rush, coming through the central gate. Help us. All around them, Team RWBY and the rest of JNPR could only watch as Mistral was being overrun. Already they could see the Naklavi trample the initial defense line as the screams of people filled the air. The main gate leading towards the market crumpled as a massive Goliath smashed into the reinforced gate, sending defenders flying. Is this it, guys? Ruby said as they readied their weapons for the inevitable. General, I am receiving an unknown signal. Is it friend or enemy? That is the thing, sir. We can't tell, but it's moving over the city. Do we have visual? Signal appears to originate above us, sir. The signal should be in Vi. The bridge was silent as they bore witness to something frighteningly new. In front of them, descending from high orbit, the battleship Talon of Humanity descended upon the battlefield, its colossal size stunning the crew into silence. From its flight bays descended a hail of steel as massive floods of drop pods descended towards Mistral, each drop pod lighting up in a ball of fire as they descended towards the surface of the planet. Thunderhawk dropped ships and gunships along with Raptor and Storm Raven gunships descended towards the swarm of Grim as all hell broke loose. The defenders were trying desperately to hold back the tide of Grim. Already many huntsmen were dead trying to hold out for just that little bit longer. The Grim roared their success at finally destroying one of the 5 kingdoms when suddenly huge clouds of dust covered parts of the battlefield, Whatever impacted the ground struck like a thunderbolt as Grimm were sent flying from these dust clouds. When the dust settled, the defenders and Grimm noticed the odd-shaped pods that littered the city. Each of these were blood-red in color as a single teardrop painted in black with a pair of wings was in the middle of these metal things. A sudden explosion sounded from the metal contraptions as the doors slammed down into the ground, and walking from the pods came out armored soldiers. These soldiers dwarfed over the normal civilians and huntsmen. Their armor was painted in the same colors as their pod contraptions. Yet their helmets looked reminiscent of ancient knights of remnants past. These giants descended upon the Grimm with a ferocity that was legendary, their ranged weaponry ringing out with a thunderous bang as Grimm were slaughtered by the dozens. For the glory of Sanguinius, for the glory of the Imperium. Like a prayer answered, the armored warriors pushed back the tide of Grimm. Already clouds of darkness faded as Grimm were being slaughtered. The defenders were celebrating in both cheers and crying in joy at the much-needed reinforcements. From a pod that impacted near the Neclavi came a giant of a man. He was in a golden armor as he walked. The most distinct thing about him though were the pair of majestic white wings that were upon his back. The beings in the market whom had animal features on their bodies were stunned. Was this man a faunus? Either way they saw the man advance towards the Neclavi as the beast gave out a frightening roar. The man showed no fear as he withdrew his mighty sword. The beast charged towards him, its massive arms ready to cleave the warrior in half. The man merely parried the arms away as he cut through one of the extending arms, slicing it clean off. The beast gave out a cry of pain as it rushed towards the man, yet he merely extended his wings and with a mighty leap cleaved the beast in half. The knucklehead twitched once before it split in half and faded into a cloud of darkness. From the same pod came another man, his armor a suit of both gold and orange. His blonde hair looked similar to the other man, except this man's eyes were blue and he did not have wings. He walked towards the other man as he gave him a solid pat on his shoulder. It seems these creatures cannot stand against the might of your legion Sanguinius. It seems that way Naruto. A Goliath rushed the pair, hoping to take out both men in one fell swoop. The beast was massive compared to the two men, yet the one named Sanguinius was not concerned one bit. Naruto instead extended his hand as a ball of pure energy appeared before it. Pointing it towards the beast, the orb flew towards the Goliath, obliterating it in a blaze of blue light. After the light faded there was nothing left of the Grimm. It seems that we had just arrived in time to save this city. Come brother, let us rid of these vile creatures. The two men walked towards the horde of Grimm that were being pushed back by the armored warriors in red. Already the Grimm were faltering as these warriors fought with superhuman ferocity. Fire Raptor Alpha, in position to unleash payload. Payload authorized, you are cleared to engage hostiles. The skies above Mistral were filled with the sounds of guns and roars of monsters. The Blood Angels unleashed their weaponry into the Grimm enemy as ground forces pushed back the tide of darkness from the market central. Already, 3 points in the city were being held by the Angels of Death as they continued their renewed assault into the Grimm hordes. Targets to the right. Concentrate fire, priority target, left side. Bring down the beast, bring it down. The Grimm were still swarming the enemy. Already there were reinforcements flooding through the 3 points as the Blood Angels held the line, a line of finely tailored steel against a horde of horrors. From the back of the Grimm horde came massive Goliaths. Each of these were hauling carriages that carried massive cauldrons full of what looks like blood. The cauldrons bubbled as they shattered, and from the blood poured out a horde of Beowulfs and Ursas. These ones were bigger than their normal Grimm counterparts as they have extended armor and more hellish-looking masks. Any available air forces in position Alpha 225 East Gamma, please respond. Thunderhawk Bloodborne in position, state target priority and position. Priority absolute, targets in Sector 228. Description of large transport vehicles carrying containers of blood, please advise. Confirmed visual of priority targets, initiating bombing run, purification spread. From the skies above the Grimm horde came the Thunderhawk Bloodborne. From its wings dropped 5 lots of bombs, each one carrying a 20,000-ton payload. The effect on the Grimm horde was instant as one of the areas where a carriage was and the resulting Grimm were instantly vaporized as a massive explosion leveled the terrain. A huge cloud of darkness dissipated into the air from the explosive force. All around the battlefield the Imperium forces were pushing back the tide of Grimm as they had been driven into a frenzy into the Astartes lines. A few dozen Astartes had been injured from the Grim as swarm tactics, and their ferocity proved to be an annoyance towards the battle-hardened Marines. Yet the grim tide still persisted as more hordes appeared onto the battlefield. The fight for Mistral had just begun. Ruby, Weiss, Young and Blake couldn't believe what they were seeing. Unlike the civilians that were being escorted towards Haven Academy after these Night Warriors came flying in from the sky, they were with the group that was acting as a rearguard for these warriors. At first, the groups of huntsmen were a bit on edge when these massive people landed within this city and started to kill all the Grim. At first they were panicking that these people were coming for them next. What happened, however, was that instead there were these two massive men who walked towards the huntsman forces. They being both blonde men, but one had wings. "You can deal with this, Naruto. I am going to support my sons. Good hunting, Sanguinius. May you bring swift victory." "Thanks, Naruto." As Sanguinius ascended on his wings, Naruto watched as a fire raptor hovered above his position, and from the front hatch appeared Gaara, Sasuke and Sakura along with Kakashi. The group of huntsmen looked on as these 6 people appeared from one of those flying airships. Kakashi looked at Naruto as Sakura was tending to the injured. "How's the situation, Naruto?" "The Blood Angels repelled the creatures from the city's central and have pushed them back towards the walls. We will need to reinforce the streets in case any stragglers find their way back into the city. Gaara, Sasuke. Provide areas of earth walls for these groups to use as cover and choke points. Sensei, organize the survivors and those who are not injured to form squadrons to support the main lines. I will go to the front and help Sanguinius push back these creatures after I help Kakashi in organizing these people into battle positions." They all nodded as they went to work in their positions. Kakashi noticed that these people spoke a language that was common in the elemental nations, particularly in the Land of Iron, so introducing himself, he organized the big group into 3 squads that will provide support to the Blood Angels. "And how can we trust you?" one of the huntsmen said as others were agreeing to this statement. "You can't. But I can tell you this. No harm shall befall you. We do not wish to harm those who only wish to defend their homes. If you do not trust us, then trust us not to turn our backs on you." A few of the huntsmen looked at him with suspicion, but Ruby and the others could see that Kakashi was only being honest with his words. So with a slight hesitation they followed Kakashi's plan and moved out towards the Blood Angels. Excuse me, Kakashi, sir." "Yes." Ruby rose, "Sir." "Yes, Ruby. What is your question?" At this Ruby was a bit timid by the man in front of him as he looked much like her uncle, not only in looks but also in having that veteran aura around him that tells people that he is much stronger than what he looks. "I was just wondering, where did you all come from?" "Oh well, that's easy. We 6 are from Elementia." "Elementia? That's a planet that's considered your guys' neighbor. So you guys are aliens? I guess, in a way." "That is so. Cool." Kakashi gave an amused smile under his mask. Watching this girl, Ruby, go on about how awesome looking they all are brings a bit of a smile to his face. Watching the air fleet of the Talon of Humanity engaging in aerial dogfights with these creatures and hearing the sounds of firefights and bombing runs against the creatures that are pushing towards the Blood Angels tells Kakashi that this battle might not be as easy as the initial strategy council predicted. More Thunderhawk dropships hovered above the city as shinobi from Elementia descended from their main hatch doors. Setting up defensive positions around the city, they dug in as best they could and started to provide long-range support in the form of gun platforms. Those who chose to instead formed strike teams and engaged the creatures in hit-and-run tactics while the Blood Angels provided the main street, the enemy army. The local airships took the opportunity that the Blood Angels provided in clearing the skies to once more station themselves above the city. An escort ship from one of the main airships descended towards the marketplace, and from the main doors appeared General Ironwood himself, followed along by his personal guards. He walked towards Kakashi and Naruto. "I am thankful for your help, yet I am also cautious on the account of who you people are. I have not seen any of your icons in Remnant." "I understand your hesitation. Ironwood, James Ironwood, General of the Atlas Forces." "Well, General. I am Naruto Uzumaki, and this man is Kakashi Hitaki. I am Hokage of the Shinobi Forces of Elementia, while Kakashi here is my previous master and former Hokage. It is a pleasure to meet both of you. But I have never heard of this Elementia you speak of." "That is understandable. We are considered planetary neighbors." "I see. This was a surprise Ironwood wasn't expecting. He knew of the possibilities of life on other worlds away from Remnant, but did not expect other people on the planet next door. And what of the other forces that are currently pushing back the Grim forces? Grim? The beast you lot were fighting just now? Ah, I see. That is the Blood Angels, led by my brother, Sanguinius. Your brother? But he has, yes. Indeed he has wings. But I can assure you that we are indeed brothers by blood. I see. General, if it isn't much to ask, can your men stand by as a rearguard for my brother's forces? This will allow us to push forward with the Blood Angels and ensure that victory against these Grim will be swift. I see no problems with that proposition. I will have my men hold this city. After the formalities between the general and Naruto, the shinobi forces provided flanking positions for the Blood Angels. The Grim were being attacked from all sides by the combined might of Elemention shinobi and the Blood Angels themselves. Yet the battle was still going strong as Grim were still pouring through the mountain ranges into Mistral. Date: 007M30 Operation Parameters: Crusade Current Imperial Forces, 18 million Est troops. Current enemy forces, 98,380,000,000 Est troops casualties. Imperial forces, 2,301,000 Est troops. Enemy forces, 156,120,000,000 Est troops. With the sound of gunfire ringing around her and her squad taking shelter on a cliff overlooking the battle zone, Ruby locked onto the head of the nearest knob, giving a few steady breaths as she aimed her sights with crescent rows. The gun gave out a massive boom as the knob's head exploded in a ball of gore and blood. The round then proceeded to explode in a huge ball of lightning as dozens of orcs around the knob were electrocuted alive as their brains exploded. The orcs reeled back from such a surprise shot that Ruby cocked back the bolt of crescent rows and placed another round, this one a distinct purple-rimmed round. From within their nest she aimed down the sights towards one of the higher-ranking orcs. This one, judging by its size and the amount of armor the beast had, showed its rank as a warboss in this army. Again she steadied her breath as her gun produced the familiar boom that she had learned to love. This orc also didn't stand a chance as the bullet pierced his skull. The round detonated as a singularity was formed within the warboss's skull, the resulting vortex sucking in the next few dozen mobs of orc boys around the boss as they screamed towards their deaths. Ruby was now completely in her focused state. In this state only the mission mattered. Her order was simple: break the enemy. Unlike others in this company, she was originally from the 4th Company of the Shadow Foxes. The training from the Ultramarines was brutal, more so than the other companies. Unlike their counterparts, the Sons of Ultramar showed no hesitation to tell them straight to their faces that they are not worthy of being called battle brothers. Each drill, each combat scenario, each part of training was designed to break them at every step of the way. Many of the recruits did not come out of the training the same again. The same was said of Ruby. Each day they would push her to the edge of breaking over and over again. Each day was agony to the young girl as she was sent through the ringer of endless drills with no food, training scenarios where the numbers were clearly against them, and even moments of training where they would beat her body to the point where she fell unconscious. There were even some moments where they would take the training a little too far. These were few and far between, but every time she would feel excruciating pain as they tried to get her to break under the pressure of their interrogations. These ranged from simple truth serums to even exposed torture, all to make a point that they are superior to them because they are not one of us. This left Ruby very emotionally scarred, so she found solace in the one thing that she had in that whole time, her very own weapon. She trained with this weapon, honing her craft to the point of obsession. At first the training officers of the Ultramarines were telling her that she was wasting her time, but she soon got so good with her weapon that she could take on an entire tactical team by herself. At this point the officers were shocked at how she maintained a calm demeanor in the middle of full-on battle. Yet as time went on, they saw that the things they did took their toll on her. When she was in the middle of a combat scenario she would shut down and only the orders given to her would remain. In essence they made her into the perfect soldier. They realized their mistake too late when she froze in the middle of an offensive against a previous orc incursion when her sergeant was temporarily incapacitated. His last orders he gave her before he fell was to kill them all. So she did just that, gliding through the orcs and reaping them with her weapon. She became a true angel of death that day. And it was only when she was covered in the blood of countless orcs, her scythe dripping a full bloody red as her silver eyes were completely unfocused, that they had seen the error of what they had done. In proving that they could break them, they had created the ultimate killing soldiers, emotionally dead to all the happenings of battle. As a means of repairing their shattered personalities, those who were affected the most in the company were given over to other companies to mend these broken psyches. Yet one cannot just fix those who are so completely broken. Ruby. Again. Ruby was aiming at targets, each one a threat, each one part of her mission. Bang. Ruby. The sound of gunfire was her friend, each commander in the field in front of her was a target. Bang. Ruby. Kill the targets, finish the mission. Kill the targets, finish the mission. Bang. Ruby. She snapped out of her trance as she looked at Sai. He had a look of sadness on his face as she was gazing at him with dead, cold eyes. We're going to fall back now, Ruby. Let's go. Yes, sir. Sai had to give a sobering thought to Ruby, for someone to go through such a thing and only come out as she was. She had withstood things that any lesser man would go mad had they gone through the same fate. He hoped that he could at least fix the broken pieces that were left. Date: 420 M23 Operation Parameters. Liberation Current Location: Mistral, Anima, Remnant, Elementia Sector. 3 weeks, that is how long it took for the offensive to reclaim Mistral. The Blood Angels fought like warriors possessed as Sanguinius and Naruto pushed the lines forward at every chance they could. Yet the tallies of Grimm they killed seemed like nothing against the unending tide of darkness. Each Blood Angel proved time and again their dedication and zeal in those days. Yet even these superhuman soldiers felt the stings of battle. Their enemy was relentless. They did not need to eat, they did not need to sleep. And they feared nothing. As soon as an area was cleared of the Grimm taint, shinobi squads and huntsman squads formed fortified positions, each being heavily guarded as convoy their way to the front lines. Yet even these places were under the constant attacks of the Grimm. Where the Blood Angels pushed the line forward, the others held the line with all they had. Ruby and her group had been in the first major squadron that tailed behind the Blood Angels. She was exhausted as she and her friends tried to catch any amount of sleep they could. The sound of Grimm roaring hatred keeping them on their toes. Even now she could hear the Blood Angels fighting on the front lines as the sound of battle cries, bolt guns, plasma weapons, chainswords and thunderhammers ringed out towards them. They had ran out of dust supplies in the first 3 days, but the Blood Angels supplied them with standard bolt gun and volkite weaponry to defend themselves. Others in the companies were even supplied standard-issue auxiliary las rifles. These were put to good use as the sounds of weapons fire roared all across the battle zone. They had pushed out the Grimm from Mistral City, where the majority of supplies and reinforcements arrived from. From there they traveled across the mountains of Anima as they continued their quest to destroy the main Grimm installations that were scattered across Anima's mountainsides. But like a disease that keeps on persisting, the Grimm were not giving up their hard-fought grounds without a fight. Grimm from all parts of Anima were gathering to join in the fight, their smelling of bloodlust and battle spurring them on into an uncontrollable frenzy. Ruby looked around. Already she could see a change in her friends. Instead of being happy and cracking jokes with each other, they instead watched the terrain with an anxious look. Their nerves sometimes even getting to them as some had just started to begin breaking down. Only for others to break them out of it. Others kept firing down range at the Grimm charging them, anything to keep their minds busy at the horrors they had witnesses for the past few weeks. They had seen villages and settlements become massacred by the Grimm tide. Watching as the Blood Angels engaged them with blade and gun. Watching as some people were ripped apart when they tried to flee to safety, of others firing into the horde to try and save those who were being eaten alive. And even of the times where the sounds of fighting ringed over horror scenes of shinobi medics and normal medics trying to save those whom had bleeding and missing parts of their bodies. Their cries of pain and suffering giving way to the hectic sounds of full, unrelenting war. Ruby found very quickly that she hated its sound. She had seen some horrific scenes, such as a little girl being ripped apart by a pair of Beowulfs as she was still screaming. The pair eating her two halves like a snack. Or the time she saw Iman's torso being eaten as a Blood Angel slashed at the body of the Grimm with a chainsword, the sound of roaring machinery and the cries of the man in pain coming together in a symphony of death. She had watched as Blood Angels, huntsmen and shinobi fired towards a line of Grimm that got progressively closer and more vicious as they were cut down by the dozens. She had walked aimlessly into an area where she had seen a medic try and amputate Iman's arm, the wound being gangling and black as the medic held him down, a saw in their other hand. She had seen these and many more scenes as she tried to get the sounds of death out of her head, but each time she would almost break down as it became too much for her mind to comprehend. Yet she would see the two figures of Sanguinius and Naruto fighting side by side as they destroyed the grim horde. Sanguinius would appear on wings of white as he delivered judgment upon the grim and saved those whom were about to be overrun. Naruto would also defend key points by himself as others evacuated, his hands brimming with barely restrained power as he obliterated his enemies in great orbs of blue energy. Each time they appeared at a point in the line, they would rally the courage of all of those whom fought and would rally them with their charisma and determination. Twice, Ruby had been saved by Naruto. Each time she thought she was going to die a horrible death, yet every time she would be saved by the golden blonde as he looked at her with his blue striking eyes. And each time he would say the same thing. "Don't you die yet, Ruby. I believe in you, you are a survivor." Yet now it seems all those weeks of constant fighting were about to come to a conclusion. According to intel provided by Vanguard scouts, there were 3 major Grim installations where their numbers were being replenished. The first 2 were destroyed in the first and second week. It was only this last installation that proved to be the most difficult to reach. She was with the strike team that will be responsible for taking out this installation, as her speed would prove to be a big factor in planting the demolition charges required to level the facility. She had looked at her team as both Team RWBY and the rest of Team JNR were selected as part of the strike force, along with a company of Terminators and Sanguinius that would lead the initial attack, while Naruto and his Shinobi strike team will provide them with support while their team would plant the explosives. These explosives were a combination of dust bombs and melta charges which would be planted in major parts of the installation, which would be detonated remotely when all teams have cleared the target zone. Terminators from the first company blazed the entrance of the compound with extended autocannon, and melta fire as a whole was made from the initial assault. From this tide came another wave of Grim that pushed into the Blood Angels with a renewed frenzy. Sanguinius skillfully dodged the wild attacks as his blade cut through the horde, his sons following in his steps with sword and axe. Entering the main compound, the groups split up to accomplish their missions. Naruto and his shinobi provided them with support as they navigated towards the main spawning chambers that housed the Grim. Appearing before a massive chamber that housed entire sectors of blood pools, they planted the initial charges as Grim swarmed the shinobi. Strength and courage pulled them through that gauntlet as the Blood Angels held the main entrance from the unrelenting horde of darkness. Sanguinius had regrouped his men time and again as his finest warriors never faltered. Naruto had journeyed with them to ensure that the mission was successful, yet they were the ones that the entire plan hinged on. When they arrived at the second chamber, there were people there to meet them, these being Cinderfall and her companions Mercury Black and Emerald Sestray. Cinder looked upon Ruby with a look of pure hatred as she summoned a horde of Grim to occupy the shinobi forces, leaving Team RWBY and JNR to fight the foe. "You all have ruined everything," Cinder said as her eyes glowed with a fiery flame. "We were to be the true kings and queens of this world, but you all had to go and ruin our plans that we had spent decades on creating." Pure flames flowed from her hands as the group scattered. Weiss and Blake were intercepted by Emerald, while Yang, Nora and Ren were intercepted by Mercury. Ruby looked at Cinder with a sense of disgust and pity as she could see that whatever she had done to her at Beacon left its mark on her. 20 years. This plan had taken 20 years to fulfill, gone in less than 3 weeks. She had started unleashing flames from her body as John and Ruby tried desperately to dodge out of the way. She could feel a bead of sweat run down her face as the heat almost touched her. All our plans. Ruined. Not even a spin knew of the scale in which we had planned for this world. To make it a paradise for us. To ensure we were given our fair share. To make sure that these governments that wished to enslave us were destroyed under our heels. "You mean to make us live in fear," Ruby said. "You just wanted to make us all cower in fear while you take our freedom and lives away. You wanted us to live as slaves." At this, Cinder stopped for a moment, then the room wanned of hysterical laughter as she looked upon the two. Would it not be such a simple life? One of solitude? No need to feel hunger, no need to feel fear, no need to worry about what you need to do day after day. Instead, all would be planned out for you. And the only thing we ask in return is your so-called precious freedom. At this, Cinder raised her hands as fire flowed out from her, illuminating the room in a violent blaze of red. Would it not be so sweet as to not worry about the future? To only care for one thing, making sure that the servant loves this way of life. We would have provided you all with everything. Food, warmth, all the luxuries you desire, and all we ask in return is that you lay down your arms and accept us as the true lords and ladies of this world. To be truly united without the concept of government or countries. To only love the lash that we place on your shoulders. That is not right, John said as he looked at her with anger. Because of you, we had to see our friends perish. Because of you we had to see the horrors of this war. Because of you. I see. John Arc. She thought very fondly of you, when I ripped out her soul, Cinder said. The results of that were instant as John gave a battle cry as he rushed Cinder. Ruby tried to stop him but John was already running towards her, tears on the edge of his eyes. Cinder smiled maliciously as she covered him in flame. John lowered his shield as the metal was being superheated. Already he was screaming in pain as the metal was melting through his gauntlet. But he didn't stop advancing towards Cinder. She could not believe how foolish this man was but soon regretted it as a superheated shield slammed into her body, pushing her into the floor. John detached the shield from his arm, its tip digging into the ground as his hand was smoking from the heat that the shield had given it. Through the haze of pain he could see that Cinder was looking at him with a sense of dread. He stabbed his blade into his shield as he formed the claymore version of his blade, the outer edge a fiery red as the blade was still hot to the touch. Cinder has flicked a fireball at him as he cut the projectile in half, his fury focused on that single target of his ire. With pure adrenaline and his sheer fortitude to guide him, he rushed towards Cinder as she frantically unleashed fire upon the boy. As John came in to deal a killing blow, she unleashed another stream of fire. He staggered as the pain from this fire was almost too much for him to take. Already he was screaming as his armor and blade were burning him alive, yet he did not falter. With a mighty swing, he cut straight through Cinder, her eyes in disbelief as she felt nothing below her arms. Looking down she noticed that the blade had cut deep. The sizzling of her flesh a reminder that a hot blade had just entered her body. She also noticed that her chest had been cut open as massive cauterized cut in her chest exposed her beating heart. She collapsed onto her back as she was groaning in pain. John had not fared so well. His body had been seriously burned as his armor continued to burn his body. His face had suffered burns as his skin was red and swollen. Already he was giving out short breaths as he could feel his lungs on fire. Ruby was at his side as she looked on with a look of pure horror. Somebody help US. Date: 007M30 Operation Parameters, Crusade. Current Imperial Forces: 17,800,000 Est troops. Current enemy forces: 92,380,000 Est troops. Casualties: Imperial forces: 2,501,000 Est troops. Enemy forces: 162,120,000 Est troops. John drove his blade into the skull of an orc, its blood reminding him of that day, many years ago. He felt nothing but a burning pain that day in Mistral, yet he could still hear the words that Cinder spoke to him before his blade cut her down. She thought very fondly of you, when I ripped out her soul. He couldn't remember much of what happened with the operation, he could only remember the pain and the touch of fire that day. It had changed him, tempered his soul and set his purpose. It was in those moments when he was about to embrace death that he had heard her whisper to him. Not yet, John, I'll see you soon. But not yet. In that moment he decided that he will refuse to die, not until the people who started this war were brought to justice and answered for their crimes. When Remnant was liberated from the tyranny of the Grim Queen and was established with their newfound allies in both Elementia and the Imperium, he had thought that now was the time he would finally rest. But as he was told, there were far more things happening outside of their own little sector of planets. The galaxy was disordered, chaos and isolation had plagued humanity through all the galaxy, and the Imperium was trying to reunite all of mankind's lost sons and daughters into a single united empire. John at this time had fallen under the teachings of Killer B, one who not only perfected his swordsmanship, but also gave him another reason to fight. He remembered what B had said to him when he said that the Imperium's fight wasn't about him. You're wrong, kid. It's everyone's fight. What do you think is going to happen to our home if we don't stand up and protect it? What would happen to those that we don't protect ourselves? We can't just assume that we all are going to be living sunshine and rainbows all the time. We can't be ignorant anymore now that we know that we are not alone out here. We gotta stick together. Personally, if my helping the Imperium ensures that we don't have to suffer through a war that we didn't ask for, I'll be damn well glad that I had taken up the cause. Remember kid, in this day and age, it's everyone's fight, question is, are you willing to fight for it? John had remembered the pain of losing someone precious to him, and he realized that he wouldn't want that to happen to anyone else. So he decided to sign up for the Legion Astartes, being an initiate under the teachings of B and training alongside him in the 6th Company. Sakura had healed his burns on his face and arms, but there were deep scars from his armor melting into his body, though she tried to heal as much as possible, but the scars gave him another reason and another purpose to do this. To save many, sometimes you had to be the martyr. Silent, efficient, surprising and decisive. These were the things that Blake Belladonna learned when training under both the Alpha Legion and the Raven Guard. She had drilled herself on these 4 basic principles that were taught to her, each one emphasized in the line of work that she did for the Legion. Silent. Like her sneaking up to this orc commando that was sent to track her team. Efficient. Like her gutting the orc while holding his jaw shut. Surprising. Like the look of shock and fear the orc had as it's watching his chest as a blade dug into it. And last of all, decisive. Like the blade slicing through the orc's neck as his body fell to the ground, its head still in her hand. She still remembered the days in which the Imperium fought for them at Mistral, fought for them on Sanus and Solitas, fought for them on Dracona and finally secured their victory against the Grim Queen and her army. She still remembers the day when emissaries from Elementia came to Remnant to talk of a treaty that they were planning with the Imperium. She still remembers the day when Naruto stood up for her kind, the Faunus, and gave them the one thing they so desperately had wanted all this time. To be treated as equals. She still remembers the day when she had seen the old human aristocracy of Remnant wish that Faunus keep their status as a subpar, abhuman race with some of the more radical in the Imperium agreeing with them. She still remembers that date, 424M23 Operation Parameters, Diplomacy. Current location. Vital, Sanus, Remnant, Elementia Sector. Salem's army of Grim were no more. After years of brutal fighting, Remnant was liberated from the Grim armies that would have doomed it. The 4 kingdoms were thankful to their new allies, the shinobi of Elementia and the armies of Tardit, as a shaky relationship soon gave way to bonds of friendship between the 3 factions. Stories and tales from all over, from small towns and villages to the great kingdoms themselves, were told of how angels of red descended upon fire and drove the darkness away. The Grim threat had been severely reduced but not completely eradicated. This was acceptable to the kingdoms as it allowed them now to expand their borders without the threat of massive Grim retaliation. When the Emperor touched down on Remnant with Malkador and an escort of his own personal guard, the emissaries of Remnant knew that this man was responsible for their sudden and well-needed aid. Members of each council took it in turns to introduce themselves to the Emperor and expressed their deepest gratitude to the support that he provided to them. The Emperor had told them of what was happening in the wider system and told them that the threats they faced in Remnant were but common sights among the entire galaxy, and that others would see that we as humanity would be destroyed and our species scattered and isolated. The repairs to the cities and the restorations of the cross-continental transit system became a smooth process as the Emperor was greatly interested in this technology. He could see that this system could allow for a massive communication array that could encompass entire sectors. One other thing that was more interesting was the fact that when the Imperium defeated the Grim Queen, she was in possession of 3 distinct artifacts that were unlike anything anyone had seen. The Emperor had literally felt the energy within these 3 artifacts and found it to be most peculiar. Naruto had also felt this energy, but to him it felt distinctive, like he had felt this energy before. It's interesting that something so small could be the cause of so much conflict, Naruto said as he hovered the 3 objects over his hand. The items were the most unique gem-like objects they had ever seen. The 3 of them had swirls of pure energy flowing around them, as one had 2 streams of black and gold, while the other had a stream of blue and orange, the third one a striking red and green. Their refined sphere shape and size was deceptive of the amount of energy that they produced. These objects are only known to a select few people, Naruto, General Ironwood said. Those 3 orbs are one of Remnant's most closely guarded secrets. It does concern me the power possessed by these artifacts. I have never seen such a concentration of power in something this size. The Emperor looked upon the 3 orbs with a scrutinizing look as he expanded his senses towards these gems. Indeed, he could feel the overwhelming energy locked within their core and how that power does feel like chakra. You said that there were 4 of these, correct Ironwood? Yes. The last one, however, Professor Aspin of Beacon knew of the location. Then where is this professor? He is dead. Naruto and the Emperor looked at Ironwood as he said that with the most straight face he could have. They were incredibly suspicious at how the general said that without any hesitation or even any hint of sadness at the passing of one of his colleagues. I'm guessing there is but that is going to happen. You would be correct, Naruto. Indeed, Aspin had died, but his aura passed on to another who he is instructing and guiding. May we be able to talk to this individual? I have already arranged that. A knock on the door was all they heard as a young boy opened the door. He was a small kid, with black hair and distinct heterochromia eyes, this being a ring of inner yellow to an outer green. To Naruto and the Emperor he looked more like a farmer than someone who fights Grim for a living. He was escorted by a man who looked every bit as a veteran of combat than most people they have seen. His black hair and red eyes were striking to both the Emperor and Naruto. Even though they could tell that the man was drunk, he held himself like a true fighter. To the both of them he was an interesting individual. So James, care to tell us what this meeting was so important? The man said as he staggered towards them. Kirao, I see the fighting hasn't tempered your drinking one bit. The one named Kirao just pulled out a flask and took a long gulp of its contents. To Naruto he could smell the heavy scent of hard whiskey. Remnant went to shit and now we have these super soldiers walking around the place. I would think that this would be the exception to my drinking. Lord Emperor, Naruto. This is Kirao Bronwyn. He was one of Aspin's most senior fighters and was the man who supplied us our main intelligence against Salem, the Grim Queen. Nice work on getting rid of Her Majesty, Crow said as he said the term with disgust. Crazy bitch had the nerve to try and lead genocide against us. While I would love to discuss the matters of defeating a crazed sentient Grim that wished the utter destruction of our species, let's keep to the matter at hand, shall we? Ironwood said as the boy walked towards the two large men, a shy expression upon his face. Hi. There, hello there, young. Oh, Oscar, my name is Oscar Pine. Oscar. I am Naruto, and this is my father. I think I know why you are here. Aspin is telling me that you're here for the jewel. Can you speak with Aspin? Why? Yes, it was weird at first, but now I can hear him clearly. Can you help us, Oscar? I can try. Walking towards the elevator in Beacon, Oscar had inputted a special combination into the elevator itself. The four men looked on curiously as the elevator descended far below the normal levels as they watched the elevator dinged on floor SB1. When the door opened they had walked into a massive corridor. Everything looked normal except for the one fact that the entire room was made from crystallized dust. All around them they could see the multitude of different colors and varieties of dust used for the architecture. Aspin says that the jewel itself did this. He says that the dust itself hides it from scanners and from Grim, since they can't tell the energy of the jewel from the dust that surrounds it. Incredible. The Emperor said as he felt the huge amounts of energy within the room. In the middle of the room, surrounded by two arches of pure clear dust crystals, was the object they were looking for. This jewel was a clear crystal, however it had a bright white light within the middle of the gem. The group looked in awe of the crystal arch and the podium that the gem was floating from, all the product of dust. In fact, they could see dust forming at the bottom of the podium as though it was growing. The jewels in Naruto's hand started to resonate with each other as their cores started to glow a bright yellow. Naruto could now feel the energy these four gems were creating and suddenly realized what he was sensing. Father, what is it, Naruto? This energy, this is my energy. Are you sure, Naruto? I am positive. Ever since I started studying this energy I felt a familiar connection to it. Now I know why. But how is that possible? Maybe the Eku would know about this. I would suspect they would have known about something of this nature. They might know something. Thank you, Oscar. This means a lot to us, Naruto said as he gave Oscar a pat on the shoulder and a smile. Walking up to the pedestal with the final gem, it floated towards Naruto's hand as the four gems hovered in his hand, each glowing a vibrant yellow. Now the group proceeded to travel towards Vital, where the different councils of both Elementia, Remnant and the Imperium were gathering. This meeting will be called to session. This was the words of the head moderator in this first meeting between the nations of Remnant, the nations of Elementia and the diplomats and leaders of the Imperium. The Colosseum was packed with civilians looking upon the session. Already the arena had been changed into a massive council floor. Each significant figure on each planet were given a seat as a head moderator sat in the middle to ensure the proceedings run smoothly. All the different microphones and the whole arena was wired so that all in the arena floor could be heard by the crowd. Those of the Imperium also had seats. Chief among these was the seat of the Emperor, who was sitting directly opposite the moderator of this session. His seat was given the most priority due to his status as master of the Imperium. To his right sat Malkador, and sitting close to him were his sons. This included Naruto as he watched the meeting start. The councils of Mistral, Vale, Vacuo and Atlas were seated on the left side, while the councillors and Cage of Elementia sat on the right. In the middle were people from both Elementia and Remnant, not from either the great hidden villages or from the kingdoms. These included many of the smaller villages and such from both Remnant and Elementia, yet the most noticeable of them would have to be Gira and Cali Belladonna, leaders of Menagerie. Gira Belladonna is a tall man. Even to Astartes his height put him toe-to-toe with them. He is very muscular, as his black hair and yellow eyes looked upon the meeting with a look of added caution and optimism. His wife Callie looked much like their daughter Blake. She also had black hair and yellow eyes, but also had a pair of cat ears upon her head. She was looking at the gathering with a small sense of excitement and optimism. The head moderator knocked his gavel as the crowd started to quiet down. Representatives of Elementia and Remnant, as moderator I welcome all to Vital. This meeting has been called forward to discuss the treaty proceedings with the Imperium of Man. This resolution, which shall be called the Vital Amendment to the Constitution of Chakra, shall hereby commence. These proceedings shall be done in a civilized order unless I deem it disruptive. I will give authority to those who wish to speak on behalf of their council unless the Emperor or those of the Imperium wish to object to the current topic. As they are the first to draft this treaty, the representatives of Elementia have the stage. And so it began. The councils of Elementia had discussed the conditions, settlements and agreed upon conditions of the first draft of the Constitution. Each council gave their feedback on which parts of the treaty were part of their council's decision. The treaty was extensive and well thought out. Each part addressed either a current or future problem that Elementia or indeed other planets under this constitution would face. The councillors of Remnant were listening to the conditions that Elementia had placed in this treaty. Many of them found the conditions to be greatly acceptable or even better than they hoped for, given the leverage the Imperium had against both their worlds. Yet there were a small group of people who had frowns, as a few parts of the treaty would seek to harm their way of business. Moderator. I wish to speak. This was a man from the Council of Atlas. He was a well-off man, as he had a furbished suit of white, his white hair showing his age as he looked upon the crowd with his blue eyes. The crowd whispered in silent talk, as Remnant civilians knew this man quite well, and also the distinct snowflake symbol upon his suit's back. This session will now acknowledge Jacques Schnee, a member of the Council of Atlas. Jacques stood up from his seat, his posture rigid but also ready for what he was about to propose. Already he could see the gears within his mind working to turn this proposal into part of the treaty, for it will help his country and his business after all. Honored guest of the Imperium, it has come to my attention that this treaty has in place certain criteria regarding the rights and freedoms citizens from these worlds will benefit from. Yet it is to my understanding that the Imperium is founded upon the belief of mankind. If I am correct. At the confirmation from Imperial officials, Jacques proceeded. Then I ask this to those whom govern the Imperium. Wouldn't this treaty violate this foundation if there were conditions that violate this founding? At this, mutterings among the Imperial officials started to go around. The Emperor, however, knew exactly what this man was referring to. Moderator. Yes, Lord Emperor. I wish to speak. Of course, my Emperor. The Emperor stood up as he looked upon Jacques Schnee. Jacques looked upon the man with a bit of intimidation. Jacques Schnee. I know that you wish to do something regarding this part of the treaty, but I will tell you now that this right is held for others that wish to include themselves within the domain of this Imperium. I see, my Lord Emperor. Then maybe there can be a compromise to this treaty regarding that single part. Explain your proposition, then. I wish that these rights and freedoms not be extended towards the Faunus race. And with that, pandemonium flooded within the arena. Some in Remnant that were so adamant against the Faunus voiced their opinion, since someone had addressed the elephant in the room, while the Faunus within the crowd were both shocked and outraged that just like that their rights that they had only wished to have would be completely stripped from them if this goes through. Some civilians in Elementia, those who agreed with the hard-leaning non-Faunus believers, sided wholeheartedly with Jacques' proposal, while others saw this as a form of slavery over a species, pure and simple. For the Imperium, The debate was also quite polarized. Some whom served in the Imperium usually saw those of the Faunus as an human race. To allow them these rights would mean that there might be other planets who would wish for the same, while others within the Imperium believed that to deny these people their rights due to chance would mean that they would be no better than the injustice they had been fighting against. Order. I will have order. The moderator hit his gavel upon his stand as the crowd started to simmer down, yet the cluster fire had just started to get steam. The Emperor looked upon Jacques Schnee with a more scrutinizing gaze. This is a serious proposition you bring to this meeting, Schnee. By what accounts should these councils confirm this idea? To this Jacques gave a haunting smile. He had been given a golden opportunity, and he will capitalize on it greatly. Remnant has always treated the Faunus with the most respect they could give to a species. We had given them homes. We had given them a country to call their own, and yet they had the audacity to undermine these councils of Remnant with their terrorism and so-called scare propaganda. At this, a majority of the Faunus in the crowd booed Jacques at his very one-sided view of the struggles that the Faunus race had to endure due to the cruel nature of some humans. I mean, they have been given a great gift from all of our kingdoms, and yet they tarnish and ruin it by preaching about this so-called equality, and we are suppressing their rights. Yet they have shown time and again that they cannot be trusted with such things as their own people and their own problems. What makes them think that we should entrust them with something as serious as their rights among the stars when they'll most likely rebel against this system? At this, Gira couldn't stand another minute of poisonous talking that Jacques was spreading to this meeting. Moderator, I wish to speak. There is no room at this moment to speak, Gira Belladonna. The rules are very specific, ABO. I will allow it. The crowd looked upon the Emperor as he allowed Gira to speak. Very well. This session will acknowledge Gira Belladonna, chieftain of the nation of Menagerie. As Gira stood up, he gave a scowl to Jacques as he gave him a smile. Council members of Remnant and Elementia, I must speak up against these accusations against my people. Jacques Schnee claims that our people wish to undermine the authorities of Remnant, yet that cannot be farther from the truth. We as a people have been denied many things that ordinary people take for granted. We as a nation have been discriminated and oppressed because of us being different to other citizens of Remnant. Yet your people would instigate terror attack kingdoms just to prove a point, Jacques Schnee said as he looked at Gira. Your people would endanger the lives of innocent civilians because of this freedom. Was it not the terrorist group known as the White Fang, which, if my memory serves me right, the group responsible for not only terror attacks around all of Remnant, but also were the main culprits that allowed the Grimm to invade Vale? The White Fang were acting on their own accord. Their actions do not reflect the Faunus as a whole. To place such a blame on a race because of a small minority group within its ranks would be a gross generalization. I will admit that the White Fang, in their misguided attempts to achieve equality with others in Remnant, went about their crusade in an entirely misguided way. And I will be the first to say that their actions are unacceptable, but to put the entire Faunus race into the same pool as these acts would be truly foolhardy and arrogant. Yet, your people still committed these acts of terror to the people of Remnant. And do you know what we do to normal people who commit these crimes? We cage them and end their so-called rebellion, to ensure that we are at peace. Yet you would condemn people to a life of slavery for the mistakes of a small part of those people. The same people who had no relations to these crimes would be treated and put down like animals because of their looks, because they were different. These so-called people are guilty by association. They cannot be trusted, no matter how trustworthy they become. The crowd at this point were in different stages of either self-vindication or abject horror at what Jacques Schnee was saying. The Faunus were a barely seething rage at the audacity of this man to justify enslaving an entire race because of a small minority of their people wished to fight for their equality, even though the ways they achieved it were not of the peaceful kind. So you would condemn us all, because we cannot be trusted? Why would I ever trust a filthy animal? Protest from the Faunus spread like wildfire at his declaration. Even those who supported the Faunus or had friends with them also yelled out in outrage. The others that supported Jacques yelled in total relief at what he had just said, reflecting their mindset towards those around them. Naruto watched as those in the crowd were yelling at each other because of the polarizing ideologies and such, seeing Faunus protest about the fact that they were denied their rights as a people and that they were going to be caged because of their race. The others that were against the Faunus being given equal rights were saying about not trusting these animals, and the fact that they're not one of them. This reminded him heavily of his childhood, of the abuse and mistreatment that drove him to be acknowledged by the people that hated him. In a way, the Faunus reflected his struggles and the fact that he wouldn't wish such a fate to anyone. As the arena around him erupted in protest and angry talk, he stood up. A few in the crowd were hushed as they noticed Naruto walk up towards Jaxcuse and Gira. The crowd from Elementia were surprised as the cage of Konoha and son of the Emperor, Naruto Uzumaki, stepped forward towards the moderator. "I wish to speak, moderator." At this time, Naruto had been given an exotic suit of specially made power armor. Its armor platings were a pitch black with orange trims. His suit hummed as the power generator behind the pack was tailored towards his body. His chest plate had an intricate design of a nine-tailed fox carved out with gold, and within its center lay 4 gems. These being the artifacts that were recovered from both the Grim Queen and from Beacon. The crowd was starting to silence themselves as they saw one of the 2 men who lead the effort of fighting against the Grim Queen. Many stories of how Naruto had liberated towns by himself from Grim or pushed back a Grim horde that threatened the lives of countless people. From these people who he saved from the Grim horde owed him their lives, yet he would say to those he saved that he was but doing what was right. Many groups saw him as a man of honor, integrity and valor, and he earned many allies with the people he fought with. As the main leader of the shinobi forces whom supported the Blood Angels, he was given the nickname, the Angel of Valor, to local remnant forces as he would be the first into the fighting and the last to leave it. To the people of Remnant he was a hero. To the people of Elementia he was a legend. To those who knew him best, he was Naruto. This session will acknowledge Naruto Namikaze Uzumaki, Hokage of Konohagakure no Sato and son of the Emperor of Man. The crowd was silenced as Naruto walked towards the 2 men. Gira had a look of respect on his face while Jaxcuse was sizing up the Primarch. Naruto could feel the emotions of the 2 men. From Gira he sensed a feeling of despair and anger under a cover of calm. While on Jacques he felt a range of different emotions, from a cold calculating feeling to a sense of smugness, but the main one he felt at this moment was a sense of satisfaction and self-righteousness. He could feel that Jaxcuse had convinced himself that his plan will work and that he would benefit greatly from this deal. Before he had walked into the session, Naruto had looked up all of those representatives who were with the councils of Remnant. Jaxcuse Schnee in his eyes was a sleazy man, looking for the most profit out of any situation, even if those methods were outright heinous or devastating. His history shows how he manipulated the laws of Atlas to essentially create slave mining operations where Faunus were worked like dogs in unstable and dangerous dust mines, how he only gave them the bare minimum amount of wage to work in these mines and made it nearly impossible for those who work for them to find no other means of work. How he constantly made the wages in Atlas as small as possible to ensure that their profits from all the dust would be the highest. All of this while preaching to others that he was but a simple, humble man who only had the Faunus well-being in mind, yet still held on to the belief that humans were the superior race. If there was a more hypocritical, narcissistic slime on Remnant, Naruto would be hard-pressed to find them. It was no wonder why the Faunus rebelled as they did. To be placed under such hopeless conditions and then being told to be happy for the opportune life that they were given would even make him see red in time. This was more than just the freedom of the Faunus' stake. If he didn't help them, this would force them into a way of life that would be the worst thing imaginable to Naruto. He would never let that happen, not if he has anything to do about it. Councils of Remnant and Elementia. Naruto started as he walked around the 2 men, his poise and posture showing a sense of respect and wonder. Already he could see that he had the attention of not only the members that were in the middle of the arena, but also all of those in the stadium. "I wish to ask you this one question. Why the Faunus?" The crowd were confused at his question. Those who supported Jaxcuse were confused when they thought about that question. "Why is that relevant?" Jaxcuse said, "Because if you cannot tell me the reason why you decided to single out a race that have the same problems as anyone else in this galaxy, nay this universe, then I see no reason why this amendment should ever go through." The crowd were stunned, none more so than the Faunus. To them this looked like a hopeless battle against the entrenched majority, but to have one of the heroes of Remnant ask such a difficult question that would be incredibly hard to answer without being the least bit biased put Naruto in a different light for them. Well, just like I said before, the Faunus were given many things by our kingdoms for their services and their efforts in the Great War, yet they. "You have already said these things," Naruto said, but unknown to everyone one of the artifacts on his armor was glowing faintly. "Yet you have Shin. Why the Faunus?" Jaxcuse stumbled a bit at the way Naruto blatantly pried the topic from his hands with no regards to the etiquette of what it means to be a representative in this meeting. I am merely stating that the Faunus, given their clear lack of responsibility to deal with the problems of a small minority of their people, in my opinion shows a clear disregard. A burst of Naruto's power silenced the man. Looking at his face and the way his expression was not amused made Jaxcuse's knee break into a bit of a sweat. Stop dodging the question with these half-baked excuses. Tell me personally, from your own thoughts, why the Faunus? At that moment the gem glowed a brilliant shade of blue. Naruto had only now noticed the power coursing through the gem responding to his thoughts. To the others at the session, they had seen the blue light from the gem create a beam of energy towards Jaxcuse's knee. The man shielded himself with his arms as the beam harmlessly passed through him. Yet that was not the only thing that happened. The beam expanded into a massive hologram-like screen. The image was a pure blue before like magic the screen showed a clear, perfect image of Jaxcuse's knee sitting in his chair at his mansion in Atlas. Yet the image started to move like a movie, and sound emanated from the gem and went from the microphone attached on Naruto's breastplate into the speaker system of the stadium. So we have a deal? Jaxcuse's knee said to the person sitting in front of him. If you can deliver upon this agreement, then yes, we have a deal. The image panned out towards the two individuals, and sitting there, in his mansion within plain sight of the screen, was the Grim Queen herself, Salem. I would have to say, I was skeptical at first about this arrangement of my dust supplies being redirected from the major kingdoms. Yet you have convinced me quite thoroughly, Your Majesty. Yet, Salem said as she looked upon Jaxcuse, why do you wish for the White Fang operatives under my command to personally steal your supplies, I wonder? Ah, that is rather easy. With these so-called robberies being broadcast all across the kingdoms, I can place a face on the people responsible for all of these troubles. I doubt that Gira and the sentimental parties within the Fang would be able to stop the amount of backlash this would have between Faunus and humans. Very clever, Jaxcuse, using your enemy to sow discord among the population. But I have to wonder, what is your endgame in all of this? Well, my lady, that is rather simple. I wish to only serve you, my queen, but to have the entire enslaved population of Faunus as a potential workforce for my most ambitious projects would make me foolish not to take this agreement. Does anyone else know about this? No, they do not. Not even my servants know of this meeting between us. I personally made it so that all ties to me would be nicely cleaned up. What of those Faunus that escorted me to this place? They won't be bothering anyone anytime soon. Well, Jaxcuse Schnee. It seems that the rumor of you being thorough with any deals you make seem to have some form of truth to them. Quite exciting, really. At this, Jaxcuse stood as Salem turned towards the door, a pair of Beowulfs guarding the door as Salem walked towards the door. Before she walked through it, she stopped. Jaxcuse. I have only one question, if you would so kindly answer. Of course, my lady. Why the Faunus? At this, Jaxcuse let out an unnerving laugh, as though he found the question quite funny. This perked up the interest of Salem as she looked at the man. It is quite simple, my queen. All animals deserve to be caged as pets. I am merely doing what was intended. To ensure that these animals are nothing more than pets to their masters. The stadium was shocked in silence when the video ended. The crowd of people could not believe what they had just seen. Those of the Faunus were horrified and shocked at what was said, while those whom had animosity to the Faunus were also shocked at the turn of events. Jaxcuse Schnee was sweating bullets at what was revealed. Already he could see that his fellow council members and representatives of Remnant were looking at him with a barely restrained anger, while those of Elementia were also looking at him the same. But it was the figure in front of him that he feared the most. In front of him, with a golden cloak all over his body, was the very man who revealed to everyone his darkest secret. You traitor! Holding Jaxcuse's throat in his hand while lifting him in the air, Naruto was at that moment looking at Jaxcuse with pure hatred. This was a man who sold himself to the enemy to have a claim at this planet, and if the Imperium with Elementia didn't arrive to turn the tide of the war, then he would have enslaved an entire race to his whim because he found them to be nothing more than pets. I can explain. What can you explain, traitor? That you sided with the enemy to take dominion of this planet? That you sided with the enemy so you could own a race as your pets? That you sided with the enemy to commit genocide? At each question, Naruto's aura increased exponentially. Huntsmen and shinobi were going to intervene when they were waved down by the Emperor. He was looking at this moment with a calm, calculating look, and at this moment he could not help but see what Naruto would do in this moment. The others in the Imperium were a bit intimidated by the sheer power that Naruto was pouring out of him. Even Russ, whom fought him before he was changed in this cloak form, could tell that this form was much more powerful than the last time they did battle. Sanguinius was looking at Naruto, seeing how he would act in this pivotal moment, while Magnus the Red looked on at the sheer power Naruto was expelling. But the one whom was most interested out of the Primarchs was Horus. In his eyes he is seeing the power of his brother firsthand, and could tell that behind that veil of anger was the eyes of someone whom would seek justice for all that he would call friend. In his eyes, and in this moment, Naruto was not seeking vengeance or retribution. But he instead was delivering justice. I should destroy you here and now where you stand, but I can see that would not be the way of justice. Instead, I will give the people of Remnant the chance to see justice served this day. Placing him on the ground, a sealing array flashed before everyone as a cage of pure golden energy captured Jaxcu's Schnee. The man was coughing out loudly as Naruto looked upon the crowd. Citizens of Remnant, as one who is not of these lands, I show you a traitor among your midst, he said as he pointed to Jaxcu's. He is a man whom sided with the enemy you all bled and died fighting against. He had agreed to sabotage your kingdoms so that the grim hordes would slaughter you all in a tide of blood. And he had the audacity to submit a race to an existence of servitude. He is a traitor to all of those whom call this planet home. Yet it is your right to judge this man for his actions. Will you see justice served this day for all of those who died to protect your homes? Will you see this man be sentenced to death for the betrayal and chaos he had caused to you all? Will you see justice served this day? The arena looked on as Naruto said these words. Already he could see the resolve within these people to see Jaxcu's die for what he had done to the kingdoms. He had heard the sound of the crowd scream out yes with all of their might. He could see that the people had enough of this man and his heinous ways. Then I, Naruto Namikaze Uzumaki, will carry out the sentence of the people. Naruto stood before Jaxcu's as all of the council members and those of the Imperium watched. Jaxcu's Schnee. You have been found guilty of treason with an enemy of Remnant, an enemy of Elementia and an enemy of the Imperium of Man. By a jury of your peers you have been convicted for this treason. Your sentence is death, and I shall be your executioner. Do you have any last words before this sentence is carried out? As it is custward towards Naruto. Already his face had changed. No longer was he the calm-looking man whom the crowd had seen before, but he had become a man whom lost all objectivity. He smiled before Naruto as others in the council seats looked at him with a sense of uneasiness. This won't be the last time this will happen, and I won't be the last person to do this. I die knowing that all we hold dear won't last long. Remnant? Elementia? These planets are insignificant towards the bigger picture? Even this so-called Imperium will not last long. Time takes all things, wherever we like it or not, and mark my words. The day when your way of life is taken right out of your hands, I will be smiling, laughing at you all trying to stop the inevitable. At the end of this, Jaxcu started to cackle as Naruto walked up to the man. With a show of force, Naruto thrust his hand into Jaxcu's. The hand melded into his body as Jaxcu's was still cackling. Yet they could see that the man was starting to scream as veins of golden energy appeared upon his body. His eyes started to burn as golden light flooded his eye socket. His mouth then opened as a beam of golden light burned his throat. Jaxcu's Schnee died as he was bathed in holy light. His body was smoldering as Naruto released his golden form, the last of the golden energy leaving his eyes as he looked upon the body not with satisfaction, but with the face of a man who accepted the responsibility of ending a man whom committed a crime that is unforgivable. Naruto believed in redemption, and the fact that someone could be redeemed because deep down they could find themselves back on the right path. But with Jaxcu's Schnee, a man who would trade everything for power, he was beyond the point of redemption. He was a man who craved and desired power, with nothing else to stand in his way. And he would ensure that no force on this planet would stop him from achieving that goal, even if he had to side with the devil to do it. Moderator. Yes, Lord Emperor. I believe that the amendment that Jaxcu's Schnee set forth in this session shall be decreed null and void, and I shall place this amendment instead. As Lord Emperor of the Imperium of Man, the rights and liberties of these worlds shall extend to all people, no matter what race, ethnicity or background. Know that these freedoms shall extend to the Imperium and her domains for these worlds, and no person, even myself, shall not revoke these rights. So shall I decree, so shall it be done. Date: 4/24/M23. Operation parameters: unknown current location, Menagerie, Remnant, Elementia sector. Blake Belladonna was rarely in a joyful mood, yet she could not stop smiling as her family, along with her friends, were being airlifted towards Menagerie. She still couldn't believe what had just happened a few hours ago. To her it felt like a dream. After the Emperor declared his amendment for the treaty, the arena exploded with the cheerful shouting of the Faunus. Many of the older generation of Faunus in the crowd were crying tears of happiness, while the younger generation were shouting words of praise for the Emperor. To Blake, it felt surreal. She couldn't believe that this had happened at first, yet the tears within her eyes as that amendment was passed would not stop flowing. And in the middle of it all, looking at his father with a look of thankfulness, was Naruto. He was the man whom convinced Remnant to look past its animosity of the Faunus, all with but a simple question that carried so much weight for the Faunus. Why them? People had started to ask themselves this question, and they started to see what Naruto was truly trying to say. If they could not answer to themselves why they singled out the Faunus, whom had the same problems as them, then maybe they would need to change themselves. To the Faunus, this was something that was beyond a debt. This was far more than the lives of their people. This was a way to protect their way of life without any form of discrimination, persecution or tyranny that could stop them. This was a debt that they couldn't fathom. Yet they knew that Naruto did this selflessly, that he would be caring and trustworthy to all. To the Faunus, that sealed the deal for them. For a man to look at them with compassion and care without asking for anything in return. The Faunus people then and there knew that they would follow Naruto in anything that he would stand for. For he stood for them. Now she felt the craft starting to land as she could see Kuo-Kuana in front of her. The sight of her home left her with a sense of happiness. Already she could feel that Remnant has changed for the better because of Elementia and the Imperium, and that this is only just the beginning of this change. Walking out of the craft into the sea salt air left Blake with a sense of homecoming. She felt so empowered yet vindicated. Sure, she started this journey on the wrong side and left many regrets across her life, but now she felt that all that hardship was well worth it, since now the Faunus were truly equal. Blake? Are you okay? This was said by Yang as she was looking towards her, her robotic arm waving in front of her face. Shaking herself out of her dreaming, she looked at Yang with a small smile as she hugged Yang. I've never been better, Yang. Whoa. What's with all the sudden emotions, Blake? I still can't believe that this is still happening. I think a lot of people share that same sentiment. I mean, it was only a few months ago that we were fighting Grimm in the middle of Mistral, and now we're here. I think Remnant hasn't seen this much change in forever. Makes you wonder what's going to happen now, don't it? Yang nodded with a smile as the group were escorted to the Belladonna mansion within the center of Kuo-Kuana. The group consisted of Team RWBY and JNPR, Gira and Kali Belladonna, Sun and Neptune, and a group from Elementia and the Imperium. Chief among these were Naruto, the Emperor, Horus, Sanguinius, Lehman Russ and Magnus the Red. As chieftain of Menagerie, Gira said as he opened the door to his mansion, I welcome you all to Kuo-Kuana. This tea is excellent, Kali Belladonna, the Emperor said as he took a sip of tea. Kali gave a bow as she addressed the Emperor. I thank you for the compliment, Lord Emperor. Now then, my lord. Why is it that you wished to visit our small island? I wish to discuss about a certain problematic issue you all have on this island. Oh. The group, other than the Imperiums and Elementians, were surprised at what the Emperor was saying. Gira, however, was looking at the Emperor with an interested look. I would like to ask which problem you were referring to, as there are quite a few problems on Menagerie. The problem that I wish to discuss is the aggressive wildlife within the desert lands of this island. This perked up the group's interest, more so than Blake, as she thought this day wouldn't get any more better for them. The Emperor took another sip of tea as he looked at Gira. You see, I had been asked from a certain person about the problems of the Faunus. I had my informative gather as much intel about Menagerie's problems. From the intelligence we gathered about Remnant and her kingdoms, the issue of Menagerie having such hostile wildlife is the main reason why the entire island is not used to its fullest. Well, it seems that this is unexpected that someone of your stature would be concerned with our nation. Well, when your son wishes that the people that he just helped gain their freedom be given the chance to thrive in these times, I could not fault him for helping those he cares for. So, Naruto wished for this. The group from Remnant were looking at the man as Naruto was looking at Gira, a small smile upon his face. Yes, he did. He said to me, all those who call this world home have the same chances, the same opportunities that we in Elementia have. I will not let those who were oppressed to suffer because of the petty decisions of people who decided they were worth less than human. I have suffered through the same fate, and I will sure as hell make sure that OT footsteps. So long as I can change that for the better. The others looked at Naruto as he nodded at those words. To him, this was more than just Faunus' livelihood at stake. He made a promise that he would change history for the better, regardless of what stands in his way. And to him, seeing the Faunus being reduced to subhuman drove home the fact that these people have had it just like him, yet he can change things to give them a better future, a more brighter future in this world. See, Gira said, but even if the wildlife could be controlled, the desert would still prove to be a problem. As the Emperor and Gira were discussing the problems of having nothing but desert for hundreds of miles, Naruto started to feel the gems within his armor start to react again. This time, however, he focused on the power. He meditated, trying to understand why the power was doing what it was doing. It wasn't until 30 minutes had passed that Naruto was filled with a sense of clarity. He stood up, while the others were still discussing about the desert problem, and started to walk out towards the main door. Sanguinius and Horus looked on as Naruto ignored all of them, a glazed look in his eyes as he walked towards the front door. Naruto? Horus said as the others noticed him walking towards the door. As he left, the others started to follow him, wondering why he was moving in such a way. The group were standing at the edge of the desert expanse on top of the mountain pass. All they could see was sand for miles. The arid air and humid temperatures were affecting the non-Astartes in the group. Naruto was standing in front of the group, a blue cloak of energy drifting off his body. I understand now. I can see what this means. This is what Naruto said as he pulled out the 4 gems from his armor. The gems were glowing a mellow blue and green as Naruto's chakra was doing the same. What is Naruto doing? Asked Sasuke as he was looking at Naruto with the rest of them. I don't know, Kakashi said as they watched. The others watched as the blue chakra started to gain swirls of green, yet they started to notice things. Sanguinius noticed that the ground under Naruto, where once was only sand, started to grow the smallest amount of grass. The air started to become more humid, as they could feel a sudden wetness in the air. Grass? Sanguinius said as others started to notice. Naruto in the meanwhile continued to produce this unique chakra aura as it started to become more intense by the minute. Pretty soon his power was too much for normal people to even look at him, his power being blinding. Yet the group watched on as rain clouds started to form over the entire expanse of desert, like an abnormality that suddenly appeared. Thunder struck as the heavens opened up over the sands, the water flowing from the clouds that appeared from nowhere. Soon the ground started to rumble as the group balanced themselves from the shaking. Confusion gripped the group as they could still feel the rumbling becoming more profound, yet others were more interested in the massive buildup of energy that was coming from the planet itself. The Emperor had not seen such a phenomena in his lifetimes of existence. The closest he had felt to this was of a time of ages past. Yet the group were not prepared for what happened next. Massive geysers of water shot out from the heart of the desert, the water pooled together, forming a small lake. From this water rivers were carved out from the center and stretched like snakes across the desert sands. Next came the sudden wave of grass, its origin starting from the lake and spreading across the desert, covering the sands with a sea of green. Massive tropical trees shot up from the ground, a jungle sprouting from the center in which all matter of plant life sprouted from the sands. But the greatest surprise were the formations of great trees. These were wholly unique because of their composition. The trees were made from the purest crystal. Like a scene from a foreign world, the trees grew higher than any other trees within the area, their trunks a clear crystal as leaves of all different colors sprouted from them. These were all different colors, yet the amazing things was that each color created its own personal effect. From the blue leaves, streams of the purest water flowed from each leaf. From the red leaves, a burning glow provided illumination to the plants under their branches. From the yellow leaves, sparks of electricity arched across the surface, and finally from the brown leaves glowed a bright green aura, which gave the land a peaceful, serene type of calm. The clouds parted as the rays of sunlight made these trees glow with a pure light, while all around them the plants had drastically changed the landscape. Naruto had finished with his moment. his energy receding into his body as he looked upon the work he had done. Turning around, he was greeted to the looks of disbelief and intrigue as the group were still looking in awe at what had just happened. "Naruto. My son. How did you do this?" the emperor said as he had a look of pure interest on his face. In all his time he had never seen such a phenomena occur, the means by which was standing right in front of him. Naturally this perked the emperor's curiosity as he could find many uses with this ability if Naruto could control it. "It was the power of these artifacts, father. They helped me to understand what they wanted. I merely guided the power, but as you can see," Naruto said while gesturing to the vastly changed landscape, "this is what it can do." Incredible. Blake had to blink several times, the desert that she had seen for most of her life. The one thing that plagued the Faunus ever since they arrived here was gone. Instead it was changed into this paradise of a landscape. She could see the varied lands around the place. From the wide grasslands to the east to the jungle to the center of the expanse to the forest to the west, all the while those massive trees dotted the landscape, bringing a wide variety of colors to the land. She could see the wildlife within the land. Already she could tell that a drastic shift occurred, where there were vicious animals that were surviving in a harsh environment. Now she could see groups taking shelter among the crystal trees, the green leaves bathing them in a green aura as they had lost their aggressive nature. She had seen the more peaceful animals start to graze upon the open lands, great herds of herbivores running along the plains, unafraid of the predators that used to stalk them. In the forest, great beasts of fur roamed, their massive bodies allowing them to graze upon the leaves of the trees. Yet in all of this, she saw the massive lake within the center of the island, surrounded by jungle and at least 8 crystal trees. The Faunus that were in Kuo-Kuana were rushing across the mountains. When they saw the other side, some were in complete shock, others fell to their knees, tears in their eyes at seeing such beauty. Naruto looked upon the land with a satisfied look. He could see that the Faunus indeed loved the change of scenery from such a dry, arid desert to such island paradise. Date: 007M30 Operation Parameters: Crusade Current Imperial Forces, 17,800,000 Est Troops. Current Enemy Forces, 89,380,000,000 Est Troops. Casualties: Imperial Forces, 2,501,000 Est Troops. Enemy Forces, 163,120,000,000 Est Troops. Menagerie had changed drastically after that single event. Not only were its deserts a thing of the past, but it was found out that the great crystal trees were in fact pure dust. Naruto had said it was an act of kindness towards all Faunus, and that he felt that for one's home to be a reminder of their struggles, that he would change it to make sure that they have a bright future ahead. Entire Faunus populations migrated towards the many parts of Menagerie. Out of all the places in Remnant it had seen change the most, with their own forest of dust and the means to expand their homeland, the Faunus set forth on building great towns across the now named Dust Plains. Such acts rarely ever seen by the Faunus, but to them this cemented to them that Naruto is a person worth following. His 2 first acts for the Faunus gave them not only the means of thriving in these new times, but also a way in which they as a people can grow. Years later, after the completion of the Constitution of Chakra, Naruto has sent out a request asking for any able men and women to help build an Astartes Legion, one that would call Elementia and her worlds home. The Faunus answered the call by the thousands. To them, service to a man whom gave them so much was never an issue. Most would consider it their pleasure to serve such a selfless and humble man. Blake had been all aboard when Naruto had given out the call, eager to repay the kindness that Naruto had given to her people in kind. She was found to be quite adaptable in stealth-based operations and so was assigned to the 5th Company to be trained in the Silent Ghost. She excelled in all of her combat training, even going too far as to silently take down all her assigned targets without making a single sound. This impressed her officers and saw her promoted to Sergeant of Squad Alpha, one of the most senior groups in the battle company. And now, she was staring towards a group of at least 200 orcs. These brutes were painted in a very crude rendition of camo gear. Their gear, showing an array of crude knives and bayonets of ammo, suggests that they were a tracking group. Her team were silent, watching as the orcs sweep the area, their guns pointing forward as their red eyes were scouting. Nighttime had fallen on this planet, and Blake knew that they had the advantage in this fight, yet she only had 2 strike teams at her command, so she would have to make sure that the enemy was dealt a staggering blow before finishing them off. She watched in hiding, as an orc Nob stood still for a second. He took a few seconds to smell around him. Do ya smelly dat? What ya mean boss? Meeb smelly. Umi stench? But der is no umis, boss. Weeb looked all over da place. The knob looked at the small orc, his gaze a sharp red in the night light. The smaller orc got his face caved in as the knob used his gun as an impromptu club. And I con tell ya roid nows. Meeb con smelieuumie. An orc suddenly fell over with a cry as the other orcs noticed his neck, the sight of glinted steel with blood suddenly putting the orcs on high alert. A few dozen orc boys started to fire indiscriminately into the surrounding fauna, while others in the squad pulled out a set of primitive rocket launchers. Their rockets had been fired into the fauna as the sounds and sights of explosions were seen through the place. Yet the orc patrol heard nothing as they saw more orcs fall dead with holes or knives lodged in their throats. Some had even seen the blackened blade glint in the air before the orc fell to the ground. The others in the group responded by peppering the spot the knives came from. Yet they still heard nothing. The night was thundering with the sound of gunfire as orcs were being killed. When one orc dropped to the floor, either with a blade in their throat or in their head, the orcs would pepper where the blade would have come from, but each time they were met with silence. Now there were only 3 orcs left out of the original 200, these being the knob and a couple of commando orcs. The knob was twitching with his gun while the other 2 orcs were panicking. Boss. Dis ain't roit, these umis are too much. Shut traps ya gits, just keep on shootin'. 2 screams made the orc knob pause as he looked behind him, the bodies of his 2 orcs lying on the ground with a blade each in their head. The knob yelled a war cry as he peppered the area around him. Bashing his gun into the ground while pounding his chest, he gave out a war cry. Comes on. Ya stupid umis. Scrap meeb ya pansies. A figure walked in front of the orc, this being Blake herself. Her helmet was removed as she was staring at him. The orc gave out a loud war cry as he unloaded all of his ammo into Blake, but each bullet simply phased through her as she was staring at him with a neutral stare. Die Umi. Die die die. The knob heard the sound of clicking as his gun ran out of ammunition. The orc was pulling out a stick bomb when he felt his arm not responding. Looking down, he noticed a blade poking out of his chest as blood started to pool in his mouth. You're already dead, Greenskin. This was what Blake said as she sliced his head off. She walked away as the pin in the bomb was pulled. A sudden explosion tearing through the clearing as Blake led the 2 squads further onto the primary objective. The Emperor held his sword in his left hand. Blood was pouring from his right as he looked upon Erlak Urg. The orc himself wasn't faring much better as his armor had massive chunks ripped from it and blood was flowing from his head and arms. Yet the beast was still looking at the Emperor with his toothy smile. Naruto and Horus were not so great either as both were suffering from severe brain trauma and a case of severe disorientation. Their bodies were littered with gashes and cuts as blood flowed from their bodies. The stress of fighting 3 days straight was getting to the group of fighters. Nub bad umis. But like I said before, it'll take more'n a few love taps tear take meeb OWT. I am nub so easy tear kills. With a war cry, Erlak charged towards the Emperor. He parried the first 3 swipes of his power claw. Yet his stance faltered as the massive claw tried to dig past his blade. He was forced to one knee as Urg kept pounding his blade. The Emperor parried the claw to the side as he thrust his sword into his torso. Yet Urg just held onto the blade and gave a toothy smile as green arcs of lightning flowed from his eyes. With a mighty yell, he flung the Emperor to the side as he walked upon his lying form. The Emperor was crawling towards his sword, trying to recover as Urg stood over him. Loika I said Umi. Dis be mi woiled. A sudden flash of pain overcame Urg as he looked to his left side. Destroyed beyond recognition and with his arm blown off from his torso, stood Naruto and Horus. Horus had his claw grasping at the orc's arm while Naruto had a spinning ball of energy, while underneath him was the destroyed parts of the power claw that was on that arm. Mi arm. Ya Uumies took off Meeb arm. The Emperor regained his feet as Urg was screaming in pain at the sudden loss of his arm. They tried to capitalize on this but a flood of orc knobs screened them from Urg. All the while the warboss was walking away, blood pouring out of the wound. Dis ain't ober yet Uumies. Dis planet and all planets will still be mine. Dis Meeb swear. As the battle companies pushed the orcs back, a sudden horn was blared. The effect was instant as the orcs started to fall back from the main fight. Some were gunned down as others started to tend to the injured and dead. While Naruto, Horus and the Emperor took a moment to catch their breaths. "The orc is getting away," Horus said. "Wait, Horus. Trying to catch up to him now would be suicide. We need to regroup and recover from this fight first," Naruto said. Horus looked at him in disbelief. "Regroup now? We have him on the run. He is missing his arm. Let's take the fight to him and finish this." "Look around, Horus," Naruto said as he pointed to the massive casualties and injured on the battlefield. "URG is down, but look at our state. We are barely holding on as it is. And trying to catch him now will just incite unnecessary death. He is wounded and cannot leave this planet. His armada is destroyed and his forces are dwindling. Now is not the time to rush recklessly into what could be our death." "Naruto is right, Horus. Father." The Emperor had taken a knee as the fatigue of fighting finally caught up with him. He had to shake his head a few times as it was still ringing from the mind attacks from URG. "If we rushed them now, we would just make it worse for us. Now is the time to take a step back and assess the situation. We know that the closest stronghold they have is the Hive City Tom here. From that information we can tell that he will make that his final battleground. Assaulting a Hive City at this moment needs to be planned and decisive. We cannot do that as we rush in." I understand, Father," Horus relented, yet even he was forced to a knee as the constant fighting made exhausted. Naruto even fell to a knee as he inspected his body, his healing factor kicking in as the wounds he sustained were sizzling close. "Lord Horus, Lord Emperor, Naruto." This was the sound of the captain of the first company of the Shadow Foxes. Sabaku Gaara. Behind him were the two other commanders of the other forces, Ezekiel Abaddon and Constantine Valder. "My lord," Constantine Valder said as he bowed towards his lord, "what is your command?" "Have the legions regroup and resupply. We are going to lay siege to Hive City Hades." "As you command, my lord," Valder said as he gave a salute, his task set out before him. Abaddon was looking as his father Horus as he called for apothecaries to tend to his father's wounds, while Naruto looked at Gaara with a look of curiosity. "So, Gaara, what happened with you guys?" "Well, Naruto, it's a long story. I've got time, my old friend. Sif Primus was once a thriving city, now reduced to rubble. Its once great structures were tainted by orc iconography and bastardized orc tech. Its once glorious centers were reduced to dust as the ravages of time gnawed at its heart. Two bulging, belching machines tread through its streets, these being crude and unrefined gargantuan walkers, smoke and soot billowing out of their ramshackle tubes. The sounds of gears grinding and fire burning coming out of speakers from these machines. No truer can you find such a crude representation of the orcs' gods in such a miserable state. They were patrolling this sector of the block, their forms coming over the massive ruins that littered the landscape, their forms clanking as the crews of these giant monstrosities barely held the machine together. The orc machines were slow in their patrol, itching to set their sights upon the enemy, knowing that they wouldn't find such a great scap as the fight among giants. They itched to dig their massive chainsaw-like arm into the body of a walker, to see them being ripped to shreds by the creation that they have wrought into this world. The orcs stopped, their movements sudden. In the distance, they could hear the sound of something loud. This brought a new face of eagerness, as the machine grinds ever so much more loud. The sounds of ammunition being loaded and the revving of the chainsaw driving them on to more acts of savagery. Again they heard the sound, yet now it was more clear. The sound of a massive horn, defiant and clear through all the music of battle happening in the far distance. The orcs gave out a massive battle cry as their machines were being primed for combat, becoming ever more frenzied. The third blaring horn call came from a cloud of dust and smoke. As it cleared, the figure could be seen, its glinting silver and sleek design being deceptive from its human origins. Like the figure of man, this giant of a machine towered over the buildings around it, its head much like one of a human looking at the two orc machines as it blared out another blast of sound from its massive horn. The battle call, a clear signal to the enemy to fear this great machine. The orc machines did not hesitate. Already one of the massive machines was stomping its way towards the enemy, its massive cannon arm firing round after round in its direction as a plethora of guns unleashed upon the human machine. The machine dodged the massive rounds as it strafed from building to building, using the ruins as cover against the large caliber rounds from the main cannon fire. The orc was now running full sprint towards the machine, its chainsaw arm lunging towards the walker's torso. With an agile grace, the machine dashed to the orc engine's left. It used its torso to pivot and deliver a brutal left haymaker into the body of the orc vessel, staggering the machine and causing it to start tipping over as it struggled to regain its balance. Even in such a compromising position, the orc engine still flung its left arm into the body of the human machine. It was caught within the human's walker's right hand as the sparks and sound of crushing metal was heard as the chainsaw was still spinning full blaze. The human machine gave out a quick jab into the head of the orc vessel, its force enough to dislocate the joints in the chainsaw arm as he delivered another punch into the joint supporting the massive arm. The effect was instant as the orc vessel stumbled away, its left arm missing as the chainsaw gave out a final gasp before running silent. Throwing the arm away as the human vessel looked upon his wounded foe, he was blindsided by the second orc walker as it got a good hit into the human's torso. A deep gauge was drawn on the machine. Side-stepping from the two orc vehicles, he took a stance as the two orc walkers started to charge the lone machine. Side-stepping the chainsaw while pushing the main gun from the second orc as it was blazing, the machine yanked the chainsaw arm to block the second orc walker with the first. The orc guns were still blazing as the first one's armor was peppered with cannon fire. Its head was caved in as the human walker grasped the chainsaw arm and using it as a makeshift sword, plowed it through the other orc walker. The human walker was staring as the second orc vehicle was rattling around while a massive chainsaw was destroying its insides. The sounds of explosions was heard as the vehicle detonated its spare ammo. The other orc was still pinned as it tried to maneuver its other arm to fire at the human machine, but was unable to free itself from its grapple. Raising its left arm, the human machine slammed its fist into the front of the orc vehicle. He repeated this every time the armor would cave in more and more. The orc vehicle at this point was panicking, trying everything to get out of the grapple. Its armaments of rockets tried to make the human walker flinch as they exploded in front of his head, but it did not budge. Finally, after a dozen punches, the front armor finally gave in as the fist grasped upon the crude reactor within the giant. Giving a great heave, it pulled out the core as it started to overload. Tossing it aside, the human walker grabbed the walker by the hole in its chest and tore the machine into two. As the core was flying in the air, the chain reaction within reached critical as a massive explosion leveled the ruins into a crater. As the smoke and ash cleared, the dust cleared to show the human walker relatively unharmed. It looked upon the sky as it started to walk out of the crater. This is Nuclear Biscuit, objective complete. Proceeding to the next objective. Date: 450 M23. Operation parameters: unknown current location, Terraria, Elementia sector. The Emperor was looking from orbit. Compared to the others, Terraria was bathed in a golden glow on the dark side of the planet, signaling nighttime on the side they were orbiting. Out of all the planets, this one intrigued the Emperor as he could see satellites orbiting the planet and other satellite-like objects. "As you can see, my lord," Arhisa said as she pointed towards the planet, Terraria was an abnormality among these planets, a result of the first experimentations with chakra and its potential. As a result, the chakra systems of the inhabitants did not develop like the ones in Elementia. Instead, it formed a sort of quasi-bond with each other, allowing a sort of mental link to develop. This allowed them to develop technology at a phenomenal rate. This trait, however, did not last as an event known to the locals as the incursion happened. Unstable chakra energy created a breach in which alien life started to appear on the planet. The party, comprising of the Emperor, Sanguinius, Naruto, Archmagios Kane, Team 7 with Gaara and his siblings, along with Team RWBY and JNR, were suddenly more interested in this event. Initially, when Team R invited to be an escort for the Imperial group, they were not suspecting that they would meet the Eku. Blake got along just fine with the fact that there were people who looked a lot like birds, along with the others as well after the initial surprise. This breach introduced a whole new enemy that the people of this planet had to fight, and to survive this enemy, they had to be creative. They used their combined mentality and devised the tools to fight against this threat. Using the very chakra link they had, they would create a linking system that would help them pilot these tools as though they were their own bodies. These tools they created, they called them Jaegers, or hunters in their tongue. Massive war machines that would be piloted by a dual-link cockpit, each pilot not only becoming one with each other in both mind and body, but also one with the machine. By the Omnissiah, Kane said as he heard this, they produced the means of a mind impulse unit? Yes and no, Archmagios Kane. Explain. The mind impulse unit connects a recipient and the host through a neural link that allows them to experience every single function the machine goes through. Wherever that is, walking through the ruins of a planet to experiencing the effects of having a gun arm being cut off in the middle of combat. In effect, this creates a sort of imprinting effect on the host recipient which would lead to a dependency upon this system. Much like combat drugs affect a soldier during war and peace time. The system they created, however, relies more upon the chakra link within the individuals. This is not completely connected to the mind, but rather through their chakra. This means that the individual is not being imprinted upon the machine, instead the chakra is. This gives them an additional buffering layer between them and the machine's logic engine, which is then still mitigated more by the two-pilot system. Since their chakra is still connected to their thoughts and reacts to what they wish it to do, they can pilot this system for much longer periods of time before the effects of dependency set in. With their body motions also being used to pilot the mechanical aspects of the machine as extra control, this offers them an incredible amount of agility and awareness than more conventional impulse units. So in effect, it is a mind impulse unit, but it connects to their chakra instead of their mind? Yes, fascinating. My lords, we are being hailed. Put them on screen. The Emperor and the envoys watched as the main screen lit up as a brown-haired man with a distinct tribal tattoo on his face appeared. He was reading something under the screen. Unidentified ship. This is Terraria Central. State your business and declare your intent before we use deadly force. The man looked up from his screen as he looked at the group. His eyes lit up in familiarity as he looked at Naruto. Mr. President? Naruto? Yes, father? Have you ever set foot on this planet? I have not. Then that isn't just my own imagination. The group were standing before the Central Capitol building in Terraria Central, a well-placed central park situated in front of the governmental building. People around the envoy were looking at them with a look of surprise or shock. The group were a bit surprised themselves when they saw a monument in front of the building. The monument was a Jaeger Titan next to its pilots. The pilot on the left was a female. Her hair was long as it flowed from her head. Her eyes had a piercing effect as she was carved in a pilot's suit. But it was the male that interested the group, for the male pilot looked exactly like Naruto. Minus the massive height difference. Sanguinius walked towards the plaque in front of the monument. Dedicated to President Naruto Longstrider and his county pilot Mitsuki Sasatsumoto. Pilots of the Jaeger Bastion. Responsible for the closing of the incursion gate in the year 992 AI. May this monument stand as a testament not only as a symbol of defiance but also to the human spirit. Even when he isn't on a planet, Naruto changes people, it seems, Horus said. Also, Horus said as he was pulling on someone from behind him, it seems we had a stowaway from Remnant on the ship. In Horus's hand was a squirming Sun Wukong, who was looking very sheepish as everyone was looking at him, none more than Blake, who had a look of both frustration and embarrassment. Son. What are you doing here? Blake said, shouted in frustration at the Faunus. Would it help if I said I just wanted to hang out with you all? The group from Remnant were just face-palming while Naruto looked on in amusement. The envoy of Imperials looked at the boy with a stone-cold visage. The Emperor was the only one in the envoy who was looking at Sun with a look of interest and mild amusement. Sun started to sweat as the looks from the Imperials was clearly intimidating him. He was squirming a bit harder in Horus's hand as he looked at the giant, who was clearly not impressed. How did you even get on the ship? Blake asked as he was dropped unceremoniously with the others from Remnant. I used the crates that were delivered to the ship? So, you used the crates of dust that were a gift to the Imperials as a means of sneaking onto their ship? Yay. You idiot. Blake slapped Sun's face as he stumbled to the ground. The young Faunus had a hand-shaped red spot on his face as he started to bow in front of Blake, apologizing while she ripped him with all not so subtle words. Well, Naruto said to the others, it looks like someone is learning the hard way not to mess with a lady. Saves me the time of punishing the boy myself, Horus said. The boy was only curious. It's in human nature to discover something new, the Emperor said. Yet this boy could have been an assassin. What then? Yet he was not, the Emperor said, and a lesson has been learned. We can tighten that part of the security the next time so it will not happen again. Better an ally shows these flaws than an enemy. The group were then met with a man. His white hair and aged features looked at the group, pausing for a bit as he looked upon Naruto. The man gave a small bow of greetings to the group. We had not expected that Arhisa and the Eku had contact with new interstellar allies. Nonetheless, it is my honor to welcome you all to Terrestra Primus. I am Councilman Terran. We thank you for the welcome, Councilman, the Emperor said. I am the Emperor of the Imperium of Mankind. And this, the Emperor said pointing to Naruto, is my son Naruto Uzumaki, Hokage of Konohagakure no Sato and envoy of Elementia, as well as a representative team of huntsmen from Remnant. Well then, if you will please all follow me. The council is eagerly awaiting your arrival. The group were taken into the Capitol building, awaiting what the Council of Terraria wished to ask of Elementia, Remnant and the Imperium. Arhisa has told us that Elementia and Remnant are writing a treaty with the Imperium and its many branches. This was the words of the current Minister of Foreign Affairs and Council member Azrak Arstrom. He was a fairly young-looking man with a slight beard growing from his face. Beside him was the governing body of Terraria representing the 68 districts that dot the planet's surface. Men and women alike were looking at the envoy with looks of either mild surprise or calm, calculating looks, yet the Emperor could see that there was a look of uncertainty on some of their faces. This is indeed correct, Naruto said as the council members listened. We had established this treaty for all that call this system home, so that we may have a future in the times that will no doubt come to pass. While we as the council will review and wish to add some amendments to this treaty, at this moment we cannot enter an alliance at such a critical time as this. At this the group were confused. I do not understand, Naruto said. I trust that Arhisa has told you of the history of this planet and the event known as the incursion, correct? Yes, she has. What she forgot to mention is that another incursion event is in days, and we as a nation must prepare for the inevitable war that it will bring. This changes things, the Emperor said as he walked towards Naruto. If you all knew that an incursion were to happen, why would you not warn the Eku about it? Knowing their technological advancements, it would give you all a much-needed advantage. You must understand, Lord Emperor. We of Terraria have always been a proud people. We do not burden others with our own burdens. For in our culture our word has always had a great significance. When one is connected at a spiritual and mental level, to give someone their word would imply that you wholly trust that person. In a way it is creating a bond that transcends one's body and mind. It is the reason why these districts, even with their differences and opinions, are still unified, because we as a people have connected together in a way that cannot be so easily broken. And it is also the reason why we as a people cannot so easily trust others. The Emperor pondered those words for a moment. It seems that Terraria had achieved a total unity of its people through the bond they share with their chakra. It would make sense why they do not go to war with themselves, for it would be detrimental to everyone. In a society that values bonds so much, it would be hard for common behaviors that lead to toxic and hostile cultures to be able to develop in such a society. The more the Emperor studied chakra and its effects on mankind, the more he became interested in its applications. What other scenarios could chakra mend fractured bonds? What forms of chakra were there to explore? If chakra had such a profound effect on a society, what would happen if it were to be integrated on a galactic scale? The Emperor was becoming more convinced that chakra could solve fundamental problems that he could see with his ever-expanding empire. But that opens even more questions, ones that would need more study and research before he could even begin to start implementation across the galaxy. What if we were to assist your world with this incursion as a show of good faith? The Emperor said as the others were surprised at his quick reaction to the Council's decline of the treaty. This would show that you indeed would be an empire that values the worth of your allies. In such a case, that would show that you are indeed willing to give us trust. We would find this a satisfactory agreement. We of Elementia will also help, but we will help with no other motive. I just don't want to see others suffer while I can still do something about it. The council chamber was ablaze with hushed whispers and mutterings as the council members looked towards Naruto. Even now the group could tell some of the words they were saying. That's something he would have said. It's like he was still here. While it would be somewhat diplomatic if the Imperium would help us in our troubles, we would not wish such a burden on a planet who is still developing such as Elementia. I wasn't giving a suggestion, Naruto said. We will help you guys wherever you want it or not. I will even personally see that your planet will be safe. Again, the council was ablaze as members looked at Naruto with looks of awe. Father, yes, Naruto. How soon can we get a task force from Elementia to Terraria here? 2 days at most, 3 if the task force is of a much larger size. We'll send in a force in 3 days, that is my promise to you all. And I can tell you now, I never go back on my word. Naruto. You really jumped the gun this time, didn't you? Standing in front of a massive monitor screen, Naruto was looking as multiple faces from both Elementia and Remnant appeared in small communication boxes. He was currently on his father's vessel as he had opened a direct line to all of the major people from both Remnant and Elementia. How this was possible was through an implementation of the transcontinental system, but using relay towers on stationary and orbital stations across the sector. Elementia even had its own transcontinental system courtesy of Atlas and other technical personnel. The implementation of such a system ensured that all the planets could keep in contact with each other, usually for trading purposes or for people contacting each other. Trading routes were also established between the planets using Port Antemiral. The shinobi forces regard you as a hero and a lot of them are actually itching for another round of combat after the last fighting with the Grim. So I would wager a guess that about 200,000 shinobi, give or take, will answer the call. That sounds about right. And Remnant? I know your guys' forces have been recovering nicely since the kingdoms had multiple successful expansions. Ironwood, Oscar. Since you're a hero on this world, Naruto, you'll probably expect the same amount, maybe even 300,000 huntsmen and soldiers. I'll arrange the ships to transport you all over, have your gear and anything you guys would need. Come loaded and armed to the teeth, we don't want to have anyone die for any stupid reasons. Understood. Gaara out. Got it. Darui out. Understood. Kurasuchi out. Got it, bossman. Shojiro out. Understood. Naruto. Ironwood out. I'll get on it. Oscar out. Naruto stood up from the monitors, a look of pure determination on his face. Come hell or high water, this incursion will be snuffed out and Terraria will be safe. Date. 450 M23 Operation Parameters. War Preparation. Current location. Salacor Impulse, Terraria, Elementia Sector. Warning. Incursion event in 9 days. What you are all about to see is the main production facility for the Mark 3 to 5 Jaegers. Please be aware that machinery crews will be in full production, so I advise not to intrude upon their work. The envoy looked on as a massive production line was happening before them. Standing above the line were the Jaegers themselves. These machines were massive in scale and the automation that assembled them were just as big. Enormous plates of steel covered the body parts of the Jaeger as technicians were busy welding or bolting the pieces of the huge behemoth together. Crews were communicating with each other as a steady stream of parts were being craned in. To the Emperor, such coordination was unseen even in his empire. But to Archmagios Cain, it was both a sight of wonder and concern. Such mighty machines. Yet why are they not being blessed in the machine god's name? The technician that was showing them the facility was looking at the man in confusion. Machine god? What's that? Cain stumbled from that simple phrase. A look of shock plastered on his face as he was trying not to have an aneurysm from the blasé response he had received. Surely you all have some semblance of belief in the machine? I guess? It's more the fact that if we treat the machines that we use as something more than just a tool, the machine will take care of you. That's how we were taught in school, at least. Cain was intrigued by this answer. Indeed, the people of Terraria did not believe wholly into the faith of the machine god or the Omnissiah, but in their own way acknowledged the spirit of the machine, which settled down the growing suspicion towards these people. The pilots of these Jaegers make sure that whatever problem their machine is having, that it be fixed and serviced ASAP. A lot of the crews say that the pilots develop quite deep relationships with their Jaegers. Walking through the production facility, they appear to be walking through a docking yard, where rows of Jaeger Titans are being serviced and repaired, plates of steel being re-welded and hydraulic lines checked for any signs of wear. Alongside their Jaegers, the pilots are talking with each other. 2 pilots are in front of the Mark 3 to 5s, while the smaller Mark 7s to 9s have a single pilot who were checking everything on their more compact Titan counterparts. Cain could see that each pilot looked to their machine with a sense of trust and understanding, a bond that he had only seen in the oldest of House Knights and Titans within their legions. Even now he could see some placing small trinkets or marks, some even placing a mark that looked quite distinct. It was a circle with 3 lines crossing the edge with the symbol of a hammer etched into the middle. "What is that symbol the pilots are carving on their Jaegers?" Kane asked. "Oh right. That is the symbol of the Sentinels. You could say that it is the closest thing we have to a religion in this place." "Religion?" the Emperor said, suddenly very interested in what the technician had to say. "Can you please explain?" "The symbol represents those who have passed from the incursions on Terraria. The first incursion was said to be a bloodbath, everywhere whole cities and communities died, but through all of it were 10 fighters, each within their own unique Jaegers. The Mark 1 to 3 Jaegers were the only means we had of fighting the enemy, and these 10 held the tide of monsters back. Stories of these 10 warriors spread throughout our world, giving hope to those whom lost so much. Yet each one had that symbol on their armor. It was recorded in the archives that they held the very power of the world in their hands, that the pilots had connected with each other through their Jaegers, and in turn their machines performed beyond the normal parameters of the Jaegers of the time. In time, our forces were able to replenish our numbers and took the fight to the incursion gate, sealing it the first time. Yet those 10 Jaegers in the final moments became petrified and turned into stone." The technician walked towards a terminal as he punched in a few commands. A picture appeared that interested the entire group. It was a massive gate, formed from a combination of organic flesh and crystallized energy, its arching design showing how massive the structure was. Yet circling around it were 10 statues, these being the very Jaegers that held the first incursion back. The symbol proudly showing on their shoulders as they watched the gate, silently. They still stand there to this day. Even now in the academy they tell this story. And it sticks with every Jaeger pilot out there. They carved that symbol on their Jaeger to honor those who had not only fallen, but to those 10 who held back the darkness so that we as a people could survive our first nightmare. The technician looked at the envoy as he pulled out a small trinket, this one being a small carved version of the symbol. "It's considered to be the greatest honor and burden to be a Jaeger pilot, but to us normal people we consider it our duty to honor and ensure that these machines and their pilots continue to protect us. So we carry these around to show our appreciation and commitment to the cause." "Interesting," the Emperor said as the group were led into a massive chamber. The chamber itself was barren, but its sheer size suggests it was important for something. The technician pulled them over to the side, where they could hear the sounds of hammers hitting. "Give me a second," the technician said as he walked into the doorway leading to the back area. "Old man. You got visitors." The sound of someone fumbling and the sound of piles falling down graced the group as someone was screaming curses while the sounds of falling objects echoed into the main chamber. After a minute of clanks and crashes an aged man walked out from the chamber. From his appearance he was an interesting looking. His gray hair made him look well aged despite the fact that his face was fairly young looking. His eyes were the most interesting shade of blue as they had otherworldly look to them, but what interested the group was the fact that the man had 2 robotic arms and legs as his torso looked quite synthetic. Kane was fascinated as he inspected this man. Already his augmented eyes counted no less than 20 mechanical augmentations on this man's head before even looking at the rest of his body. Such a person augmented so much was unheard of outside of the Mechanicum. Yet he could not deny that this person had a skill set in machinery that outshines even his own. "May I present to you Alabast Ryflo Augustus III, or as we call him the Old Man. Head technician and scientific genius that created the hollow matter chamber that we now stand in, among other things." Alabast looked at the group, pausing as he noticed Naruto. He walked towards him, inspecting him as his eyes zoomed across his body. "Fascinating. If I had no idea that you were a different person, I would say you look just like President Longstrider. Truly fascinating." "And also," Alabast said as he walked around Kane, "such an interesting spec you are running, mister?" Kane. I see that you have a twin support life preserver unit coupled with a Lionic power supply?" "Yes. How did you know about that?" "Call it an intuition. Also your programming manifold explained to me the specifications of your systems. Was rather easy to find out. By the Omnissiah, do not intrude upon my system's manifold. Such a violation of the machine is not tolerated by myself or my organization." "Well, encrypt your manifold at least. A child could access it, it has no protection systems at all." "What do you mean by encrypt?" "I mean, go to your system maintenance file and configure the encryption passcode, it should be easy enough for you to do." "I do not know." "Oh, so that's what that is, there you go. Now people can't just waltz in like they own it now. Minor things aside, the Emperor said, interrupting the conversation, we were told from the council that the production of Jaegers needs to be somehow increased due to the limited time factor that is presented, and that they said to come see you to find a way to increase productivity. Alabast looked at the group, a sigh comes from his mouth. Those stupid whippersnappers. Not knowing a single thing that happens in this place, I swear. Well, I guess I should show you how this works then, so I can tell you what my problem is, although it's rather simple. Alabast led them into a room overlooking the chamber. Inside were some of the most technological controls any of the envoy had ever seen. Even Kane, who studied in the Mechanicum, had not seen such advanced controls. The monitors were all holographic, while the keyboard interfaces were also holographic as well. 2 strips of glass were on either side of the room as S massive holographic screen encompassed it. Alabast started to wave his hands across the screen as it came to life. The screen showed many small and large holographic projections as various interfaces opened up from his typing into the screen. Most of the information passed in the blink of an eye to the envoy, all resulting in a surreal experience. By the Omnissiah. Such technology. Impressed? Well, I sometimes outdo myself. This whole system I built from the ground up. You made all of this? Kane said, but surely you had to have some template which you used? Nope. Had nothing to start off with whatsoever. This is all my own original work. By the Omnissiah. Such innovation. Well, if you're finished gaping at my system, I'll show you how this works. Typing a few things, Alabast started talking. How many of you are familiar with the principle of matter and energy? Everyone in the envoy, except the Emperor, was confused at what he just said. The Emperor, however, was surprised at hearing such an ancient scientific theory said so casually. I understand it, the Emperor said. Figures that the person whom I can't tell their age would know about this. You look quite spiffing for someone who doesn't look the part of an old person. The Emperor was once again impressed that he could discern such information just from his appearance. Alabast continued. For everyone else, matter is the building blocks of all things in the universe. From the air we breathe to even our very bodies. We are composed of matter, a simple but overall complex process involving 3 basic things: protons, neutrons and electrons. Another thing to note is that energy, no matter what, is consistent. You can never have more energy than what you start off with, and that no matter what, you can't create energy from nothing. It's always changing its form. My hollow matter device is rather simple. It uses the basic blocks of matter and compiles it into elements that can be used for production. How it gets that is quite simple. It's simply converting one form of matter into another, using a rather energy-intense process. Typing in a few commands and looking over a manifest that was sent from the production crews, Alabast and the envoy looked on as a tinted glass settled over the chamber. And now, just a few more tweaks and 2 massive pylons appeared from the edge of the chamber, humming with energy. This was followed by a massive robotic arm with a specialized tool on the extended end. The room was filled with the sounds of machinery winding up as the 2 pylons started to glow brighter. The envoy could feel the air shift as something was happening. Already they could see that the arm was moving rapidly between the 2 pylons and the light became even brighter. Just as it seemed the machine was getting louder, the arm pulled out from the blinding light as the pylons started to power down. What the envoy could see was beyond anything they would have imagined. As the tinted glass moved upwards, they could see where there was nothing. A massive Jaeger fist was resting in the chamber. Elevated above the ground through some means, it stunned the envoy silent. How? That's impossible, Kane said as the others were awestruck. Even the Emperor, who had seen many innovations within his time, could not believe what he had just seen. What sorcery is this? Is that even real? Horus said as Alabast gave a bit of a chuckle. It's as real as anything around us. What you just witness is matter conversion. Taking the very molecules in the air of the chamber and being converted to the steel that is now currently resting in that chamber. The pinnacle of scientific logic made real. Kane started muttering prayers to the machine god as he had just witnessed such a wonder before his eyes. The envoy, especially Horus and Sanguinius, has looks of awe upon their faces. Naruto looked at the chamber with wonder and the Emperor was actually speechless at what he witnessed. Okay, Naruto said, I am officially impressed. Unfortunately, Alabast said, this actually leads into the problem I said before. Typing in a few things on the keyboard, the envoy were shown what looked to be a power grid. This is my problem. They could see the power levers for the facility had dropped dramatically during the time the machine was used. There isn't enough power, the Emperor said. Not even close, Alabast said. That procedure drains so much power that the only thing that we could do practically is make the metal in bulk cubes. Then we have the fabricators cut out the parts from the processed metal, which leads to the slow production rate. And that's not even getting started on the more intricate and important parts of the Jaegers. The more complex the element that is required, the more energy that is used. This machine is terribly inefficient because it has to follow the rules of the universe. Which means that some elements required to produce the Jaeger are limited by their nature. We could technically make it, but the process would be too long and the resources hardly worth the effort, as it would be too small to be used in production. Council has been hounding me for months on the topic, but no matter how I look at it, the problem is always the same. Unless you all know of a way to break the laws of physics, then I cannot speed this process up. Frankly, unless I can find another energy source as a stopgap solution to provide me with the energy I need, we ain't gonna get anywhere. Tapping a few keys, he showed the envoy the current state of the production line. I have 25 Jaegers all needing parts, and these ain't your run-of-the-mill parts either. This is specific elements, metals too complex for our current power grid to handle. But if I had the power, I could actually finish these Jaegers in time for the fighting. What about plasma reactors? Kane suggested. Too bulky, and the amount you would need would be too impractical in the time frame we have. Trimethicon fusion reactors? Kane suggested again. Not enough energy. And if the power grid were to surge, then we could kiss this planet goodbye. What about dust reactors? Sun said as everyone looked at him with looks of either surprise or confusion. Since when did you know about power plants, Sun? Naruto said, suddenly interested in how he knew such a thing. I don't want to talk about that right at this moment if you all don't mind. But last I remember, dust reactors use lightning dust to generate power to most of Vacuo's manufacturing. In fact, I remember that there was really only one power facility needed to power the whole kingdom. He is right. Weiss said, Atlas has a single main power facility that only has 2 reactors, that powers the whole continent. Interesting, Alabast said, and do you have a sample of this dust at the moment? Weiss pulled out a crystal of lightning dust. Its crude shape suggested that this was unrefined dust. This is the dust we are talking about. Alabast took hold of the crystal and was looking at it critically. Crystallized structure. Yet is not made from an organic compound. Shows remarkable resemblance to silicon crystals, yet is not a storage material. Even just holding this, I can feel the energy contained within the crystalline structure. Such an impossibility. Yet here it is. Fascinating. What do you mean, Alabast? Naruto said. I mean that this material shouldn't be able to exist. It is fundamentally pure energy given crystal form. Which should be impossible by natural law. This is essentially what is called lightning in a bottle. Our planet produces that. And all other assortments of dust. The Eku said it was a result of our planet being the origin of where chakra came from. Chakra. Of course. It's pure chakra solidified. Why did I not see that before? Alabast said as he scrambled around the room. The envoy were looking at him as he walked through the back door into a storage room. The sound of papers and clanks of objects hitting the floor as they could hear the man scrambling through the room. Finally, after 5 minutes, Alabast came back into the room. A small object within his hands along with a parchment. Setting the parchment on the table, he placed the object on the paper as a holographic projection filled the space. This was an old prototype generator I was working on. At the time I was thinking about ways in which we could utilize the chakra link among us, but never had the means of storing and processing that energy, so I decided to shelf the design. But this, Alabast said while showing the dust crystal, this is the solution I've been looking for. With this I can complete this generator, and since I designed it to only need 1/4 of the space needed for a standard power core, it was also theoretically possible to put this into a Jaeger. Kane looked upon the blueprint, and he couldn't deny that the machine indeed looked similar to a plasma core, just much smaller in size. Yet seeing the theoretical power output that the design stated, he could see that this would produce more power than even Mars' main power production facility. It just might work, Kane said. How long would it take to create this chakra core? With these plans, 24 hours. I just need 20 tons of lightning dust crystals. That we can arrange, the Emperor said. Then I guess we're gonna pull through with this after all. Date: 007M30 Operation Parameters. Crusade Current Imperial Forces. 17,799,000 Est troops. Current enemy forces. 89 billion Est troops casualties. Imperial forces. 2,500,000 Est troops. Enemy forces. 163,500,000,000 Est troops. Location: Vermanti Valley, Planet Ulanor, Ulanor Sector. Sergeant Blake. We've got activity. Blake crouched down in cover as her squad pointed towards a tide of orcs heading in the other direction from her squad. From this distance she could hear the sounds of bolter fire as the mob rushed to the fighting. Blake gave the signal forwards where the orcs were going. Swift and silent, they passed the orc groups, all the while hearing taunts and war cries from the orc mob. "Da, Umi's all alone. Let's take him. He's only one, Umi. How hard can he be?" Blake could still hear the sound of bolter fire when a distinct bang was heard by the squad. Blake paused momentarily before her eyes widened. "Sergeant, I know that sound. Squad Alpha, double time now." The group rushed towards the sounds of fighting as they could now hear the sounds of orcs being smashed by a blunt object. A bolt gun was heard as the sounds of another bang reverberated through the forest. Appearing before a clearing, the orcs were rushing a lone figure. His armor the telltale black of the shadow foxes as his blonde hair and what appears to be a monkey's tail was swaying behind the figure. He had a bolt gun in one hand while a double-barreled shotgun was in the other. Orcs tried to rush him from all sides, but with the two weapons in hand he held his own against the tide. An orc leapt towards his back, but he sidestepped the leap while his shotgun blew his head. Another orc tried to flank him, but the warrior turned his bolt gun to the orc, a quick burst and his head exploded. Again the orcs tried to outflank him or overwhelm him with bodies, but each time he would do a quick sidestep while either his shotgun or his bolt gun stopped the orcs cold. Gonna die, Umi. Da boys gonna tear ya up good. Stand still so I cons kill ya. Wog. The lone figure weaved through the orc horde, his shotgun folding into a staff as he used the weapon to deliver blunt force trauma to the orcs in his range. Sidestepping and delivering a bolter shot to an orc. The figure was then blindsided by a salvo of rockets as he was smashed into the mob. Blake, taking no time to act, leapt into the fight, a look of anger on her face as she tore the orcs apart with her hands. The orcs were not prepared for 10 Marines to appear from nowhere as their numbers were cut down. The hesitation of the orcs was apparent as some turned tail and ran away as the horde was being cut by blade and bolter. Blake rushed to the area the fighter was, finding him lying on the ground, 2 golden clones around him providing cover as the person groaned. Blake turned him over, to reveal the face of Sun Wukong. "What took you so long?" Sun said, a spike of pain from his side as blood flowed from a part of broken power armor. "We got here as fast as we could," Blake said as she applied first aid towards the wound. Already Sun's Laraman's organ was sealing the wound close as Blake looked for any pieces of armor lodged in his side. "What happened to your team?" Blake said. At this Sun took on a look of somber. "They're at peace." That was all Blake needed to hear. She had heard from the radio chatter that the Legion suffered some pretty serious casualties. But then again, that was the price of being the vanguard force for a huge invasion. "And their reductor vials. Safe," Sun said as he pat the carry pack on his belt. Blake was thankful of that at least. "At least they won't be forgotten. That's all we can do for now," Blake said as she finished up her inspection. Looking around the clearing, she could see the orcs had been routed as her squad cleaned up the survivors. "Sergeant. Receiving a Vox call. We have a new directive." Blake grabbed Sun's hand as he lifted himself up. She could see the wound had closed up as Sun looked onwards. "Well, Blake. Looks like it's gonna be one of those days, huh?" Blake smiled. Hearing the radio chatter, she nodded. "Seems like it's gonna be. You know. We never got to visit that monument on Urashka 7, do you think we could, you know?" "Sun," Blake said, a blush forming on her cheeks, "is now really the time to be talking about that?" "But Blake, you know you would like it, like that time at Yizny Primus. You know, that time." "Sun. Just for one time. Can we please just focus on the battle?" "Only for you, my girl." Blake still couldn't get the blush on her face to go down. She heard a few chuckles from her squad as she gave them a stern look, instantly making them stand at attention. Honestly, in all her years with Sun, she still thinks he is an idiot. But he is her idiot. Date: 007M30 Operation Parameters, Crusade. Current Imperial Forces: 17,799,000 est troops. Current enemy forces: 90 billion est troops. Casualties: Imperial forces: 2,500,000 est troops. Enemy forces: 162,500,000 est troops. Location: Raka's Throng, planet Septimus Primus, Ulanor sector. Septimus Primus was a barren, cold world in the Ulanor sector. Its hard permafrost surface hid an immeasurable amount of minerals, making it a perfect place for orcs to set up their main mining operations. Previous Imperial colonies had established mining operations on the planet, which the orcs had looted and used for their war machine. A group of 40 Marines were traveling through the barren land, a recent snowstorm starting to howl at them as they continued their pace. Leading the group was a giant of a man, his mane of blonde hair whipping behind him as the soldiers behind him followed suit. Two massive wolves were following by his side as he had an ornate sword in his right hand. Standing still for a moment, he started to sniff at the air. One of the warriors, this one in the armor of black with orange, stood beside the giant man. This warrior was a she, her hair long and feral looking as a pair of red triangles were upon her cheeks, a pair of fangs protruding from her mouth as she was followed by 3 massive hounds. Lord Russ. Do you smell that, Hannah? The lady known as Hannah took a few sniffs, her eyes widening as she could trace a specific stench on the wind. I do, my lord. Greenskins, hey, Russ said as he got into a ready stance, the fighters all reading their weapons. We walked into this trap of theirs. A shout of a few hundred orcs ringed through the howling of the blizzard, as Green appeared from the white storm. The sound of bolter fire and blades ringing as the orc mob encircled the group. The cries of orcs and battle cries of Astartes rung through the howling of the blizzard, and as the sound of battle faded, the blizzard started to subside. A few of the Marines in the group were on the ground, bleeding from wounds as various weapons were impaled on their power armor. A few were on the ground, their bodies still as the biting cold started to seep into them. Russ had blood all over his face, dozens of orcs surrounding him, forming a ring of death, while beside him his brother wolves Frecky and Jerry had blood over their paws and fangs, a ring of orcs around them. Hannah also had a couple dozen orcs surrounding her, her triplets each having their own ring of orcs as blood dripped from their mouths. The triplets circled around the 2 brother wolves as grunts and grows were exchanged, the triplets giving submitting grows to the 2 brothers. Russ looked around, he could tell that this ambush group was the biggest group they had seen so far, and yet they're miles away from their main objective, the main mining facility on the planet. He gave a small chuckle. It seems that the orcs will not give up their loot without a fight. Hannah. Yes, Lord Russ. Have the apothecaries tend to the wounded and dead, but make haste. We cannot let the orcs recover too long. Have the dead be laid on the snow. The cold shall keep them till we return. Mark this sight well. As you wish, Lord Russ. Another of the warriors, this one in cataphractii armor with a massive Pharisian pelt on his shoulder, walked up to the Primarch. My lord. 5 Marines are too injured to continue. What do you wish us to do? Have a detachment of 5 stay behind, the rest will proceed onward. Have them radio for Thunderhawks to extract us when we are done. Understood. Russ had been told that this planet wouldn't be protected according to Imperial intelligence. He had to give a bit of a chuckle at such lies. No matter, to him such a challenge was all the more thrilling. He had been itching to stretch his fighting muscles in a while. Leading his troops from the back lines was becoming a bill, so had to thank Naruto for supplying him with such an experienced tracker company, without which he would be having a bit of trouble trying to find the orcs in such extreme conditions. He was a little interested in the company leader Hannah. She radiated a scent that made Russ feel a bit more primal. In a way it made him very interested in the female Astartes, his wolf blood being excited at such a fine specimen. But that would have to come at another time. For now the hunt for greenskins will have to do. Date: 450M23 Operation Parameters. Incursion Current Location: Salacor Impulse, Terraria, Elementia Sector. Warning. Incursion Event Imminent. All Jaegers and personnel to battle stations. Incursion Event Imminent. This is not a drill. The alarms in Salakor Impulse were blazing as Jaeger crews scrambled to get their machines to battle readiness. Ammunition and maintenance crews were rushing all over the place as gauges and ammo racks were filled and pressurized. The Jaeger pilots were getting geared up as they either gave a few words of inspiration to their team members or remembered the oath that they took to defend Terraria. The Emperor was looking around as drop ships from his battle fleet dropped in either his custodian guard or the newly reinforcing Ultramarines. A Thunderhawk was approaching his location, its distinct blue bearing the symbol of an inverted omega. From the front hatch came a giant of a man, his blonde hair and regal appearance showing he was someone of importance. His ornate armor shone in the light while his gauntlet on his left hand hid in the shadow of his cape. Following behind the man was a full company of Astartes, each one with the symbol of the Ultramarines on their left shoulder. "Father, it is good to see you, and it is good to see you as well, Rebute. I am glad you all arrived safely, with all these warp anomalies and all around the wider Imperium. We came as fast as we could, however I was only able to spare 2 chapters of the Legion to these efforts. Well then, they will have to do. Come, a war council is assembling." The Emperor and Guilliman walked into an operational bunker. In the main room was a control table and along the sides were all the leaders of the operation. From Elementia were the 4 cages, each with their own personal escorts, along with Mifune of Iron Country, his distinct samurai armor making him stand out from the others. From Remnant was General Ironwood, Crow and Raven Bronwyn and Winter Schnee, along with the envoy from Remnant which consisted of Team RWBY and JNR. In the middle of the council was Naruto himself, looking over battle logs and tactical data, a stern face as he made sense from all the archival data Terraria had from this enemy. From Terraria there were 3 people. One was a man whom looked in his senior years, his gray beard and hair showing his age as his scarred face showed his marks from battle. This was General of the Terraria Infantry Corps Imperis Volklin. Alongside him was Alabast whom was head first into holographic projections, inserting algorithms and calculating patterns from the information that they have. The third person was rather young. His striking red hair gave him a charming look, yet his face was set in stone in determination. This was the Senior General Knight Vance Val Rakan, commander of the Jaeger forces. Captain General Constantine Valder, Archmagios Kane and Sanguinius were also present on the War Council as they were looking at the data presented. "What is the situation?" the Emperor said as he and Rebute took a seat on the war table. "We have detected the first fluctuations of the anomaly. This is consistent with archival data and indeed tells us that the first tear will commence in a few hours. From this information and past archives, we can confirm that this will only be the first in what will be 13 incursion tiers. Each tear after the first will happen around the general field of battle, and will last upwards of a few weeks," Alabast said as the hollow projection shows the even in what will happen on the battlefield. "During this time, the enemy will deploy unrelenting swarm tactics, which can overwhelm even our most fortified defenses. The main incursion tear will deposit titan-sized kaiju monsters too big for conventional means to fight, hence the Jaegers will provide a shield wall to stop catastrophic damage to our infantry, who will bear the grunt of the enemy's advance." "What information do we have of our enemy?" Guilliman said. Alabast gave a few button presses as a host of data projections came on the field. "Cross-referencing your Imperial data, we were able to find a match. The first line will be shock troops. Designation, Gene Stealers." A hollow projection of an alien creature showed on the screen, its size and shape so abnormal yet that image made the Imperial commanders give hardened faces. These Gene Stealers are usually only encountered on space hulks. To hear that they are the vanguard of this force is disturbing. There's more. They will be followed by smaller organisms. Designations, Hormigaunt and Termagant. The screen showed 2 variants of an alien, one with massive blade-like appendages while the other carried what looked to be a firearm that was molded in its arms. "What manner of creature is this?" Guilliman said in disgust as the Imperial envoy agreed with him. "A creature genetically made to kill. The Homigant variant is born with microscopic sharp bone filaments. Its nimble size and increased muscle strength in its hind legs allow it to traverse terrain at an average of 70 to 80 miles per hour. Faster than our fastest recorded land animal. The Termagant variant grows its ammunition within its body. This living ammo then proceeds to bore into the enemy's body and consume it from the inside out. A truly gruesome way to die. Body armor, however, proves to be a somewhat effective defense against the projectiles. Anything else that we will need to know about these creatures? The Emperor said, looking at the screen. There is one important thing to note. The creatures themselves do not possess an individual intelligence, rather they are actually completely driven by genetic instinct. It is only through what we call the hive mind that they are actually able to function as an extension of the army. A hive mentality, the Emperor said, this makes things more complicated. We have gathered intelligence from previous incursions and have made strides on this hive mind theory, and have been able to find out key organisms within the army that act as a conduit for this mind. We call it synapse. The synaptic creatures are as shown. Designation, warrior, and zoanthrope. The screen showed two creatures, one with a massive-sized cranium while the other looked more humanoid-like. It was shown with a variety of biological loadouts. The next class of creatures are known as the monstrous class, the first being designation, carnifex. The image showed a hulking creature. Its small head with its massive body were outclassed by its massive arm-like appendages. This creature is known to be the main battering rams of the enemy forces. Each blow from these creatures have been measured to contain 25 tons of force. That is enough to rip a standard tank apart, Sanguinius said. Indeed. Ranged attacks are recommended, however should you encounter one in close combat. The head is your best bet, as its hardened carapace is resistant to most attacks. A thrust into the head should also cut through its secondary brain. It was also reported that there are multiple variants of this creature, each tailored to a specific role. This is the close combat variant, however there are 2 more close quarters variants and 3 shooting variants. Next creature. Designation Trigon. The creature was massive, its body a combination of an armored beast and a serpent. The creature's jaws unhinged at such an odd angle that made the council think it was designed to consummate creatures much bigger than its own size. This is the basic Trigon. There are confirmed 2 more variants, one Wa synaptic creature, this one is designated Alpha. And the other which is designed to only consume, this one is designated Moloch. Anything else we need to know about these creatures? Apart from variants of these creatures, there is only one last creature you need to know about, and this one is the most deadly. For not only is it a creature of a large size, but it is also the main conduit for the hive mind. A creature appeared before the projector as the group looked at it with a calm stare. This creature is designated Tyrant, the size of that creature. Indeed, this is one of the largest creatures apart from the kaiju-class monsters. This one is not only surrounded by a field of energy, but also is outfitted with a combination of monofilament crystal bone swords or talons, along with a large cannon-like weapon that spits crystallized acid. The creature itself possesses a supreme intelligence from the other creatures, and can respond to the battlefield scenarios instantly. But that is not its most dangerous part. It has the ability to save its consciousness onto the hive mind itself, making it virtually immortal. So we not only face an enemy that is much larger than us, the Emperor said, but can also be saved by its hive mind to fight once more in another host. That is indeed correct, Lord Emperor. Even with the other incursions we barely scratched the surface on this creature. This became more complicated, the Emperor said as the holographics showed statistical data on these creatures, including known variants and adaptations. The enemy is known to mostly rely upon sheer numbers to overwhelm any defenses. Should that not work, then it creates these tyrants to invoke battlefield strategies as the situation develops. We have lost many defensive points due to the enemy adapting to our tactics and changing their battle plan. Gilliman. Yes, Father, organize the defenses of this army. Ensure that our battlefield communications are to remain intact for as long as possible. I am giving you authority to conduct our battle plans as needed. Understood, Father. Sanguinius, Naruto, Valder. You are all with me, we shall be on the front lines. If these tyrants show themselves we must eliminate them with all haste. Gilliman. Ensure the Jaeger teams and ground forces coordinate with each other if a dire situation comes. I will get my teams ready, Vance Val Rakan said as he saluted the group. My men are under your command, Lord Gilliman, Imperis Volklan said. Gilliman gave a nod of confirmation before he started to sift through the battlefield data at an inhuman pace. Let us go, and may we claim victory this day, the Emperor said as everyone gave a salute. Date. 007M30 Operation Parameters, Crusade Current Imperial Forces, 17,500,000 est troops. Current enemy forces, 88,090,000 est troops casualties. Imperial forces, 2,199,000 est troops enemy forces, 164,510,000 est troops. Location. Sif Primus, Ulanor sector. The sound of gunfire rings loudly within Scythe Primus. Battles are raging as Orc Titan machines belch out their deadly payloads. Within the ruins are 3 Jaegers, using the buildings as cover while the Orcs unload every conceivable weapon against the 3. This is Strike Team Gamma. We have visual of 22 Orc Super Heavies, any forces that can respond. Our coordinates are Tango 217 location 480 heading 250. Be advised. Targets are led by a Gargant-class war machine, please advise. A barrage of rockets forces the 3 Jaegers to ditch their cover, as the blast levels the HAB block. 2 of the Jaegers have hand-mounted plasma cannons as they're unloading rounds at any opportunity they can get, but the horde of machines continue to pummel them with a constant, unending show of force. The loud war cries of the machines echo through the buildings as the Jaeger team fall back block after block. One of the Orcs landed a lucky shot that crippled the leg of one of the Jaegers, forcing it on its hands. The other Jaegers turn back to look at their downed ally. "Rick, Kira, are you two all right?" one of the other Jaegers said, forcing themselves to a crawl. The wounded Jaeger tried to take a step on the damaged leg, only for it to cave in, collapsing down to the knee joint. Hydraulic fluid was flowing from the Jaeger as the others looked on somberly. "Sorry, Captain," Kira said, "this leg is gone. We're a dead weight." "Damn it, you two, we're gonna get you both out of here." At this, one of the Jaegers tried to rush at the downed Jaeger. "No, Captain. Just run, before it's too late." The signal was lost as the Jaeger was run through with a massive chainsword. This was attached to the largest Orc machine. The monstrosity was a belching smog of unholy machine. The constant clanks of gears grinding and flames bursting from its armor belied its sheer size. Its chainsword was impaled through the chest and head area of the Jaeger, as an ungodly screech was heard as the chain spun up, ripping the Jaeger to pieces. "Captain, we need to run." The 2 Jaegers started to move as the massive machine followed them, its other arm a weapons platform as multiple cannons were spewing out their ammunitions. The other 2 Jaegers were using the buildings as makeshift walls, but even those were no match for the sheer number of shots that were pounding the buildings to dust. Yet they were still running, because if they stop then they're the ones who are next. One of the Jaegers ducked as a massive round flew past their head, the other one strafing through buildings as it tried to use its plasma cannon to give some suppressing fire. The plasma detonated on the Orc's body, yet the machine continued as though nothing happened. Already, the Jaegers noticed that the other Orc machines actually moved around their position, pinning them in one place. The 2 Jaegers were standing back to back, as the Orc machines encircled them. Completely surrounded, Umis. Isn't nowhere left to run. The 2 Jaegers stood as the main Orc Gargant blared this out from its speakers. The massive machine lifted its arm as the chainsword whirled back to life. "I rotha like a gud chase wit, a proper fight. But oh well, I guess I'll have Taju kill her both." This is Princept Arcturus on board Invictus, coordinates acknowledged. "Brace yourselves, Strike Team, vengeance shall rain from the sky." A high-pitched sound filtered through the air. The Jaegers knew this familiar sound and readied their ion impact shields, while the Orcs were confused. "What is that racket?" That was what the head Orc Gargant said as a massive rain of rockets bombarded the area. The amount of explosions in the area was deafening. The 2 Jaegers tried to keep themselves as small as possible while all around them explosions were going off. Warning signs were blazing in their command heads as their shields were starting to fail. Yet before the shields went down the explosions stopped. All around them they could see nothing but dust and smoke. A few Orc machines were nothing but scrap as the explosion ripped them apart. The 2 Jaegers were wary as they surveyed the site. Already their scanners showed that the Orc machines had been stopped. They were about to give a message in thanks to the support when their warning sirens went off, as they could see that one target is still alive. As the dust cleared they could see what the warnings were saying about. The main Gargant was still there. Massive chunks of its armor was destroyed as parts of its machinery and crew were able to be seen. Its shooting arm was completely destroyed as belching smoke was coming from all the Orc machines' parts. The head of the Gargant was ripped apart. leaving a hole where a single massive orc was looking at the two Jaegers with a look of pure rage. "Ya, Umis. Ya wrecked ma stompa, ma bolti, me pride and joy. I's gonna stomp gud, Umis. And den I's gonna wreck da sorry gid dat wrecked ma stompa, wog." The sound of gears grinding became more prevalent as the Stompa started to pick up momentum towards the two Jaegers, their senses showing a massive increase of activity. Wi mighty machine. The gun arm of the Stompa was nothing but a pile of scrap, yet the chainsaw on the other arm started to come to life as the orc machine went full tilt into the two Jaegers. Strike team to Invictus, main enemy threat is still operational. I repeat, main enemy is still operational. Request fire support. The two Jaegers were dodging the rampaging Stompa as its massive arm was cleaving through buildings. The brute of a machine was giving broad swings, but the Jaegers were finding it hard to avoid the hit completely. Already a few of the swings have taken chunks of armor from their torsos as they strain their Jaegers to avoid the whirling death. Invictus to strike team, acknowledged. Awaiting fire data, volcano cannon powering up. Captain. Lays the target. The two Jaegers activated a pair of small lasers situated on their heads, the two lasers providing a detailed scan of the enemy Stompa, and included such telemetry data that showed its current position and the location of its most vital machinery parts. This is Invictus. Targeting data received, firing the volcano cannon. It came as a roar across the wind. A massive beam of pure energy screamed across the sky as the two Jaegers cleared the Stompa. It hit the body of the machine cleanly as the beam got progressively more violent. Pure energy caused a cataclysmic reaction as the gargant itself exploded in a massive ball of fire. The two Jaegers applied full power, trying to get out of the immediate blast zone. A massive cloud of ash was pulled into a mushroom-shaped explosion, the size of which could be seen across the planet. The two Jaegers braced against a building as the shockwave pummeled the site. Already they could see chunks of the buildings they were using being melted into slag as they continued to brace, their ion shields straining under the explosion's force. After 10 seconds, which felt like forever to the crews of the Jaegers, the dust started to settle. A massive figure's shadow was behind the cloud, and when it cleared, the warlord Titan Invictus was walking past them, its volcano cannon smoking as the cooling vents tried to expel the excess heat. The Titan itself looked towards the two Jaegers as its head gave a nod. "Thanks for the assist, Invictus. You take care, strike team, and may we claim victory this day." The Titan walked away from the two Jaegers, its strides rumbling the earth as it looked for fresh targets. While the two Jaegers walked into the city, eager to hunt for more orc machines. To be continued. Be sure to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.